to learn something new, always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jeran's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in, truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jeran's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now we back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jeran's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start, 5 ever, 9 to 1, go, 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 go. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life.
It's Friday night, y'all. It's time to party. Let's get it going. Friday Night Love Jam. Should call in Santa Maria. Say hi to Bernadette. Say hi to Luis. Starting right back. About 30 seconds.
Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
That's right. It's Friday. Time for the best show on the interwebs. No, not that one. No, not that one either. Not that one either. Yeah, that one. Let's fucking dance, shall we? Oh shit. Strike that. Reverse it. And welcome everybody to Jeranism Friday Unplugged. It is Friday. Aren't you excited? I'm excited. Excited as I'll ever be. It is Friday and it's time for season 3, episode number 1. It is a late night edition, so I don't know what that means. It means put the kids to bed and enjoy the evening. You, your significant other, your puppy dog, your kitty cat, whoever it may be. That's what we're here to do today, is enjoy the show. So we got the Witsit Jeran debate review. We're going to go over that. I see a bunch of other people doing that, so we should do that. Get my 2 cents in. And then other losses for Flat Earth. If you see that it implies there who won the debate, just notice that. And just pointing out that those still in the Flat Earth at this point want to be there. Right? That's what their intent is, or their goal is, or something, because they don't want to look at evidence and facts. And man, you want to talk about strange in my life. You know what's the biggest, probably one of the biggest turn-offs that there can be? Nope, not if she weighs 300 pounds. Nope. Nope, not if she is 35 and lives with her parents. Nope. Nope, not if she has 16 kids. Nope. She's a flat earther. She's a flat earther. That is good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. Let's look over at the chat, say hello to some people. Oh, I almost spilled my cachava. Don't want to do that. Is this the longest day? It is upon us. Welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. Let's look at the poll results. I did put up a poll today. It says, did you watch the debate? And if so, who won? Do I want to look at the results? Let's see. We have yes, Jeran, 55 or 56%. That's not terrible, I guess. We've got Witsit, 12% won. No, I haven't watched yet, 28%. It's a good majority of people. And Sellout Shill, 5%. So, I'll leave that up there a little bit longer if anybody wants to play along. Feel free. I got Swalla in the house. What's up, Swalla? WWF number 0033. Mr. Gustafsson. Rose is in the house. What's up, Rose? Peter Esselstrom is in the house. Good guy. Unverified bear. The number 1. You got the number 1 position. Nice. A flat earther with a fat ass with a flat ass is worse. Well, yeah, okay. You want to start adding other things? Yes, then we can do that. We can do that if you want. I'm really believing at this point that Witsit likes to lose debates. I don't know. I think that at least maybe I'm biased, but it's like his worst showing ever. But I mean, again, maybe repeating one brand new flat Earth proof that isn't a flat Earth proof over and over and over again at nauseum is a good job of debating. I don't know. Who else we got here? We got Modern Men Lost Again. I know who that is. What's up? Flat Arse. Nice. How's it going, Landry? Rose says, how did Witsit explain the 24-hour sun plus the sunspot? Well, that's wasn't included in the debate. But did you know they can, the mountaintop and then the star, and then you put a Hefferton or whatever his name is? Hefferson? I don't know what his name is. There's Meg's in the house. She says, I'm biased too, but you killed it. All right, thank you. England is my Liddy. Jeran, you explained things simply the whole time. Witsit was just saying words to sound smart. That's my takeaway. That's kind of how I felt, but whatever. I say that, and then people are like, oh, that's just what you think, and it's because you're not smart enough to understand what he's saying. Anyway, she's true. I really don't mind. I guess this is the difference between being on the flat Earth side versus being the globe Earth side. I'm not going to lose anything for the globe Earth, right? Like, it's not like Jeran did so bad in the debate that the globe Earth is gone and flat Earth took over. Never going to happen. However, as a flat earther, you do feel like the whole world's on your shoulders. You're like, oh, fuck, if I lose this, then flat Earth is gone and nobody's going to look at it anymore. Let's see. We got Shamrock Dan says flat-chested is okay as long as they're not 2 fried eggs. Flat-chested is okay. I don't mind. You got to own whatever you got. Own it. That's it. The girls who owned what they have, they were always fine. But the ones that were like ashamed or, it wasn't the biggest fan. Just own what you got. Own what the good Lord gave you. It's 1 micro arc Hefferton per nautical fortnight. I just way to go, Jesse. That's a good one. Toon will know. Jeran tore it up. Hey, Toon's in the house. What's up, Toon? When I first met David Weiss, I said that calling the Earth flat was rude, and it was at least a B cup on the Himalayas. Okay. Yeah, that's true. It's at least a B. Small B. My dad loves flat chests. Wish I didn't know that, but yeah, I don't know my dad's wants and wishes and desires. I don't really know. Not my mom. Let's put it that way. I know that much. I'm drinking my Kachava. If you haven't gotten a Kachava before, I think it's probably the best way to lose weight that there is, and to remain healthy and to get your vitamins and minerals and all that stuff. So look into it. Sorry, I'm just drinking some of this. Just saw a new stream from Ranty. Maybe get him on sometime. Yeah, I got to get him on the WWF show. I kind of put that on hold for a little while, but we're back. Do you know how many are in the WWF now? It's not growing that much by people that we know their names, because at this point, who's going to be? You have to have some balls, and just I would love to, shout out the person who ended up having those balls. I just don't think that person exists. So I think that's over. What does that person say? I didn't see. Huggy Bear said, what? Jeran uses the Professor Dave technique on everything. What do you say? If you couldn't, I lost it. Oh, it's retracted now. Great. Well, I couldn't read what you said anyway, so. Let's see what I have. Truth Lab says impossible to measure curvature and motion. Well, is it impossible to measure curvature and motion? Certainly not curvature. It's just what people will accept as curvature. And motion, I think there's other ways to show motion. I think that, as far as putting something on the earth and knowing that it's moving, I'm not sure you can necessarily do that. But you could look at other things and probably make the determination. But I would never say impossible. It's a little bit of a stretch. I would like to say that it was without a shadow of a doubt I was flat. After TFE, it was really hard to try and see how it could work in a physical world. So where are you now, Chris Dragon? I want to know what you... this is one example of somebody I was talking to yesterday. And she said, so is it true that you're a glober? I'm like, yeah. She goes, well, what about water? Water, here we go. And it's just like, immediately I want to just punch through the screen, just like, stop it. So I'm like, let's just not talk about it. It's going to make me upset. It's not a good thing to talk about. And she said, why not? What's wrong with it? I said, well, because of what you're saying, I just want you to let you know that I'm 100% positive that the Earth's a ball. So then she responded with, I'm 1,000,000,000% positive it's flat. So at that point, you're like, oh God, I lost your number. Somebody blocked you somehow on Facebook. I don't know what happened. I hit the block button. Didn't mean to. My bad. It's just why would you bury yourself even deeper? It was already bad that she said she thought it was something like, oh man, 1,000,000,000%. All right, let's see what this is. Jeran uses the Professor Dave technique. They sound the same on paper. Sorry, on retracted comment. My phone decides to do whatever it wants before I can stop it. Wait, but I don't understand. They sound the same on paper? I and Professor Dave? That's a little strange. Do we think that the Iran earthquake is natural? Yes. How about that timing? Shit happens. What are you going to do? They probably wouldn't even have announced it if it wasn't for what's going on. So that's what you have to remember. $1 million to who can empirically measure Earth's alleged curvature and motion rotation. Yeah, right, Truth Lab. Come on. There's some law of Flurf. I don't know what it is. Toon is still in the chat. Toon, what law of Flurf says that he just followed that law perfectly? I don't know which one it is. Law number 17.5, subsector B, says that all flat Earth challenges are fake because you won't put that money in any kind of an escrow or you won't do anything with it. So, $1 million, it doesn't make any sense. So what about filming rocket launches that we don't see until they're 35,000 feet high? What is going on in the first 35,000 feet? Where is it? Tell me. Thank you. Second law of Flurf. I knew it was something. Second law of Flurf says, so Chris Dragon says, I don't know, sadly. It's hard to escape all the ideas I had, spread it about flat Earth to everyone I knew. All right, it's very difficult. And the beliefs that helped me realize about myself and who I became because of it. Well, I can never take away from the things that I discovered because of it. And also, I think that it's very good that at least I learned about the Earth. I didn't have a freaking clue before. So at least now I kind of understand it and I get it. And I'm like reading. We're going to go through some of these. Should we start out with that? Let me say hello to everybody and we'll get going on the show. I don't remember Austin saying kinematic equivalence. He did not say that during the whole debate. You're right. You are right. Crabbing on the dance floors here. That's nice. Well, Chris, I don't want to. You should never listen to me, but you should really just think about this one thing. If the Earth is mapped on a sphere, which it is, right? I mean, we can. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. That you can go to Google Earth and you can find where anybody lives, and they would live on that sphere. So the Earth is mapped on a sphere. Now, if you call any one of the people that live in any one of those places and ask them to verify the sunrise, sunset times and angles that are derived from the globe, that are derived from the sphere, and they match, then you live on the sphere. It's that simple. Because it would be an impossibility to take people from a place that they really do live and to put them on a sphere and then make that sphere match observations. Because it can't unless it's a sphere. So that's your best bet, is to just go to Google Earth and really tear it apart, trying to find, because again, hey, you want to be a hero? You want to prove flat Earth? Here's what you do. Find somebody in the world who says that their sky does not match what Google Earth says. Their sky does not match SunCalc. Their sky does not match Andrew Marsh's level or model, something like that. That would be the first big win for flat Earth. Because if you can't find that, then you're not doing much. You're not doing much. Oh, Enrique, I'm sorry. Enrique's here. I had to call him in late. He's not very happy. Un poco cansado, right? Un poco cansado. Is that what you want to say? I think so.
You were a flat earther?
Yeah, I know
Damn,
that.
bro. That's like saying you ate glue in school.
It's different. It's different than that. Well, actually, it's kind of the same. A little bit slim. A little bit the same. Everything good over there? You good? We ready to go? You ready for the sound effects? I don't like having to call on you for them, so make sure you're prepared. Thank you.
Jefe, sí, can I ask?
Yes.
Why my microphone smell like culo? Who talking to this? Is you?
All right. This guy's on trouble. This guy's going down. Ruhif, this geometry king, and coming down the aisle, weighing in at 185 pounds. He hails from the land of geometry. Something like that. It's my announcer voice. We got Daniel.be says, Jeran, I'm 100% with you as a former flat earther. However, I think it's time to let this cult go. That's what I'm going to do. That's where we're at. If you don't know, I'm in the process of working with somebody on a book deal, which I am excited about. It's a little bit more work than I anticipated, but it does sound good. And I think that'll be kind of the creme de la creme, if you will, because I just don't want to deal with the people anymore. It's clear that they don't care about the truth. So when you are dealing with people who do care about the truth, then when you give them information that is factual and they can go double check and they can confirm, and then they come back and say, you know what, you're right. But this is not the group of people that we're dealing with. This group of people is much, much different than that, because they are, how do you want to say? They already think they know the truth. And it's weird to go full circle for me, because you had first this group of people that were called Globers who acted like they knew the truth already. They didn't care what you had to say. And so you became this kind of, well, these guys think they know the truth and I'm going to explain. And then when you find out that they were right, and then you look back and you see the other side doing the same, but you realize they're wrong, that's gross. It's just kind of, don't know if that's really it's not an attractive thing. Let's put it that way. It's not attractive to be so wrong, and then to be so, because you could be wrong, right? Like somebody could step up and be like, well, I think the Earth's flat. Really, you do? How come? Water lies flat, it's level. And then you kind of walk them through it. And then if they just go like, oh, you know, I didn't even realize that. Wait, so you're saying that everywhere's level on the whole? Yes, the whole thing is level. So it's all, water does find its level. That's not false. It's just what level is. And it's a curved surface, and you're not going to see it because you're too small. And then they either wig out and say you're an idiot and retard, or they think about it and go, oh, never. Okay, I get it now. I kind of get it. Yeah, exactly. So wherever you're at is level. The water's level there, the water's level over there and over there. So it's a sphere. So there is no boats upside down on the bottom of the globe, as people would say. There is no hanging upside down. There is no, all the water's being held upside down at the bottom of the globe. That's just not understanding what the globe is. That down is to the middle. So nobody's upside down unless somebody's head is where their feet should be, and nobody's head is where their feet should be, unless you're doing a handstand at that particular time, at which point I wouldn't do it much longer. You gotta make sure the blood doesn't rush up to your dome. If everything is relative, the answer to every question is yes. All right, just yes to everything. I've ruined 5 iPhones due to Darth's leaky app. Man, that is a leaky app, yes. All you have to do is FaceTime or video chat with somebody with the opposite day-night time with you and show night and day at the same time. Well, that doesn't necessarily prove it alone, but it does get close. But you could do some calling of people. I think here's a simple one. You have to find somebody on the same longitude as you, which may not be easy for people in the United States. I think you'd have to find somebody in South America. And if you're somebody like me, you don't have anybody. But if you have somebody in the north, and maybe we could do this. Let's see if we can orchestrate this. Here's what we want to do. We want to get somebody in the north, okay, on a certain line of longitude, and somebody in the south on that same line of longitude to both. Uh-oh. What happened to my show? Oh, that's still there. And then we want to have them both film the same sunset. Okay? They're just going to both film the sunset. Should be around the same time for both of them. Might be a little bit different, but it'd be close. And then when they film that and we show people that the people in the north saw the sun going left to right while facing west, and the people in the south saw the sun go right to left while facing west. I don't know how many times I have to explain it. That becomes a paradox on a flat earth. It's an impossibility to have two people looking west, watching the same sunset, but for one of them it goes right and for one of them it goes left. How? It's the same sun. What could possibly be an explanation for that? How could we even rectify that? Well, is there any shapes that by feature, by necessity of the shape, requires people to be at such an orientation that would cause them to see things differently, even though it's the same thing happening? And the answer is yes. If you're on a spinning Earth, somebody at the top and somebody at the bottom, because the sun wouldn't be moving in the sky, but you would see it as setting or rising. And because of the tilt of the globe, you would actually see it move left to right if you're in the north and right to left if you're in the south, and therefore we live on a globe. And that's the kind of evidence that should be pretty open and shut. Pretty open and shut. So we're going to get into the debate in a little bit, and you're going to hear Witsit have, he's going to say, oh, well, Jeran, you just took one observation, and because we can't explain this one thing. Hold on, time out. It's because you can't explain the sun. It's not because you can't explain something. It's just one little thing we can't explain. No. You can't explain the most important thing in the world. The thing that brings night and day. The thing that runs our time and our calendars and everything. That thing you can't even explain one day. You can't explain any part of it. So it becomes kind of funny that, you have to sell it to yourself is what the weird thing is that, and I get it now. Let me explain something real quick. Flat earthers are not dumb. Okay. What they are is, well, maybe it's dumb that puts them there, but once you've adopted this idea in your brain and your brain likes the idea, I think what our brains do is they shut down because they want things to be as easy as possible. Your brain does not want to learn new things every day. It wants to know something, know it, shut it down. So once you've decided on the flat earth, your brain just kind of closes off. It says, okay, there you go. You know it now. And so anybody coming from the outside, you look at it as they're crazy. You say this person's part of the cabal. This person is a NASA shill. Oh, it's MC Toon. He works for NASA. He gets paid. It has to be that. And so your brain just does a good job of what's easier. If Jeran and Austin come back from Antarctica and say that the sun did circle their heads, what's easier, to start thinking about how you can explain that as a flat earther, go back to the drawing board, or to call it fake? Which one's easier for your brain to do? And that's what they do. They just call it fake, and they can move on, and they can go back to their fantasy island. So that's not the way to go about things. I researched things wrong, admittedly. Not just wrong, but like embarrassingly wrong. You just go after the wrong ideas. Let me see here if we have something that I was going to show you, but now I don't have it. What happened here? Okay, hold on one second. My screen's not working as it was, and now it's gone, isn't it? That's a terrible picture. Don't do that. Terrible picture of me. I don't know where this went to. Shoot, do I need I left my iPad in the garage, and I don't know if I need it. I thought I moved it over here. Why don't I see it? Search? That might work. Let me try this and see if I can find it, or did I lose it? It should be right here. No. All right, well, I'm going to have to run real quick to the garage. I need my laptop not my laptop, my iPad. Let me see if we can watch something in the meantime, because we should do that. Let me see if there's everybody in the chat. Anybody got anything to say? Anything, comments, any questions, any concerns? It just seems like, like I said, if you really look at it, it has to be our brains cutting it off, because now looking back, you can just see that they just are able to dismiss everything. And that's why they block you. That's why they blocked me. Just dismiss me completely. Again, here's what I find weird is that if I came back, if let's say I didn't go to the trip and it was Dave Weiss or it was whoever, name whoever, or Nathan Oakley, if one of them went on the trip and came back and changed their position, went from flat to globe, then I would be paying the utmost attention to that person. Because I would say, here's somebody who is a flat earther for 10 years and they just flipped. They must know something. They must have something. And then if you watch them very intently and watch them and they just kept saying bullshit and it was nothing, well, then you might be able to say, oh, you know, I think this person is paid off, or I think this person is, because how could they flip and not have real evidence of the shape of the earth? With me, if anybody pays attention, I've been naming them ad nauseum. They're one after another, because what happens is when you realize the south is the opposite of the north, what else do you need? But what else do you need? How can you not realize that if at 55 degrees south, they see a certain angle of a sunset, right to left, and then 6 months later, at 55 degrees north, they see the exact same thing, only in reverse. Now it's moving left to right. Then what do you think that is? How could a flat earth explain symmetry like the globe does? How does the flat earth get away with, if at 50 degrees, I think it's 50 degrees, but we'll just say 50. At 50 degrees south, the flat earth calls for a line of or degree of longitude to be about 150 miles. Okay, 160 miles about. The globe earth tells us that it's 40 miles. Okay, so if we went down there and measured, I guarantee you, we're going to get 40 miles. How do we know that? Well, because everybody lives there. There's people there. So they haven't been lied to for hundreds of years and told that 40 miles is 140 and nobody's figured it out. Nobody got in their car to drive 40 miles and it took them 4 hours. And they're like, I have no idea what happened there. Should have taken me 40 minutes. So there's clear evidence there. And that's not even the worst as it gets. As you go further south, the lines of longitude, the degree of longitude on the globe gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So when you're down at 80 degrees south, where we were, a degree of longitude is down to like 13 miles. And on a flat earth, it's 210. So now you're almost talking 20 times incorrectness on distances. This would have caused so many deaths. This would have caused so much catastrophe that it would have been figured out in a week. Okay, it would have been figured out in a week that something's definitely wrong if we think that this walk that we're about to go on for 13 miles somehow has taken us 2 weeks. What happened? What's going on? Right? We don't, nothing happens like that because the earth is mapped on a sphere, so it is mapped correctly. So I don't know how many times you can tell these people this, and I've been trying to think of a way, and it would take them having some personal investment into it. Because let me explain something too, and maybe you noticed this. Did you guys notice that at the beginning of the TFE thing, everybody said that there was no 24-hour sun? But then slowly, as we got closer and closer and closer, people started to agree that there was a 24-hour sun. Even Eric Dubé came out and said, oh, Lloydie Blount says so. And so did you notice that? So like, if you force flat earthers to start looking into something, force them, then they can come to the right conclusion. However, if you don't force them, if you just don't even put pressure on them, then they have no reason to. Right? So everybody said, oh, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. But now if you look at when Witsit and I started to get close to the trip, when everybody, Z, Nachiketa, you name all these people, started to get closer and closer to the trip, they all started saying, oh, there is a 24-hour sun. There is a 24-hour. Even Austin and I were like, man, if this trip comes around, chances are we're going to see it. Because and then we were like looking into it, we were finding evidence of it, we were finding videos that we'd never found before. Well, it kind of tells you we were looking into it at that point. So I think you have to do something like that, and I don't know what it is that instigates that, but they say you can only really change somebody's mind through trauma, personal experience, or repetition, right? So personal experience is definitely what did it for me. You can't deny what you see. You just can't, like, your brain won't let you do that. It's like, no. I'll let you deny shit, Jeran, but not when you've seen it. Now you gotta hold on to that one. So anyway, let's go grab this and see if there's anybody over here. Is FE back? No, not at all. Not at all. It's done. It should be laughed at this point because they have no map. The AE map is done. It's gone. It's over. And so I don't know how to get this across to people because people will not admit it. They won't even say that it's true. I spent 6 months working on this problem to realize, oh, there is no other map. And you can do this yourself. Everybody at home, you want a fun job to do? Okay, draw a flat Earth map. You'd be like, oh, I could do that. Okay, so it's just flat, piece of paper, easy, right? Yep. What do we do? Lay out the continents? Yeah, let's start there. Okay, we lay out the continents, how the continents are. Lay out the Tropic of Capricorn, Cancer, the equator, and now tell me what that is. Ah, fuck, it's the AE map. Right. Okay, erase that. Do it again. Do it again. Do it totally different, though. Totally different flat Earth map no one's ever heard of. But don't we have to put the continents in the right order? Yes. Okay. And the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer and the equator? Yeah, they have to go on there. But isn't that going to be the AE map every time? Try it. All right, we'll draw it in a circle and fuck, it's the AE map. Yeah, that's it. That's the only flat map that there can be. The only thing you can do is you can put the North Pole at the outskirts and you can put the South Pole in the middle, at which point all of our observations make sense in the South Pole. However, then everything that's happened in the North and everything that we know exists in the North ceases to exist, and then you have a problem. So we know that the South Celestial Pole, the North Celestial Pole are real. We know that the South Pole and the North Pole are real, and we know that they converge to those spots. Okay, everybody at 80 degrees south in that circle that we were on would have looked in the sky and all seen the same thing. The only difference would be that the southernmost part of the sun would be different for every person, but it would be all in the same area. So those people all walking south would all end up at one spot. That spot is the South Pole. Okay, so that tells you that everything in the world converges to the South Pole, just like everything in the top converges to the North Pole. It's very simple. Debate Joe Hamby. Okay, upside down salad bowl versus. Okay. I did think. Did you guys think it was funny? Did you see Wiz Khalifa on Jimmy Kimmel? Jimmy Kimmel asked him about being a flat earther. And it was just kind of funny. But then Jimmy Kimmel brings out his album, and his album has a globe on it. He's like, what are you doing with the globe on your album if you're a flat earther? It's kind of funny. Hanvy's Tupperware superfluid will save flat earth. It might. But you forgot, you got to have a double-sided mirror. And perfect reflections, internal reflections. And have you used the new mathematics that's been invented by the Nobel Prize-winning physicist / pilot / pregnant man, Alfonso Soriano? If you haven't checked that out, good work being done over there at the Flat Earth University. Get your degree, move on up through the world. And he also has I think it's like a weightlifting regimen where you become an alpha male. Because when I think alpha male, I think Alfonso. That's what I do. I think it. Let's see what we got here. We got Jimmy Madison. Is that what it says? Jimmy Madison? Did I get that right? Jimmy, let me bring this over here. Since we can't see what I'm doing, Jimmy Madison. I tried to put the chat on the screen, but it's too hard for me to read still. I can't read that. Can't read it at all. Jimmy Madison says the 1,000 mile per hour sun over a pancake and predictability of tides by the globe model should have finished flat Earth right from the start. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it shouldn't have. I will debate any flat Earth out there, but they won't dare debate me, says Peter. Peter wants a debate. We've got Bernie says I must have missed so much. What do you mean? From the trip? I don't know. Have we moved on to 1 × 1 = 3 yet? Well, if you ask Terrence Howard, doesn't he say that 1 × 1 is 2? So, Hamby needs 5 flashlights and 17 reflections to create something that we've never seen outside. And then he's like, the sun is like moving on the back wall on the reflection. It's like, no, the sun went around us. It wasn't our reflection. We checked. Seeing if there's anybody else here I need to read. Oh, look at that. It scrolls with you over there. Let's see. Interesting. Witsit has set him up where the globe community would be less receptive of him than we are Jeran. Yeah, that might be part of it. And he may have used me as Jeran, go flip and see what happens. And then he saw what happened. He's like, I'm not doing that. Just seeing if anybody else here. Yeah, Witsit literally told me that the 24-hour Antarctic sun proves the globe, but still says flat. Well, I actually heard, and I guess it was from my own footage. I won't be able to find it right now. Will I? Yeah, actually show it. Melodome put a clip in of my 6-hour footage that I don't remember being in there, but it showed Witsit talking and saying that the It looked like everything we saw was globe, which it was. So, I mean, that's the thing. Here's what I don't understand about, in Witsit, it's like, I know you don't get why I didn't flip. Well, here's why. Is every single observation that we made on that trip, every single prediction of the globe, everything that was dictated by the globe happened exactly. And the flat earth didn't happen once. So that's peculiar. Is that kind of woke me up to like, oh shit, we've been so freaking drastically wrong. So it was just a no-brainer, but I can't imagine staying a flat earther. I don't know how I would do it. I don't think you could. Let's see what this is. Let's
And
look
there's all the time.
Yeah, Melodome's like, yeah. I
I
mean,
did 28 hours of mission.
the third rock from the sun sounds stupid.
Sorry, bring this over
Like,
here.
6 hours of
it looks like a
mission.
globe to me.
Kid behind me kicking my seat.
Up Melodome?
Across the road.
Yeah.
2 babies. It was like the night.
I haven't heard
Well, his
Lizzie's
sun
voice
stuff
in a while. Lizzie,
makes the
Lizzie.
sun look like it's physical. Makes the
Yeah,
sun look like it's
I'm not coming in.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
that's
I'm
not
bringing it
a
exclusive.
sphere.
It's nice.
Like if you have it, yeah, but if there was like a sphere that's spinning
If I was a big
No.
and it was in a paired position, you'd see the same exact thing. Like,
But you wouldn't see it upside down ever.
no, that would be like weird.
And there's all the time.
Yeah, Melodome's like,
Seats. I did
yeah. I mean,
28 hours of mission.
the third rock from the
Then
sun
actually
sounds
28 hours
stupid.
to flying.
Like,
6 hours of
it looks like a
mission.
globe to me.
Kid behind me kicking my seat.
Up Melodome?
Across the road.
Yeah.
2 babies. It was like the night.
Well, his sun stuff makes the sun look like it's physical. Makes the
Yeah.
sun look like it's
I'm not
a
coming in.
Yeah, but that's not
a
exclusive.
sphere.
It's nice.
Like if you have it, yeah, but if there was like a sphere that's spinning
If I was a big.
No.
and it was in a paired position, you'd see the same exact thing. Like,
But you wouldn't see it upside down ever.
no, that would be like weird.
And there's all the time.
Yeah, Melodome's like,
Seats. I did
yeah. I mean,
28 hours of mission.
the third rock from the
Then
sun
actually
sounds
28 hours
stupid.
to flying.
Like,
6 hours of
it looks like a
mission.
globe to me.
Kid behind me kicking my seat.
Up Melodome?
Across the road.
Yeah.
2 babies. It was like the night.
Well, his sun stuff makes the sun look like it's physical. Makes the
Yeah.
sun look like it's
I'm not
a
coming in.
Yeah, but that's not
a
exclusive.
sphere.
It's nice.
Like if you have it, yeah, but if there was like a sphere that's spinning
If I was a big.
No.
and it was in a paired position, you'd see the same exact thing. Like,
But you wouldn't see it upside down ever.
no, that would be like,
What's weird is that,
And there's all the time.
yeah,
the way they talk about it being an apparent sun, which is, if you've noticed, I've never said that. And when people started saying that 6 months before the trip, I was like, okay, so they're like, but the globe uses an apparent sun. I'm like, yeah. They use an apparent sun because the sun drifts back and forth because of the analemma. And so, like, people, I don't even know if people realize that. Like, the sun is not exact. You know, it's not like, oh, it's exactly 24 hours a day. It goes around, it's exactly 24. No, it kind of varies a little bit longer, a little shorter. So it kind of goes a little past, a little back. And so we use an apparent sun when they need it. But you're talking about the difference of a half a degree. You're talking about the tiniest little shift to make it easier for calculations. Whereas what they're talking about is moving it 30,000 miles. It's moving it from, oh, it's over Australia. Oh, actually, we need it on the back wall in Antarctica. So move it 30,000 miles and just duplicate it. And then St. Pierre, or I like how I've seen people start calling him Shame St. Pierre. Mr. Shame, I mean, I heard him yesterday say something like, oh, and Jeran, I just want to hear him one time say something that's not fallacious. I mean, this guy who has just stolen from Walter Bislin, slapped a flat earth logo on it and been like, oh, look at it, it works on the flat earth now that we have 2 suns, and we just happen to have one of the suns in the place where the globe predicts one sun will be. Occam's razor right there, right? So it's one sun, globe, where it should be, or 2 suns, one where the globe says, and then one flat earth sun, just because, for shits and giggles, I guess. I don't know what else it's for. Were you a big fan of Antarctica, Enrique? What
Why
did you
you
think?
go Antarctica,
Yeah.
Jefe? Looking for brain? No está ahí, güey.
That's rude. That is rude. The guy's just a little bit saucy. I think he's had one too many Coronas today. All right, let us get going. Oh, I said I was going to find something for you, and I didn't. Oh, this is broken. Great. Can an apparent sun give Witsit a sunburn or change the solar-powered tents? Yes. Or charge. Sorry. Absolutely. That's the thing, is that the apparent sun has all the properties of the real sun, and it is photographed as the real sun, and it has the same some spots as the real sun. So it's apparently it. I don't know. And then what did? And then remember when Z said he was like having on my show, and he's just like having a meltdown, and he's like, the opposite of apparent is actual, or something. It's like, what? It's like the opposite of apparent is actual. I'm like, no, it's not. What are you talking about? Where did you get your information? Witsit is too embedded in the community. His wife is a flat earther. His family was built on that cult. Getting out without convincing her first is almost impossible for him, in my opinion. Did Occam ever clean his razor? I hope so, or else he's gotten some cuts. Shimon, Jeran, what if later it comes out that there's actually really 2 suns? What does that mean? Well, it'll never come out. Again, we have eyes, we have cameras, we have equipment. So do you realize the impossibility of what you're saying? How could there be 2 suns? Where do they split off? When do they become 2? Is it always 2? And why would they have the same sunspots? Why would they be exactly the same? It literally is an impossibility. So this is what's called cope, right? This is when you're just grasping at straws now, rather than just admit that there's not 2 suns, because no one's ever filmed 2 suns. Yes, they did. Crow filmed 2 suns. You mean that lens reflection? I mean, come on. It doesn't look like a second sun. It's always next to the sun. There's not, and even if it, let's say Crow is filming a second sun, well, that second sun is very near the other sun, not 30,000 miles away. And the ones that I've seen Crow films with his hydrogen alpha telescope. He's never filmed 2 suns with the hydrogen alpha. He doesn't have 2 suns. They both have surface features and they both have prominences and all that. No, doesn't happen. Yeah, we have telescopes. Thank you. You can actually watch the sun. You could get behind the sun in an airplane and probably follow it pretty closely. I mean, you're not going to keep up, but you could come close. Why would 2 suns mean the Earth is flat? He's just saying because you need 2 suns at this point, because now we've debunked the 1 sun. So the only other option is 2 or 10 or 75. Wouldn't that just mean there are 2 suns? Yeah, but then you could, if there were 2 and one of them happened to be above Australia while the other one was on the back wall of Antarctica, then you could start to explain what we saw in the south. That's all. Can we actually see the reflectors that were left on the moon? No. You mean see them with your eyes? No. Bob Noodle discovered his second sun too. Thanks, Boob. I don't know about that. The second sun is an apprentice plumber. All right, I like it. It's pretty good. The second sun, I don't know. Yeah, that's good. Well, they say when the planet X comes around, we see 2 suns. I'm with you, though, Jeran. There is no way flat Earth works with what you've seen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is the thing. I want people to realize, too, I'm very open to anything when it comes to evidence. So, yeah, if there's another planet out there, if there's a second sun, if there's some sort of a counter-Earth, great. I'm all for it. I'm not going to tell you that it doesn't exist. I'm just going to say I haven't seen any evidence of it. So, evidence is key. Without that, you don't have much. You don't have much. Notice Witsit named every fallacy except shifting the goalpost. Funny that. We're going to go through that. It was not joyful. Crow and one other guy that made a joke about the second sun. Oh yeah, I remember. Right. So you've seen that where the guy's talking about, he's showing that they actually think that's a real thing. That the guy's like he wouldn't have been fired for that or something. I mean, he's just saying like, oh, that's the second sun that NASA doesn't want to tell you about, and everybody runs with that and says it's real. It's like that's not real. It's not real at all. Let me see here if we've got anything else for you. This one here. So anyway, yeah, we do have do we have any selling points to go? I still have it up if you want to be the last person to donate to Mellowdome to get his telescope. It is tinyurl.com/mellowdome1. But after today, I'm going to be pulling it. Oh, what do we got going on tomorrow? If you're not a VIP yet, shame. Shame on you. Shame in you and shame St. Pierre should be friends. That's what I think of anybody who's not a VIP. But we do have VIP tomorrow. It's the 1st and 3rd Saturday of every single month where we get together on Zoom, hang out, argue. We got a couple flat earthers left. There's flat earthers left in my VIP group, but most I think have come over. And tomorrow we've got the one, the only, Jonathan Mariande, who will be joining us. We always have a member of the community jump on and meet you guys and say hello, and you guys can ask questions and have conversations. So if you don't know who Jonathan is, he is the documentarian, the filmmaker, the film producer behind the TFE documentary, which I don't even know. What is the name of it again? I don't know. But he'll be able to give us some updates on that. How far away are we from seeing that? And you guys can ask him any questions you want about the trip. He's a real funny guy. We had a great time together. I think he's awesome. Really happy that he went. So the VIP is awesome. You get all my videos are on Telegram. They're uploaded the next day. All my videos are done in MP3 format, so you can listen to them as podcasts the next day. There's all kinds of old stuff in there. There's private chat groups. There's singles group. There's fitness group. And then, like I said, we get together on the 1st and 3rd Saturdays at noon. 2 Saturdays ago, we had Culture Cats joined us. The one before that, I don't remember who was there. There's a big list of people that have been there. We had all the flat earthers, but now obviously they're not wanting to come by. I wonder why. So it's been a little bit more globe earth centric. We did have Duffy recently. We did have McKeegan. We did have Toon. So we got a lot of people over there. But if you want to come by, feel free. What about the long distances captured that don't work with the curvature formula given, just refraction? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what we're learning is that anybody that, if you go look into any of those, they're all fabricated. They're all wrong. Nathan Thompson is lurking outside of a school. Scary. Oh, sorry. Nathan Thompson posted on Facebook yesterday that he was at Lake Tahoe and he was showing that he could see across the lake. But of course, the problem with that is he was showing the resort there that's hundreds of feet off the water. So where's the bottom of the whole, all the land? Well, it's hidden behind the curvature of the earth. So it's like these things where they leave that out. Or one time he took a picture of Atlanta from, I don't know, remember where, somewhere near there, whatever. It was like 80 miles away. And he's like, look, we could see this from 80 miles, therefore, the earth's flat. But he didn't tell anybody that he was 4,300 feet high, right? And then when you put that into the curve calculator, what do you know? So yeah, I would say that there isn't really that many examples of like glaring problems. There is some Canigoo. I believe refraction has to play into that one. What are some of the other seeing too fars? But if you look at Melodome's work, Melodome took a globe in his kitchen and just put a piece of a piece of lens in between his camera and the globe. And when you do that, anything that's behind the edge of the globe lifts up enough that you can see it. And from the camera view, you cannot. Well, the lens works as an atmosphere. The atmosphere works as a lens. So therefore, we shouldn't be surprised if you do see a little bit further. Because think about it. That number, the 8 inches per mile squared, is something that's mathematical with no accounting for any atmosphere. It's like you're drawing the earth on paper, right? Well, that's not how we live life. We have eyes that have to see through a medium, and the medium changes the direction of light, and we can actually see further than the geometric numbers tell us. So anyway, if you want to become a flat earther, don't do that. If you want to become a VIP, you want to do that. Go to wap.com/Jeranism. That would be awesome. And give it a try. See if you like it. Come on over, say hi to the people, support the channel, support the show, and all that fun stuff. And meet Jonathan Mariande tomorrow. That'll be at noon Pacific. And I always post that. And if you're a VIP member of the YouTube channel, you also get the link to attend. So that is also a possibility. If you don't want to be if you don't use Telegram. If you use Telegram, you definitely want to go to WAP. It's nice. It gives you all the little features. All right. So that's what I wanted to get across as far as that goes. And good. And then let me see. Do I have to go get my iPad? I think I do because I had some notes on there that I'm not going to remember if I don't to go get it. So I'll just play a quick song here while you wait. Should we play that one? That's kind of cool. How long is that one? I don't know. Let's do this one. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we'll get into the show. This is Jeranism Friday Unplugged.
Yo, welcome to the corner where the freaks all speak, where the woke and the broke meet once a week. Got preachers, teachers, flat earth believers, dudes on soapboxes dropping wild thesis. One guy screaming about the lizard elite, another dude claiming that birds ain't real meat. Karen's on the mic trying to cancel the Pope, while a dude with no teeth says the moon's a hoax. A mic check, 1, 2, let's go. Say what you want, don't hold back, bro. Truth or lies, we'll never know, but grab the mic and steal the show. Yo, look, here comes a dude in a tinfoil cap, saying AI's taking over, it's all a trap. Then a stoner with a bong saying, bro, relax. Aliens built pyramids, that's straight up facts. A feminist screaming, men ain't shit, next to a pimp talking about monetize your bitch. And in the back, there's a Jesus guy telling me I need to pray before I die. Nah, I'm good. A mic check, 1, 2, let's go. Say what you want, don't hold back, bro. Truth or lies, we'll never know, but grab the mic and steal the show. This spot got scholars, gangsters, preachers, hobos, weirdos, OnlyFans teachers, a vegan and a butcher about to throw hands, while a nudist in the back yells, fuck your pants. Man, I love this place, so raw, so real. Everybody talking about how they feel. No rules, no filter, no fucks given. Some preach hate, some preach living. But hey, that's life, that's the street where madmen and prophets meet. So if you got something to say, step up and shine. Just know, once you drop the mic, it's mine. Man, I love this place, so raw, so real. Everybody talking about how they feel. No rules, no filter, no fucks given. Some preach hate, some preach living. But hey, that's life, that's the street where madmen and prophets meet. So if you got something to say, step up and shine. Just know, once you drop the mic, it's mine.
All right, we are back. We're back. Hopefully you enjoyed that little ditty. I got my iPad. We're ready to go then. We are good to go. Let's see. We close that down. We're good. Do we have anything else to do there? No. So we got a couple of things. It's all going to be about losers in the flat Earth or losses in the flat Earth because there's been a few. So we're going to cover a few well-known names today before we get to the Witsit portion. We've got a couple things to do, I believe. But just to let you know what's going on as far as the show, it's going to be continue on Fridays. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I do want to continue the Unplugged show, the Unplugged series, if you will. It is a fun way to spend a Friday night, and you should buckle up. You should definitely prepare yourselves because this is my no-holds-barred, kind of in-your-face show where I can get out what I want to get out, get the information out that I want to get out. And Flat Earth is fucking dead. It should be dead. The debate's over. The model is a joke. It doesn't exist. And the people that I used to be friends with, who I now realize were never friends, aren't the sharpest crayons in the shed. Okay? They can't even agree on what shape the flat Earth is anymore. How can you claim to have the truth when you don't even have a map? You don't have a model. But how do you have the truth? They say they have the truth. They want to go into debates, but they're like, well, we don't have a map or model. Oh. So just a mental construct or something? You can't say like what it looks like or anything. So that's kind of like beyond pathetic. They really have no clue, and they just spew a bunch of bullshit. This whole new, imagine they were saying you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. 2 weeks later, here's Shane and Alan saying, we looked at this star in the sky, and it tells us the shape of the Earth. And then that's all that Witsit used for his entire debate. That was like his entire proof. Some stupid celestial theodolite that isn't even what they say it is. Doesn't always match the flat Earth. And just move the person a little further or a little closer, and then guess what? Then it matches a globe. So all they do is block anyone that's actually trying to help them or tell them some information. And then they cry like babies when somebody calls them out. Grow the fuck up, kids. The truth is that they've stopped trying to argue. It's just like angry, frustrated mental patients, sadly. It's just one big lie fest after another. Make up anything they can. When they can't defend their nonsense, they just shut people down, block them, scream like a bunch of whiny little brats. They've turned the whole thing into a goddamn kindergarten playground. These so-called truthers are a bunch of scared little bitches who can't handle real evidence. The worst kind of intellectual cowardice, and it's honestly pathetic. Think about me. I was a truther. Went down to Antarctica on behalf of the truthers. Went down there and brought back the truth and got ostracized by the entire group. What? I thought the goal was the truth. No. The goal is not the truth if you're a truther. The goal is your truth. Or whatever truth the cult is currently pushing at the time. All they have left are echo chambers, guys. Where they jerk each other off with the same tired old bullshit. They're using the same Kleenex tissues each. It's getting gross. They've got nothing to back up claims. And the only thing they know how to do is call anyone who disagrees with them a shill, a bot, a liar. And not to actually take what anybody says and play it out. We're going to look at Flatzoid today, too. And you got to hear these guys. Like, I'll just say in my video something about, oh, yeah, and we're going to look, if you're looking west and the sun goes down, then they get so confused. They're like, what direction are we looking? We can't look in every direction. Jerry, you gotta say what direction. It's like, did you hear me say you're looking at the sunset west? You fucking losers. They have to be doing it on purpose. They cannot be that dumb. If they are, feel bad. But you know what? All this lies, all the TFE didn't happen. Oh, it's all, you're a shill, all that, fuck all that. They are too afraid to face reality. They know they're wrong. And instead of admitting it, they're just going to cling on to their bullshit like a security blanket because their audience likes it. It's sad. At the end of the day, they are nothing but a bunch of deluded, rude, childish morons who refuse to grow up. They're embarrassing themselves. And anyone still following them is pretty much not very smart. If you're still buying into anything flat earth crap, you're just fucking lost as they are. Now, I get it. It sounds very weird coming from me. How could Jeran be flipping? He just was saying he's one of us, and now he's saying that we're all losers and liars. Okay, because I've seen. I had to step out of it. You'll notice. You'll see. Because believe me, in 10 years, you will not be a flat earther unless you could die. But I mean, before that, you're going to realize how wrong you are. It just takes time because there'll be nothing else. There's nothing coming in the next months. If you think there's something coming in a year or in 2 years, that's going to make the flat earth, you're very confused. There is no other map. The map that they have has been debunked. It has been falsified. It's over. It's over. The shit's done. Let's go, Or you're just going to be left looking like a clown. And you don't want to be that person. Get out now or continue to waste time. And I get the people who are like, yeah, but the community is what's great. The community is, okay, I get that. So you can be in a community without believing something that's false. You can still be in a community that's anti-government, that's against it. You can still do all that. You don't need to believe in a false idea of the world. It's actually simple. They cannot lie to you about the shape of the earth. They cannot. They didn't. The only people who can lie to you about the shape of the earth is yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jeranism Friday Unplugged. It's the best way to spend a Friday next to in bed with your lovely sweetheart. I got to do both. So, yeah, how about that? I don't know. You'll have to decide what was your priority. I had my priority. But sometimes we have two priorities. So, anyway, it is time for the best show on the interwebs. It's Friday Unplugged. Welcome to the show. Let's get it started. And it starts right about now. Let's go. Hit it.
F you to the stress, to the grind, F you to the haters. Every time F you to the drama, to the hype, F you to the mainstream, pushing lies. Unplugged from the majors. It's Friday night, unplugged with Mr. Honest and sometimes right. F you to the left, to the right, and F you to the elite parasite. F you to the noise, F you to the fakes, F you to all you weak snowflakes. Friday unplugged, unfiltered and real. Are you offended? How you feel? F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged.
All right. All right, Jeranism Friday Unplugged. It is usually on Fridays at 3 p.m. Today we're doing a late version, but we are here nonetheless. Enrique's here, which is always good news. Enrique, you okay? Making sure everything's good. Yes?
How many times? How many times you believe Earth was flat, cabron? Let me slide just once.
What? I don't know what he's talking about. Unfortunately, he's got a mind that just, you never know what's going to come out. You never know what he's going to say.
I believe in the globe because my balls are round too. Coincidence? No lo creo.
Yeah, believe in the globe because your balls are round. That's a good one. That's a good one. If they are round, so is the earth. I agree. All right, let's get on with the show. We're going to start out, and let's bring this on. I think we're good. That's a lot on the screen. Isn't it like noisy? I don't like it. It's loud. Let's just go with this camera for a second. Let's go a little bit more calm. Oh, okay, relax. This feels a little better. All right, so we're going to start with something that we have not had in a while. And I believe you know what that is. It is a ode to the dirtbags. Okay, we started out with Dirtball of the Week, and then we realized that the biggest dirtball of the year was Dave Weiss. And then we thought, well, dirt sounds like dearth, and then we went with the Dearth Ball of the week, which is just hilarious. It's really funny stuff. 1 second, I'm just making sure we got this part set up. We did, but we don't now. There we go. And who do you think got it this week? Have you go ahead and guess in the chat? There is a Dearth Ball of the week. Who do you think got it? Who did something Dearth Ball? Who talked some shit that they shouldn't have? Do you have any ideas? We're going to get it started right here as soon as I put this in. Yes, there we go. He is well known in the community. He is a little bit strange and very strange the more I've been paying attention. But let's see who people guessed. Ball bag of the week, that'd be me. Dearth Ball of the decade, that'd be Dave. Somebody says Shane, or Shame if you will. Weiss can SAFND. Nice, Steve. There we go. Steve, welcome. I did like your video, by the way, Steve. I do agree with what you had to say, too. See if we got anybody here. I don't see anybody who's picked it yet. What did I say? He did. Then he begged for... Oh, I got you. He did. I couldn't say no to him. He had 17 kids, he says. And plus his wife is heavy set and she eats a lot. So, you know that. All right, let's get it on with the one and only, who's going to be Dearth Ball of the week. Oh, wait, we might have a sound problem. There we go. I fixed it. We're good.
Try to be best, well, this week you're the man. Yeah, there's no way that you can escape it. Hard to believe you went and did that stuff. Such a dirt ball, that's a mistake. History repeats itself. Try hard and you'll succeed. Every Friday when we name another dirt ball of the week. You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirt ball levels are just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirt ball down.
No, watch out for the shovel. Oh, got it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Dirt Ball of the week is Eric Dubé. The Ladyboy, Wing Chun, plagiarist, hideout king. No friends. Nobody likes him. Does his own moderation. Sits in the comments and cleans them up. Ladies and gentlemen, your Dirt Ball of the week is Eric Dubé.
You're the best around. The very best dirt ball pound for pound. You're the best around. Not just in your town, you're world renowned. You're the best around. It wasn't even close, you won hands down.
The guy's been a problem since he's been here. Way back in 2014. Not a good guy. Kind of out there. We're going to look at some things that he said this week on an interview. Guy's very confused. And Dirt Ball of the week, for sure.
You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirt ball levels are just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirt ball down.
Yeah, it goes without saying. Yeah, guys, it's Eric Dubé. You sure? Yeah, Eric Dubé. Yep, Dirt Ball. Where is he? There? Eric? Dirt Ball. What? I'm no Dirt Ball. What are you talking about, man? I was the first one here, man. You ever seen my website? I'm the one who came up with first, man. I copied 200 proofs. Man, I just wrote exactly the same thing as the other guys did. Around. Sorry, I get into this song. It's very fun. All right. Why is Eric Dubé the Dirt Ball of the week? Let me bring him up for you here in a second if I can find where it is. No, sorry, that's on the thing. I'm going to put it there. Where is it? There it is. All right. That's enough. Quiet down. We heard that. We heard the song. We heard it. We got it. We heard the song. We got it. Heard it. Got it. All right. Dirt Ball of the week, Eric Dubé, because he was on this interview It's called Shining a Black Light on the Flat Earth Community. It is on Eric Dubay's channel. I guess this is some new guy in the community, some other confused person who believed a bunch of liars and became a flat earther. Congratulations on that one. Hope you don't waste too much time in there, but I know that you might. So at the beginning of this interview, we're not going to listen to much. We're just going to listen to him say a complete and total. First of all, I want to know what the pillow's about. Did anybody else know how to sit on a couch? Everybody right now, go sit on a couch and tell me, do you put a pillow behind your head? Just sit on the freaking couch, Eric. Just sit on the couch like a normal human being. Does he have like back issues? Does anybody know? Is he like in a wheelchair? Is he like Stephen Hawking or something? Not really sure. But let's hear what he's got to say here.
Willing to promote other people's platforms.
Yeah, thanks. I agree. On my podcast, I like to have smaller channels and just my subscribers and supporters and people that are in the flat earth movement but don't have such a big voice.
Why does he look so weird? Why is that so weird? Am I the only one? Why is he all like... Why is he like doing the weird thing with the pillow? Can't he just sit up?
That's kind of the main people I would rather talk to versus these people who have either been propped up or they end up debating these Globers, and then they're just promoting.
Oh, they debated Globers? Gross.
Promoting their channels. I don't see that that's very productive at all. And I don't think I have a big ego, and I don't think that I don't want to share the stage. But what it is, coming from their perspective.
Okay, ready? Here's what it is. Here's what we hate about him.
Is that I do have issues with a few of the bigger flat earth channels.
Oh, do you have issues, Eric?
Popped up right after I came along.
Yeah, well, that's how people, when they come onto YouTube, if they're after you, they just pop up. Where do you expect them to come from, Eric? Where'd you expect me to come from? If I start making videos, I just pop up.
And, I knew this would happen.
I knew this would happen. I knew that people would just pop up after me on YouTube.
Going back to Robotham, he had his thing with Alfred Russel Wallace.
Wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about. Robotham didn't have anything with Alfred Russel Wallace. You're thinking of Tom Hampton.
And they had this big... They ended up going to court.
It's Tom Hampton. It has nothing to do with Robotham.
Police involved, and neither of them conceded. And then you've got like Ferrari and Charles Johnson, the Flat Earth Society and the International Flat Earth Research Society. In other words, there's always a genuine camp of flat earthers, and then there's always this controlled opposition or this disingenuous disinformation.
So remember that, what he's saying. There's disinformation, disingenuous. There's this group of people that... So, like, if we could go through his 200 proofs and show them all to be wrong, then guess who that person is? Guess who the liar shill is?
Camp of people who pretend to be flat earthers, but then over time expose themselves for who they're truly working for. For example, one recent one is Jeranism, who I've called out since 2015 from things that I've noticed in his content. And then he goes on, along with Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer in 2018, to go along with a group of 3 Globe Earth proponents.
Who are the group of 3 Globe Earth proponents? What are you talking about? This guy's so confused, he doesn't even know what's going on in life. By the way, did you know he came out of Washington, D.C. at around the same time as they would have needed some sort of a psyop to get rid of the ideas behind the principle, the movie? Lots of reasons why he would just come out of nowhere and be... he already had a book written, which is weird. I've been told that he is actually multiple people in his forum, that he is 2 of the moderators himself. Been told by people who know because they are former moderators. And that he does... So if you've ever been on his forum, and he'll make a post, and then immediately after that comes another 2 admins to be like, he's right, Eric is the greatest. Eric, can we suck your dick, Eric, please?
Who are filming a documentary, they get paid.
Who got paid?
To support 3 Globe Earthers.
So we got paid to support 3. So remember, this guy is lying to you, trying to pretend like he's some great truther.
And then it's a mockumentary. It's absolutely awful. And it's promoted by Netflix, so everybody sees...
Man, this guy is flamboyant as fuck.
...it, so everybody looks to laugh at the flat earthers. And Jeranism, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, they sold out to these Globers to make this mockumentary. And then after the fact, as I said, they would...
Look at his hands, my goodness. Didn't realize that he was very little cum si cum sa.
...do they go, "Oh, we didn't know they'd make us look bad. Oh, we thought they'd be fair and balanced. Oops." And even if you're going to give them that, what does Jeran do now in 2024? He goes along with this final...
What does Jeran do? He goes and verifies our beliefs. He goes and checks up if we're right. What a loser.
Experiment thing. Again, a group of globers trying to put flat Earth to bed, as Will Duffy said, and they go along with their whole scheme.
No, we went and checked. There's no scheme. 100% above board. We weren't told you can't film this, you can't film. We were allowed to do whatever we wanted.
And then Jeran believes it, apparently. Now
believes it. I saw it. What do you mean?
He's back to the globe. He's not...
Oh, now he's back to the globe. That could never happen.
A flat earther anymore. And we're all dumb. Now he's acting just like all the typical globers. 10 years of flat earthing. Now he's just completely flipped the script. And
yep, because we were wrong. That's what you do when you're a man. You admit you're wrong, you move on.
Sounds like your typical brainwashed globe earther who's never heard a flat earth argument in his life.
The difference is I've heard them all.
And this is what I have a problem with. I don't have
Wait a second. That's what you have a problem with? I thought but you've had a problem with me the whole time. This just happened. What about the previous 10 years?
Big ego. I don't think I have a problem sharing the stage. I just am a truth teller.
He's a truth teller. Let's write this down. Eric Dubé is a truth teller. So everything he says must be true, even though he's lied in this already the first 2 minutes of this damn
interview.
interview.
I got into this in the first place.
That's why I got into this in the first place.
So when I see people telling lies,
I see people
spouting disinformation.
Oh, I wanted to see somebody say the disinformation.
I'm going to call it out.
Oh,
that's what they have a problem.
Okay, let's remember this. He says if he sees somebody he's going to call out disinformation. How about the fact of when we said we were going down to Antarctica, he changed his 200 proofs. Just changed them. He just said, oh, well, actually, it doesn't matter if you see a 24-hour sun because Lady Blount said in 1980 or 1895 that she saw one and that they knew about. So what are you talking about? That's in your book, 200 proofs. So you're a flip-flopper. You don't stand behind your own work. You pretend that you didn't ever write that. You're a joke. Dirtball, supreme.
Problem with, but they're not going to tell you that.
What the hell was that? Can I see that arm again?
So when I see people telling lies and I see people spouting disinformation, I'm going to call it out. And that's what they have a problem with. But they're not going to tell you that.
What is with the hand movements?
That's my perspective. People telling lies.
Sorry, I like the hand movements.
Spouting disinformation, I'm going to call it out. And that's what they have a problem with. But they're not going to tell you that. That's my perspective. From their perspective, they just think, oh, Eric's calling, whatever. If you're these people I'm calling out, that's my perspective. From their perspective, they just think, oh, Eric's calling, whatever. If you're these people I'm calling out, of course they're not going to have the same perspective I do. But if you don't hear from me and all you hear is what they're saying, then yeah, maybe it sounds that way. Maybe it sounds like I'm this untouchable guy that doesn't want to share the stage with anyone.
How about the fact that you were
if you don't hear,
you were invited to every single Flat Earth conference and you didn't go to any of them. So you have made that decision yourself. And no, you're not a very likable person.
From me and all you hear is what they're saying, then yeah, maybe it sounds that way. Maybe it sounds like
so you could go on to the rest of this. He loves to say some stupid shit, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. He just wins Dirtball of the Week for basically saying that he is a truth teller. But let me show you something. We're going to bring up where did I put that? Oh shoot, I have it saved over here. I just want to go through a couple, okay? Because again, if he's a truth teller and all he cares about is the truth and he calls out bullshit when he sees it, then if we call out bullshit in his book, then we have the upper hand. Because what it means is that he's full of shit, that he's a plagiarist. By the way, his entire 200 Proofs book, which everybody loves and thinks is like the magnum opus of the Flat Earth, is a copy of Robotham and Carpenter's work. Almost word for word. In fact, he gets so many things wrong in that book that it becomes painful. Where is my damn PDF folder? There it is. And let's go by date modified. There we go. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for 200 Proofs The Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Mr. Eric Duguay. Let's see here. Oh, you got it on the screen already. How about that? Move this over a little bit. All right, so we're just going to... Why is it so... Hold on, I got to fix this damn thing. Oh, it's because I'm on YouTube and it's going to screw up the screen. It's all right. We'll fix it later. Oops, there we go. All right, just want to be able to read the whole book here. We're going to go through just the first couple of these, and then once you realize that they're all garbage, then you will never think of this book again in any positive light. Bayark Dubé, great. Okay, so here's his. Can I never get the size of the screen right? Screen this down a little bit. Okay, so we're just going to look at a couple of these. How about the first one here? Saying that the horizon always perfectly flat, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. That is a literal impossibility. Okay? It's impossible that you would see flat for 360 degrees around an observer because our eyes work as the radius of a circle. Think about it. Your eyesight, you can only see the same distance in every direction. So what does that create? It creates a circle. It creates a circle. Okay? So the idea of the horizon being perfectly flat, look at he says perfectly. Everybody knows that's not true. Even flat earthers know that's not true. They know that these pictures that are in his book are false. What is this picture down here? Bullshit. It's not real. These are not real photos. Okay, he's stretched them out or done something. It looks ridiculous. And he says only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake CGI videos, except for you can find people with balloons that show curvature. Now, again, I'm not even saying that the curvature means it's a sphere, but the curvature is because of our eyes. We can see 360 degrees in every direction. That's a circle. So he's already lied in number one. Number two, the horizon always rises to eye level. Bullshit. It's not true. You can find tons of videos from planes that show you that the horizon drops as you go up. In fact, if you go to Ruhif or anybody who's got a theodolite, they will show you that no matter how much you go up, it will always drop the horizon. Why is that? Because you live on a sphere. Okay. He says here that you also never have to look down to see it. Yes, you do. And in fact, you have to see the sun sometimes below you. I've seen planes that show the sun below the plane. How is that possible on a flat Earth? Let's keep going. See what other nonsense we have. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. True. If Earth were a giant sphere, tilted, wobbling, and hurling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. Yes, they would. He doesn't understand a sphere. A sphere is a consistently level surface. So you don't even understand what you're talking about. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, which doesn't work in any kind of map, model, or anything, let's keep going. So far, he's not doing too well. I think so far he hasn't got one right. So that's pretty good. 0 for 3 is not bad. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course. Yes. North, south, east, and west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. Yes. If the Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be possibly flowing uphill. What are you talking about? No rivers flow uphill. For example, the Mississippi is 3,000 miles, would have to descend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. That's dumb. He's basically describing the Earth as if it's a mound with the peak of it at the equator or something. I don't even know what he's getting at there. Let's read the next one. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles within the fall of only 1 foot. What difference does that make? How does that make it flat? I don't think these people. Now I'm like looking like, how did I ever believe any of this? And I don't think I ever even read this book. It's like, oh, he's got 200 proofs. Because so far we are not looking good. I want to look at the Nile River though, because what does it say? So a portion for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Yeah, but it's going to fall in the direction. That's the direction that the river flows. Can guarantee that. Okay, let's go where I'll just type in Nile. I know where it's at, but just make it quick. Here we go to the Nile. And we're going to use the line tool, but we're going to use, whoops, hold on, I got to get that back up here. There it is. We're going to use the path tool so that we can look at the, can you see that if I put it there? Yeah. So we're going path. And now we're just going to draw a little path here, and we're going to see if we can find this area where he says 1,000 miles. Go here, here, here. Let's go with the elevation profile. Boom. I know you can't see it. It always does that. Let me see if I can grab this from the bottom. Ah. Come on. I didn't want to grab that. Okay, there we go. Just bring that up a little bit. A little bit more. Just so we can see the bottom of it. There we go. Now we're looking at the elevation profile. All right. No, we're not ready yet. We're still going. Where are we? Here. Oops. Sorry, I screwed up. We're clearing that. We're starting over. I doubled my path. All right. So we're going here, to 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 here. There. We're going to see and if this can tell us anything about, oops, I went over land there. Get back over the water. Get back over the water. Okay, to here, to here. How far is that? So we've only gone 500 miles. He said there's 1,000. Yeah, right. I mean, what is this guy talking about? He's just lying. 1,000 miles. Let's just go down here, here. All right, let's just look at that. Now, if you notice down here the elevation profile, does anybody want to guess which direction do you think this river flows? Does it flow to the right or does it flow to the left? You tell me. Should be quite easy to figure out, does this river flow this way or to the right? Because he said sometimes they flow uphill. Well, clearly the river flows here. If you look at which way is this going? So is this the, yeah. So it's going to be going to the north. So let's just search and see if that's right. But we already know it. How could it not be? Which direction does the Nile flow? The Nile River flows north, south to north. What do you know? What do you know about that? It's weird. Matches exactly what you would think. It originates in the highland of East Africa near Lake Victoria, flows northward through several countries, including Uganda, Sudan, Egypt, before emptying into the Mediterranean Sea. So isn't that weird that it matches perfectly with what we just drew? There is no 1,000-foot stretch that only goes up a foot or whatever he said. This is what the river does. It's going from 500 feet all the way down to sea level. So again, I mean, this is just his bullshit nonsense that people have believed, and he's lying. So one portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the Western Africa Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of ball Earth, has nothing. What are you talking about? Would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. That's not the way the globe works. Retard. Retard. Enrique, when I say retard, if you have that ready, can you next time have it ready? We have a couple sound effects for retard. Yeah.
Because you're retarded.
Thank you. It's a little late though. Do the retard alert one. There you go.
Retard alert.
Thank you. Enrique, he's always on it, just a little late. He's always on it, sometimes late. If the Earth were a ball of 25,000 miles, as the astronomy claims, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward and easily measurable 8 inches per mile squared. So just because Eric Dubay says it's easily measurable doesn't mean that it is. For 660 feet, which is quite a long distance, 2 full football fields, the curvature of the Earth is 1/8 of an inch. Everybody hold an eighth of an inch. Well, everybody hold an inch in your hands. Little inch. Now make it 1/8. It should be about the height of a nickel. Not standing a nickel up, I mean laying a nickel down. That little height of a nickel is how much curvature the Earth has in 660 feet. But he says it's easily measurable. Yeah, right. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet at either end of the central peak. 6 miles would dip, what? 6 miles, isn't that 24 feet? Anyway. Each time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water is proven perfectly level. They've never had these tests. Where's these tests of perfectly standing water? Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor in the supposed curvature. Right. This is something that was big for me until I realized they don't. They wouldn't. So I said, oh, God, the Earth's flat. These guys don't even calculate it for it to make the Earth curved. And I got in an argument yesterday or the day before with people who still want to claim that bridges are built with the curvature of Earth. I don't think that they are. I think that would be ridiculous. But surveyors, engineers, they don't need to know the curvature of the Earth to build a railroad track. They don't need it to build a bridge. They don't need it to build a canal. The Suez Canal connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea is 100 miles long without any locks, making water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. Correct. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. Correct. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level. Correct. Passing through several lakes from one sea to the other with the datum line and the water surface running perfectly parallel. Well, you say it's perfectly parallel. It's not perfectly parallel. It's level. Level with the distance to the center of the Earth, not with where it started and where it ends. So anyway, it goes on, and all his proofs are garbage. They really are just all garbage. None of them even slightly reflect reality. This one here says, in a 19th century French experiment by M.M. Biot and Arago, oh, I actually know where this one's from. Let me find, let's see where I have this over here. So this one is copied verbatim. I believe it's in my books. Hold on one second. I need to get my books here. No, not that. This one. I've got my PDF books. This is might be this one. This is Carpenter. Oh no, this is Earth Not a Globe by Robotham. So let me just plug this in right on top here. You'll notice that we are looking at I can't see. Robotham's book, and you'll notice here, in the account of trigonometrical operations. Now notice, do you know what trigonometrical operations are? In the account of the trigonometrical operations is when men were getting the shape of the earth, when they were measuring the curvature of the earth. They were measuring the earth. Now, what did Eric say? Because it would be weird if he just took that out. He said, the 19th century French experiment. So this is just a blatant lie. Why would anybody listen to this ladyboy piece of garbage? He lies to you. He lies on purpose, and people love him. Do you understand how flat Earth has become? Somebody who tells the truth gets ostracized. Somebody who lies is celebrated as a hero. Okay? In a 19th century French experiment. No, it's not. It's called a trigonometric operations because they were measuring the Earth using trigonometry, which is spherical. In the account of the trigonometrical operations in France by M.M. Biot, it's so funny because M.M. is what you would, is like Misters, but they're making it look like it's the guy's initials. So just both of them, Robotham and him, are confused. And ergo, it is stated that light, I'm sorry, let's read Dubé's first. Okay, M.M. Biot and Arago, a powerful lamp with good reflectors, was placed on the summit of Desierto Las Palmas in Spain and able to see all the way from Camp Frey on the island Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical and the distance between them covered nearly 100 miles, if the Earth was a ball in circumference 25,000 miles, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, a mile and a quarter below the line of sight. What are you talking about? It's like he doesn't even understand flat Earth. Now, what's weird about this is that this is just him copying. He's a plagiarist. He did not even look into this. He didn't even cover it. He just simply changed one word to get away from the fact that it was actually a trigonometrical operation. Changed it, because this is what's written here. With good reflectors, was placed on a rocky summit in Spain called Desierto Las Palmas and was distinctly seen from Campri on the island of Ibiza. The elevation of the 2 points was nearly the same, and the distance between them 100 miles. If the Earth is a globe, the light on the rock of Spain would have been more than 6,600 feet, or nearly 1/4 mile below the line of sight. So Eric Dubé is a plagiarist. Okay, he did not look into this. He did not check it. He did not make sure, because it's false. Okay, if you have two people standing on 4,000-foot mountains looking across that distance, then as long as the horizon is further than 50 miles for each of them, which it is, then you can see each other from the top. So this is completely not a flat Earth proof at all. Okay. Notice that he didn't put this part in there. The length of some of the sides of the Great Triangles in the English survey is upwards of 100 miles. Many means were employed rather to render the stations visible. So anyway, it goes on and on. I could find you, I don't think you'd find 3 of these that are anywhere near even worth talking about anymore. He just has garbage in here. Again, if the Earth were truly constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, during the Red Bull stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner spending 3 hours, no. When Felix Baumgartner leaves the Earth, he leaves with the inertia that the Earth had. So he leaves with that inertia. He's already going the speed the Earth is spinning when he took off. So he's moving along with the atmosphere, moving along with the Earth. It's not that difficult. Get over it. Okay. Ball believers often claim gravity magically, inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. Not really. Not really. Again, you're going to leave with the inertia of the Earth. So if you get up in the vacuum of space, you're already moving with the Earth. You just are. Such nonsensical theories are debunked, however, by rain. Why rain? Fireworks. What? Birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, planes, and projectiles, all of which would behave differently if both the ball Earth and its atmosphere were constantly... No, they wouldn't. It's moving together. This is what it takes for you to realize it. Grab something near you right now. Grab a ball, grab a case, grab a flashlight, grab a cup. It doesn't matter what you grab. Just grab something. Now I want you to spin that once in the next 24 hours. So start spinning it, and it's going to come back to where it started in 24 hours. Now you notice that right away you'll notice, oh shit, we don't see it moving. Right. It's moving so slowly, we don't even see it moving. Correct. So if there was water on that thing that you're holding, Would it go flying off? Would water be flung out because it's moving so fast? Oh, you know what? I got to get the details for you. Somebody sent me a upside down guy. I always forget his name now. Scoundrel sent me a pretty good fact the other day that I liked. Let me find him here. Scoundrel. He says, did you send it to me on here? Pretty sure you did. Where were we talking? Oh, let me think. Where were we talking? Oh, you must have been on. Do you message me on Facebook? I don't even think we talk on Facebook. Don't message me on Facebook. You're going to confuse me. Let me just get in there real quick. I just want to, because he had the exact numbers, which I think are incredible. Or they're very, because I even said this. I said this in the past. I said that, let's see if we can find him. SKO Scoundrel, there he is. Do we have a conversation going over here? No. What? Pretty sure it was you. Don't know what happened. I thought that it was. Oh, let me search real quick because I know it put this in. No, I don't see you. Oh, wait. Oh, no. David Sanchez. I'm sorry. It's David Sanchez who told me. My bad. I don't know why I thought it was Scoundrel. All right, David Sanchez. Sorry, my bad. David Sanchez wrote me and said, so you probably heard me say in the past, like, think of the gravitron, right? The gravitron that spins us around. Do we get pushed to the out or do we get pushed to the in? No, we get pushed to the out, right? You get flung to the outside. So you start to think, like, well, if the Earth were spinning fast, like 1,000 miles per hour, and then if you look up the gravitron's going way slower than 1,000 miles per hour. So what he did is he did a little bit of the math. He said, yeah, the spinning of the Earth, because by the way, he was a flat earther. Now he's a globe earther. He's saying, yes, definitely spinning slow. Look at this. So he did the math. He has written down here 24,901 over 1037. Then next to it, he has 0.0429 over x. He does the math and comes out to 0.001786. He says, if you're to take the Earth's circumference by its rotation speed and take the gravitron's circumference and see how fast it'd have to go to be equivalent to the speed of the Earth, it would be 0.001786 miles per hour. So think of that. The gravitron, the ride at the carnival, you wouldn't even feel 0.001786 miles per hour. That's 1/100th. No, sorry, that's 1/1000th of a mile per hour. You'd never feel it, ever. It's moving too slow. Water would sit where water sits. You know, David Weissman, he's like, look at this lake. This lake can't look like this. We're moving 1,000 miles per hour. He doesn't get it. That's exactly what the lake would look like. We're not moving fast enough to cause displacement of water. Okay? Again, it's all moving together. And if you think about it, think of all the weight that's on top of you. 14.7 pounds per square inch, as we say here now. That weight is on top of you. It's weighing the atmosphere down, pressing it to the Earth. So when the Earth is spinning so slowly, where's the atmosphere going to go but with it? It's being pressed to it. So, anyway, that's basically enough of Eric Dubay. He's how many things do we have to go through till we get to the point where we're like, oh shit, yeah, the guy doesn't have a clue. He's making things up. He's copying people's work. And look at all these, same thing. If Earth and the atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards, right, then north-south facing cannons should establish a control, while east-firing cannons should fall significantly further, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly. So he doesn't understand that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Do you understand that? Why would firing a cannonball one direction or the other direction do anything? It's not. It's flying through the same atmosphere that's moving. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards 1,000 miles per hour, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its destination because they're speeding up from behind. No, wrong. Again, guy doesn't understand. Guy doesn't understand. If the Earth were constantly spinning eastwards 1,000 miles per hour, helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of Earth and wait for their destination. Wrong. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. We already said this. So you can see that we're already in the 20s, and we haven't found one that's even worth talking about. Here's another one. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards 1,000 miles per hour, landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, which face all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would be practically impossible. No, not true. It translates the speed as you're flying through it. So you're going to gain speed or reduce speed as needed. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning, geez, all these ones? wind and weather patterns should not casually and unpredictably go every which way. What? Yes, because the oh boy. We are not going to even move on with these. These are disgusting. So that is enough of that. Let's get on to why would you factor ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the earth into their calculation? Why would you? What are you going to calculate in your that I'm going over the curvature of the earth? It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Every traveling we do is on a very localized map, by the way. So there is no curvature of the earth even to take into account. Why would you need to? Anyway, I could go on forever. I don't want to do that anymore. I do want to talk real quick before we get to the debate. One other person that has, this group has proven to be the dumbest group panel in the history of YouTube ever. And that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. Ever in the history of YouTube has there been any group that is more retarded than this group? Do you know who that group is? Who is the panel? The absolute worst.
Simply incredible.
Yes, it is.
You've been chasing me your whole life only to fail now.
No, they've definitely failed because what they've done is that they've for 6 months they've been lying to their audience. For 6 months they've been so lost. They act like they're good researchers. They can't get one thing right. If you guessed Flatzoid in the retard 8, you're right. That is correct. Or maybe it's Creality now. If you don't know, they changed his name because of some reason. But we can just type in Flatzoid because I don't feel like typing in the other thing. We are going to Creality saves, Jesus, the one and only Jesus. Love Jesus, amen. And we're going to the live videos. And we're going with this one? I think so. It's this one. I want you guys to hear something that's just hilarious. Shh, quiet.
Oh, that's not
No,
Bev.
that's
That's
not
someone
bad.
else. Nice calling us anti-Semitic morons and
Whatever
liars.
happened to
So nice Bev.
Rachie?
Had to turn that down.
Fraction. We don't use like typical fraction. We didn't actually have to account for plain
Stop it.
geometry to even do it.
Why is it
Will
skipping
Duffy
like that?
totally debunked it because what he did, he went and said he saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, even though none of the shit that we saw matched what the weather or anything was like.
Yeah.
Nice.
This guy's just a liar, by the way. Saab is the biggest piece of shit probably on Earth. Just a garbage old man human that is senile. Dumb as fuck. Keeps lying to his audience.
Contact anybody on FluffWiki. They just give you rules that you should obey, and that's it.
None of that happened. Nobody said, "Oh wait, hold on, you guys. We got to rethink this strategy for this attack because the A map, well, it's no good." Will Duffy.
That is what
Fictitious
happened.
observer, and then look at the sky for fraction. We don't use like typical.
Trying to find this
Okay.
part here. Hold on
Okay.
a second.
What did he do?
Why, Luca?
No, he's and you look. He's got like his own. What's in where he's alone? It's like that. Sort of looks like it wasn't even at the same time when everybody was there. It's almost like when he was alone there.
What?
And I still do believe
Listen how
that
dumb these
Duffy
guys
and
are.
McToon went earlier.
Oh, you went. Duffy and McToon went to the.
And they did
earlier?
what they did. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
It
Yeah, you're
doesn't seem
you're
very
just
kosher to me. I think they all went
dumb,
eventually, but
dumb,
in the
dumb.
beginning, I don't think it was. I think it was just McToon and Duffy.
Oh, just that McToon and Duffy at the beginning. Yeah, they got there a day early, you dipshit.
I mean, why would McToon try and do another 24-hour
Listen how dumb they are.
time lapse all on his own while the rest of them are bike riding or whatever at the
So he's not. They just. Here's the thing about these fucking idiots: is it doesn't matter what happens, they can make something of it, right? So if Toon doesn't do a 24-hour stream, then he would say, "Why did those guys all go bike riding instead of doing 24-hour streams?" But because Toon did a 24-hour stream instead, or 24-hour time lapse, and we went bike riding, he's like, "Why did he go do that and those other guys go bike riding?" Do you realize how you can just put questions on anything? Why does he do that and why does he do that?
But then again, that was the time that Witsit was trying to defend his Vapsit nonsense, getting Benjamin Owen to try and
Benjamin Owen, you're retarded.
cover for him. You know when the smoke was coming out of his neck? Yeah,
The smoke coming out of his neck.
that was quite funny.
Hey, I got some cold Arctic breath right here in my pocket, I think.
And I really agree with Porter on that.
So dumb. Let's keep going.
There we go.
What's up now?
It's a lot of. wait, we're talking about critical things weight experiments. There's no experiment there. It's controls. He just says, "Why must I? I got the results I want."
And tell me that's 93 million miles away.
And tell me 93 miles away.
DJ, that's 93 million miles.
It's my sound effects.
I don't know, 100.
Okay.
I want to show you this part here.
Away.
This is how stupid they are when you get there.
Oh, wow.
The trees are closer.
That's how they're falling backwards.
I just got to quickly move my daughter. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
So if he shows, we're going to be having that. If not, I'm going to go ahead and present my case and win. But
that made no sense.
Yeah, it's been set up since days, but they're
be true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an appeal to
We're going to get to all
you're
this
saying,
debate stuff.
Well, then were you just going to sit here and not know how stuff works forever?
We're going to cover all that.
Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about,
Well, I don't know any. So you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work that we do 69 miles. But let me just say this. So if you know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking about the difference between 42 degrees, I don't know.
Measure 100 nautical miles for me, please. Go ahead.
What do you say?
Let's see how well you're going to do.
Yeah.
What?
Relationship is
so it's around a flat Earth.
What?
Humans are done from a flat Earth. Okay?
It's so dumb that
just
they think
because they visually make it curved doesn't make it a real curved Earth. Just like you have a GoPro, you can make, where you put it and you change it so it looks like you're like in this little sphere.
Right.
That's practically all Stellarium and Google do.
Oh,
that's why you have.
Is the Earth mapped dipshit on a sphere, or is it mapped on a GoPro camera? Pretty sure the Earth is mapped on a sphere. You know where you live on the sphere. I know where I live on the sphere, and it matches the predictions of the sphere. How does that have anything to do with GoPro? You fucking tard.
The stars underneath your feet in Stellarium. It's because they've taken the map and they've just wrapped it around a ball.
Oh, is that all they did?
It doesn't make it a ball, Jeran.
Oh, it does.
Those measurements are still based on elevation angles based on the flat Earth.
No, you don't understand what a tangent is. So good for you. Congratulations.
They must remember all these distances and everything's done. Cartography is literally done locally. Okay?
Right.
And remember, he said locally always has to take flat, correct?
I don't know
Jeran would have called him out. Witsit would have called Jeran out on all this.
What?
But now they're concentrating on actually really idiotic things like
that it's actually still above the horizon, right? It's gone, but it's still there, or whatever. It's always trying to find what I was talking
you're
about.
Not taking any data from the location. You're just measuring.
What?
It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exactly what it's supposed to be.
No, it's
but the
not.
globe is significantly different. The default, everyone just always says refraction.
Sitting there all calm, say, okay, let me explain it for the 10th time now for you. It's like, really?
Yeah, because you don't get it. You're going to
getting
see
nowhere.
Just where we're getting here is that I try. It's my sunset and sunrise proof of the globe Earth is probably the best one I've heard. It can't be argued. It is cut and dry. Anybody can go do it. You can do it tomorrow. You can know the shape of the Earth. Now, every time I try and say it, every single flat earther I've ever talked to can't even listen. Watch how these guys just fall apart. They can't even listen.
Wesley, an elevation angle requires the Earth to be flat.
Oh, here we go again. Man, that's all you have?
It's not a tangent.
It's not that requires the Earth to be flat. It requires a tangent, you stupid idiot.
Stop listening to McToon. He was telling you rubbish.
Mm-hmm. I should have listened to Dubay.
The South is a real place.
Yeah.
You didn't realize that.
It is. Do you realize it's mapped? Do you realize it's the opposite of the North? I mean, Jesus must hate you. There's no way that Jesus thinks you're cool. You lie to your audience. You've done so for the past 6 years and 6 months and much longer than that. You and Banjo, all you guys are a joke in Jesus' mind, in God's mind, and Mary, the mother of God's mind. They all think you're fucking jokes because you sit there and lie about people. Whereas me, I'm not even a Christian, but I don't tell lies. But you guys lie constantly. I hope Jesus bitch slaps you when you get to heaven and then sends you to hell. That's what I hope. And then we saw the sun setting right to left in the south. So that immediately, let me give...
What's he talking?
Here we go. Look at him. Look how stupid he is. Look.
Setting right to left.
Setting right to left. Wait,
And then we saw the sun
setting right to left. Setting right to left.
right to left in the south. So that immediately,
Watch
let me
it.
give
Right to left. What? How's going to get it?
Setting.
Setting.
Setting right to
Setting
left.
right and left. Aren't you in the south, you fucking retard? Aren't you living in the southern hemisphere? Which way does the sun set? The sun, when it sets, which way does it set?
Set.
Flatsoid. The sunset.
Does the sun set left to right by you guys?
A loop in Antarctica, a loop.
Because he
Look at this fat fuck just laughing.
makes it always sound like it's opposite.
It is opposite. Retard. Hello. Retard alert. Hello. Retard alert. Enrique, when I say retard, give us a fuck you, dude. Come on, be quicker. Go. Hello.
Yeah, he's not telling you which way. Okay, is he? He's just saying.
Oh, I'm not saying which way. Did I not just say the sunset? Did I say the sunset, fat fuck?
Well,
I mean, if I stand this way,
If you're standing that way, can you see the sunset? Because I'm guessing you have to look west. So we'd know which way I'm talking about if we just use our fucking cabezas.
left to right, okay? This way, right to left.
No, you can't see the sunset over there. Fucking tards.
Okay.
Look at these guys. Fall apart.
So, Jeran,
Look how
which
dumb.
way do you have to be facing for it to be left to right or right to left?
Why don't you hear what I said, retard? I said when you're watching the sun set. Do you ever see the sun set in the north? Do you see it set in the south? Do you see it set in the east? Then we know which way we're looking. Hello.
one example because I think it's my best proof.
Here we go. I'm
that
trying to
nobody's
explain it to
been
them.
able I mean,
All it takes is understanding this one proof I'm about to explain, and you will never be a flat earther again because it becomes a paradox. It's impossible. But these guys can't. And watch, I think maybe Flatzoid catches what I'm saying, and then he immediately doesn't want to talk about that anymore. Watch.
come up with an answer for. And I didn't even know this. I've never heard a Glober say it. But everybody who's in the north, when you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only.
Did you see that? I said, everybody in the north who's looking at a sunrise or sunset, which means we're talking looking east or west only. Because if you're looking at a sunrise, you're looking east. Looking at a sunset, you're looking west.
Not north, not south. We're looking at sunrise.
Not north, not south.
Or sunset. The sun will rise left to right, and it will.
The sun will rise left to right, and it will set left to right if you're in the north.
Set left to right in the north.
No, it always rises east
Oh, here we go.
and sets in the west, Jeran.
No fucking shit, retard. You are the dumbest flat earther there is. You should be removed from the internet for being so fucking stupid it hurts. My goodness.
Has he literally become so retarded he doesn't...
How about that? He's calling me retarded when I've explained it twice. Both times I said sunset. Then the next time I said I'm talking east or west, sunrise or sunset, not north or south. That's what I said. And listen to him.
I don't understand. If you turn around, it will be left to right. If
There is no turning around when you're looking west at the sunset. Retard.
you turn that will be right to left.
Oh, really?
Become that or always was that.
Become that or always was that.
Showing his true colors now.
I'm showing my true colors? That you're retarded?
I mean,
You're retarded. And look at fucking Grandpa Saab over there. So fucking stupid he can't even hang with the conversation.
okay.
Yeah. I think he
Let's
gets
get
it.
to Sean Hawkins' favorite program. Paint.
Oh, we're going to draw it? Great. This is exciting.
Alright. There should be one called Crayon. Get an app called Crayon.
Okay, should be one called Crayon.
Okay. Is it showing?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Look at these jackoffs. Look at these jackoffs.
Okay. North, east, south, west.
Retard.
Jared?
I just said, let's listen to what I said again.
Jeran.
We'll look them up.
Let's listen again, shall we? Go ahead. Let me hear what I said because maybe I didn't say it.
Because I think it's my best proof.
Let's
That
listen.
nobody's been able to, come up with an answer for.
Right.
And I didn't even know this. I've never heard a Glober say it. But
Okay.
everybody who's in the north,
Right.
when you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only,
So I'm talking about looking east or west only.
not north, not south.
Not north, not south. By east or west, I mean if I'm talking about rise, which one's that? If I'm talking about set, which one's that? You can't figure that out, dumb fuck?
We're looking at sunrise or sunset. The sun will rise left to right, and it will set left to right in the north.
No, it always rises east.
No, it doesn't.
And sets in the west.
No, it doesn't.
Has he literally become so retarded?
Wow.
He doesn't understand if you turn around.
Here's the worst part about this. Why I have to get out of this is because his entire retard audience hears this and thinks that they're right. They immediately say, well, Jeran doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. I mean, look at what, I mean, we had to correct him. He doesn't know which way north and south is. He doesn't know we can turn around and see the same direction. It's done on purpose. It's these guys recognize their audience is retarded.
It will be left to right. If you turn that, it will be right to left.
No, I said when the sun sets, it goes left to right. That's it. There is no turning around. If you turn around, you're not facing the sunset anymore, dipshit.
Become that, or always was that.
Always was. He's probably just showing his true colors now.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense. You guys got it.
Favorite
Let's go.
sun
Oh, look at this.
is rising from the east and setting to the west.
Right. What he's describing here, this is the funny thing about what he's describing is the proof that we don't live on a flat earth. Because what he's saying is it only can go that direction. Right. So what if you have two people, one in the north and one in the south, both looking west, and they see the sun go opposite directions? Therefore, the earth isn't flat. Sov is an old geriatric, and Flatzoid, I don't know, is a piece of work himself.
Which
Dumb.
way is that coming?
Dumb as a hell.
From your right to your left.
No, it's not. I said not looking north or south. I said that in the premise. I said that. I set the question up that way. Correct. You can't listen because you're a retard. Jesus hates you.
I can't believe you have to explain this to people.
Look at Sov. I can't believe you have to explain this to people. You are so fucking retarded that you can't even listen.
I know.
Now, let's change and go the other way.
Let's change now, even though Jeran said we were looking at the sunrise and sunset would only be one direction.
Still rising and setting.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's coming from your left shoulder to your right shoulder.
Yeah.
Guess
if they watched one of my shows, if they watched one of the Unplugged, if they watched one of the shorts, they would get it. They are too stupid. And the fat fuck won't stop eating.
what? You're in exactly the same location. You've just turned around.
Now I'm confused. I can't get home. I'm so confused now.
Yes. That means you're flat. Why would you have this guy on your panel? Can you imagine just having a panel and being like, hey, can we get that one guy that looks like Brock Lesnar but can't actually speak words? Can we bring him on the panel just to go like, oh, I can't do it. Oh, you're so smart. Oh, just do that. I want that guy. Look at how they quit. What happened to what happened?
I don't know what's so hard to understand that.
Yeah, there's nothing hard to understand. You're just retarded. Cleared.
So when I keep hearing this idiotic argument, it's
Oh, you mean you've heard it more than once?
left to right and then right to left. Which direction were you facing when this happened?
Are we talking about sunrise or sunset? You fucking imbecile.
I just say turn around.
Yeah.
You can't see the sunset when you turn around, old man. You can't see the sunset. You've been lying to your audience for 6 months. You're a piece of garbage, and Jesus hates you too.
Just turn around. Stupid. God, no wonder this was so easy for him to lay on people. People are really dumb.
You are absolutely correct. You are retarded. You can't even listen to somebody. You're so fucking fog-headed, so dumb, so senile, so ridiculous. Such a liar. Scumbag.
They really are. For the most part, people are just retarded.
Yep.
I swear.
You can't even hear me. Can't even listen. Can't even listen.
For every single person, every day of the year, no matter what. End of story.
Right. Why aren't you listening to it? Keep going. Go ahead. What are you doing? It's still, you can see the scrolling on the bottom. So what are they doing? I think he's trying to.
Oh, I thought it was just me then.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's going on
I
here?
thought it was just me.
My system too.
Oh, looks like he got frozen.
This does things.
Maybe it's based on the shape of the firmament.
Did he leave? Because that might have been just because of my point was so. Here, he's back. He's back.
You're being Eric Strasser.
Doesn't that make sense to a squirrel on his wall? I mean, does that not fit this guy's fucking motif?
Hey, there he is.
The squirrel over here on his wall.
Like, just about a comment, you're like, I don't think my internet's coming back on.
Oh.
No, there it is.
Wonderful.
Flats. My internet went out a few times today.
Thanks. That's good to tell him. When his internet goes out, just say, flats. My power went out today. I know I live nowhere near you, but my power went out today too.
Sov went out straight after you.
Straight after you went out.
For a bit.
Yeah.
Straight after yours.
Yeah.
'Cause I know they said there's something wrong with
Yeah, squirrel on my wall. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Flatsoid's so
Don't
smart.
mess with Jeran. This is what happens when you mess with Jeran, is that right?
What?
Okay, let's see.
Nej, det är
Let's see if we
mycket
can
mat
get
här.
past their crossfire.
Det är mycket det är mat här.
I'm probably gonna have to do part 3 tomorrow
Get
night.
yeah.
But
I got my squirrel there on my wall.
let's tell
Caught that myself.
Witsit to look in private chats.
Ate it.
No, I won't look in private chat. It's not. Why would I look in private chat?
Can you get to my point,
Somebody in
please?
private chat.
Get to my
Sorry,
point.
sorry, bro.
Get
Damn
to my point.
Trolls, it's kept coming in.
Get to my point. Get to my point.
There we
Go.
Different than we've ever seen
Okay,
before.
Thank you.
let's see if we can carry on.
Yeah, let's see if you get it this time.
Sure. And every single sunset goes right to left. When we were
Right.
in Punta Arenas, we saw the sunset severely.
Anybody in the chat, can you tell me which way I'm talking about? If we're talking about the sunset right to left in Punta Arenas, somebody tell me what direction was Jeran looking? If he's watching a sunset go right to left, what direction are we looking?
Right to left, way different than we've ever seen before. The sun's never done that to any of us in our lives, because the south is the inverse.
Flatzoid is, oh no, Facatzoid. I thought it was Flatzoid. I was like, Flatzoid's in the chat?
Now,
What a, oh, okay.
Get this. This is the paradox of flat Earth. Can an item that's going in one direction
Right.
be seen by two people looking in the same direction to be going in opposite directions? I know it sounds convoluted, but if you have two people in the north and the south both looking west at the same sunset, we're talking about the same sunset, can they see it going in opposite directions if the Earth is flat? How would that be possible, right? So you'd have a sun going around, and you'd have people south and north looking west, the sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat Earth that there'll ever be,
Right.
it'll go to the right. But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing.
What?
You're so stupid.
I look to the west.
Yeah, look to the west. He got
Sun
it.
comes from behind me.
Yeah, which way does it set, dipshit?
Yeah, that's right.
Just like you in the north. If you look to the west, the sun comes from behind you.
What are you talking about? You're retarded. Wow. I mean, this
sun
is like,
always rises in the east and sets in the west.
nobody said it didn't, dipshit.
It's literally like this guy's brain has melted or something.
No,
I don't
your
know.
brain is melted. You have no clue.
It's now become smooth.
There you go.
Did you hear what he said, Sov? He said if you look at west in the north, it's going to look different to someone that's in the south
Right.
looking west.
Wake up. And that's why the flat Earth.
Why?
If you look west, you look west. It doesn't matter where you are.
What are you talking
Wow.
about?
Yeah, it looks different west. If I look west right now and I'm in my house, I see a wall. And if I go outside,
Look at
I
how
look
stupid they
west,
are.
I
Look
see a
how
mountain.
fucking stupid.
You know, so yeah, depending on your location, I guess looking west would be different.
I can't imagine
because
somebody
you're
being
in a
so
different
fucking
location,
dumb.
but you're still looking west. Oh my God.
And the worst part is that the people that watch him are so dumb. Not one of them will speak up. Not one person on this panel gets it. Watch this. And again, I'll explain it here. They still will never admit it. They'll never admit it because it destroys the ball Earth. I mean, it destroys the flat Earth. Let's look at here. If you are on, why can't you see that better? Watch how simple this is. These guys cannot get it. How have they never been outside their house? Okay, here we are in the United States. We're going to go down to where I live. Okay, we're going to be in here in California. Right down about here. If we watch the sun set, we look which way? West. Very good, Jeran. We look west to watch the sunset. All right, let's look west. Now, all I know is that every single time you watch the sunset from here, let's get down a little bit here. Here we go. Is no matter what, the sun will go this way, left to right. Doesn't go over your head, dipshit. Flatzoid, you're retarded. Watch. Watch, since you can't figure things out on your own, since you need me to baby you through, need me to hold your fucking hand. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Oops, we should actually turn a little bit more northwest, since it's going to be over there. All right, here we go. Here comes the sun, and it's going to set which way? Oh, look at that's left to right, Flatzoid. See it go left to right? Okay, now that same sunset, the same day. Look at the date up here. Oh, you can't see the date. The date says 6:20. So to show it, I'm just going to back up like this. Now watch what happens to the sun. Okay, I'm going to back up away from the Earth. We're in the north, remember. There's the sun up there. We can watch it as we go. Watch as we... Oh, you can't see it. I hate this thing. Doesn't ever fit on here. There. Okay. Now let's move south. Oops. Do you want to move that? There we go. Look at the sky. Look what's happening to the sky because we're moving south. It's spinning. because you're actually going to be upside down. You're now going to be seeing everything from a different vantage point. This doesn't happen anywhere else. Notice it says Tropic of Capricorn. Now watch. It's the same sunset, the same day. Watch which way it goes. Right to left. Good night, flat Earth. It's all over. C'est la vie. Good night. It's done. That's for every single person, every single sunset, every single sunrise, every single year for all of your lives, proving the shape of the Earth. Proving it. And these guys, what else can you say besides? Exactly. Very, very gay. Very, very gay. SS dude is, I mean, you guys are so stupid. He says, talk about the Earth, forget the lights in the sky. Prove me how you know the Earth is a globe. Dipshit. Listen to what I just said. That's the proof. What are you talking about? You cannot explain what I just showed on a flat Earth ever. It's a paradox. Wake up. You're being dumb on purpose. You are being intellectually dishonest on purpose. You're hearing my words. You're choosing not to listen. Now, I can't, no globe earther ever said this to me. No globe earther ever explained this to me. I figured it out on my own. Watching the sunset right to left and down there in Punta, it looks weird because it's not like I've ever seen it. Kind of studying that idea and then saying, well, wait a second. How does the sun actually flip from going left to right to left? I was very confused. I said, so at some point, doesn't it need to change direction? So then I started looking into it. And that's when I realized, oh shit, it's a condition. It's a feature of living on a globe. Very simple to see too. Because if you think about it, if we just back this up and we'll spin this out this way. Okay, if you go to the equator, spin this way. Okay, now think about it. If the Earth just spun straight, you would just see everything on the sky go straight up and down. I hate that this thing moves. We can't see the sun. It's over there. There we go. Sun's over there to the right. Okay, so think about it. If we just spun straight like this, the sun and everything would just move. See it moving straight up and down? If the Earth just spun straight like that, or we were on the equator, that's what we would see all the time, straight up and down sun. But because we live on either the north or, now notice I'm going to the north. Okay, so now when you're on the north and the sun spins, look at the sun, its directions change because of where you're at. Now go to the south and do the same thing, and you'll notice all the stars do the same thing. Look how the stars spin. They spin the other way because of the feature of the ball. Now, if you put a flat map down, you'll never figure it out. Ever. There's a reason why flat Earth has never been figured out, because it's not true. Because it's false. Let's give these guys 2 more minutes to see if they correct their stupidity, but I doubt it.
But I mean, remember, Jeran did put his compass upside down in Antarctica.
Oh,
dude, you put your compass on a metal chair and said it didn't affect it. I was in the brightest place on Earth. See the difference? You are a royal retard. I mean, just on a whole new level. I've never actually seen a human being dumber than Flatslate. Ever.
I know.
Little Yogi Bear campground.
Watch how dumb this comes.
And then when we looked at all of the people giving their different souths in Antarctica, they all had different souths.
We all had different souths. It makes a lot of sense, dipshit. It's where the sun was its lowest. Right behind Ross.
It's weird.
It's weird.
It's like you guys are standing
a loop in Antarctica, a loop.
At the same location, and none of you can decide which was south.
What are you talking about? The map decides what south is. Why would you listen to us anyway? Go look at the map. The map shows that south is.
Oh, and I want to point out, when you're in Antarctica.
Do you understand, by the way, that in the south, that the south magnetic pole, what your compass goes by, isn't where the South Pole is? It's out in the water underneath Australia. Do you understand that? Do you understand why that would be weird?
At the 24-hour sunlight, how did they determine what north or south was? By using the stars, if there were no stars to see?
They used the sun, you stupid ass.
Right.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we saw the celestial South Pole. How? You said it was daytime the whole time.
We were in Punta Arenas, you fucking senile old man. You piece of garbage. We were in Punta Arenas where it did get dark. Nighttime exists there.
How the hell are you seeing it start?
Look at these guys. They are dumber than
that's
shit.
Brilliant, man.
Just dumber than shit. And the scariest thing about this is everybody in their audience believes it. They think these guys are smart.
God.
Maybe that's when they cut the feed.
That makes no sense. You are retarded.
Yeah, probably.
So dumb.
Then deleted it.
So dumb.
Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sun set right to left in Punta,
Right.
if you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right.
Right.
So imagine that. We're in the south watching the sun go left. They're in the north watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat earth. How could you have two people
Impossible.
looking this?
Austin, it's impossible. Wake the fuck up. You're about a week away from it being too late to ever make up your mind.
Same direction, have a sun going in two opposite directions. Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that
Jeran,
says,
do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on.
All right, so we'll go back to the debate now, because we've now proven that flat earthers have no clue. Eric Dubay, no clue. Plagiarizer, faked his whole 200 proofs. They're all garbage. He even changed them now. Made a video about me and Will Duffy where he says it doesn't matter if the sun does, even though that's a proof in his book. And we've just proven that his whole book is plagiarized and garbage. And it was written by people who had never been to the Southern Hemisphere. Samuel Rowbotham never went to the Southern Hemisphere. Had no clue about the South. So it actually kind of makes sense. You're like, okay, once we have people down there, I went down there, Austin went down there. Once we have boots on the ground telling you it's exactly as mapped, it's over. Cash it in. Now, I know you have no other skills besides probably masturbation, and that's not going to get you very far. So you have to have this. This is your life's work here, this nonsense crap that you can't follow. Let's get on to the debate. I'm going to, I don't know if I've remembered to download it or not. I'm going to grab it. Where do I have it? I got it here. And we will talk about the debate. I'm going to have it on high speed. And I'm going to kind of leave some parts that I don't think need to be commented on, but there is plenty that I need to point out because it's obvious of what's going on here. Oops, sorry, I did type in the right name and I moved it. There we go. And let's download this. Download files, save as. Where are we at? Hold on, stop that. File, save as. Let's put it on the D top. There we go. All right. I am going to use the restroom while that downloads, and then we're ready to go. Let's listen to a song. I don't know which one though. Let's look. I mean, you guys do know this, right?
The earth is flat. That's just common sense.
Right. We do know that. That much we know. Don't know much, but we do know that. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to pee, and then we got the debate to cover. Here it goes.
20 on the shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back. Snacks in hand, energy intact. Hit the playlist, seat warm like a throne. Show locked in, it's yours all alone. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Wait for it. Wait for
Okay, what is up, guys? Sorry for the delay. Everything went wrong for the first time right before this debate. It should be interesting. We wanted to give you guys a chance to get here.
Bring this up here.
So, this is the long-awaited debate that has been requested by everyone 1,000 times. So here we are. Jeran and I are going to be debating, is the Earth a globe?
Okay, a couple things off the bat.
So
I just want to
I'll
make
just
sure
go
it's
ahead
clear.
and, hand it over to
Because people are very confused. Some people thought that I was involved in this summit as far as the finances. I'm not. Austin and I used to be business partners in the summits. When I got back from Antarctica and realized I was going to be taking the globe position, I thought we were on a globe. I kind of gave him an option. What do you want to do? I said, do you want me just to hand you everything? And you can take them over. You would be in charge of them. You would have full control, full ownership. And he said yes. So he got given all the videos from every summit that we've done, all the contact information, all the purchasers information, all the lifetime members information, all the admin rights to the various Telegram groups, everything. So I was given all to him. Now, then people thought that I got paid for this somehow, or I was getting some. Austin and I never discussed pay. Okay. He reached out to me, said, hey, would you debate if I have a summit? I'm like, oh yeah, that'll help you get ticket sales. I think that would be a good idea. So he's like, yeah, people have been asking me to do this. I figure we'll do it there if you don't mind. It's going to be on a Saturday. He kind of told me when. I said, okay. So then it kind of got close and he hadn't released tickets. So I didn't think it was really going to happen. And then he did release tickets and it did happen. Okay. So then people said, oh, but your link had your name in it. So you're getting paid. Well, I don't know. That's the link that he gave me, but he never mentioned pay. So I don't know. I'm not expecting to get paid for this at all. So far, I've been paid $0. So just so you know, this is Austin's baby. Then I saw everybody making cracks about the price charged and this and that. It's like, and people are all saying, oh, this debate wasn't worth $70. This debate wasn't. Nobody said the debate cost $70. It was a 2-day event. A 2-day event with a bunch of speakers. That's what cost $70. Okay. Now, if you have a problem with that, you take that up with Austin. I know how those things work. I used to run them. We used to do a nice service because we would pay the speakers ahead of time, which meant that you were going to actually get good quality presentations. And then they would get, so let's say we would hire somebody. So let's say we have Amanda Bulmer. We'd say, hey, Amanda, can you present at this event? We're going to pay $200 per speaker. You have to have an hour prepared, whatever. She'd say, okay. And I said, and we're also paying you out of a $50 ticket. We pay you $20 if it comes from your link. So it actually left very little on the end for Austin and I. If we got $50 ticket sales, after fees is down to about 45. After the person that we paid out is down to 25. So you really kind of, and then out of that 25 comes the 200 that we have to pay each speaker. So we wanted to do something to where we were giving back to these people who have been speaking. Austin and I have spoken at a lot of events. We've never been paid. So we were like, let's have an event that we can actually pay people. So I'm actually proud of these summits. I mean, granted, the information was probably mostly wrong, but I'm proud of what we did. And yeah, I mean, so hearing people slack off of it or not understand it, you don't get it. You don't get that. And Austin, I think, from what I could tell, did the same thing. I don't know the payment amount. I don't know what he said he would pay people. I don't know what he was paying them for ticket sales. I don't know any of that. That's all on him, but I'm sure he did it pretty much the same way. Anyway, Sean Griffin stepped in last second. Of course, Dave Weiss was going to do it. Well, Dave Weiss declined because he will never be on a show with me because I would be directing all my stuff at him as I just doing debate. I would just keep saying, Dave, remember you owe 3 Bitcoin. Dave, 3 Bitcoins. Dave, get rid of your app. Dave, stop lying to people. Dave, those pictures aren't from NASA. Dave, stop it. Sean Griffin, nice guy. He's always been nice to me. We've had a couple long shows where we discuss Christianity. But this is, this is what happens when you marry your cosmology to your religion. He cannot get out of it now. He's been telling his audience, who's a diehard Christian, fundamentalist, Torah-believing group, that the earth is flat because the Bible says so. So at this point, he's stuck. If there's anybody in the whole world that you shouldn't listen to about the shape of the earth, it's Sean Griffin. Just know that. Whoops, where's my play button? Go.
To the moderator, which is Sean Griffin from Keenan
I'll
Context.
change the speed here if I can figure out how to do that. Play back.
Welcome, everyone. This is the infamous debate, Is the Earth a Globe? Jeran Campanella of Jeranism. Austin Witsit of Witsit Gets It. Austin, do you have the screen? It shows just you right now.
Well,
Is
for
that
them,
what
it
you
shows all 3 of us.
Okay.
You just can't see.
So welcome, everyone. This is possibly round 1 of this epic debate going down. Tonight is the Earth a Globe, and I think Jeran Campanella is going to be in the affirmative position, so he's going to go first. The format for the debate will be 10-minute openings, 7-minute rebuttals, followed by 30 minutes of open cross-exam between the two interlocutors, and then we're going to be taking questions from the audience for a 30-minute Q&A, so be sure to hold your questions till about midway through the debate. That way they don't get lost in the abundance of questions flowing in. And Jeran, if you're ready, we can go ahead and hear your opening.
Yep, I'm going to set my timer so I have a little clock here going. And we're good to go. Okay, and we said 10 minutes. Okay, we will. Can we edit this one? Good enough. All right, and let me know. Can you just tell me when we have like 5 minutes and then 1 minute or something?
Can do.
Thank you much. Are we good to go?
Yeah, I'll start the time when you start your speaking.
All right. Good. All right. So thanks everybody for being here. Obviously, thanks for inviting me, Austin. Thanks for moderating, Sean. I know it was last second. Much appreciated. So, and let me begin by saying hello to
the former colleagues, friends I have. I wish it was under better circumstances. Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood next to in the flat earth community, Austin Witsit. We ran summits, Globebusters. We spoke at conferences. We used a microphone and speaker at Venice Beach. We claimed to seek truth, and the same I thought could be said for all of you. Originally, the difference is that I actually meant it. Others did as well. They've escaped the flat earth. We weren't here for a social movement. While I might agree with the ideas of that, those can be done in other ways. We were here for truth and a scientific truth. Once that truth is gone, that's it, game over. So I spent a decade researching, presenting, defending the flat earth model. Why? Well, because I thought it was true. So sadder still, Austin and I both went on a trip in December to do what we both thought was helping the flat earth, and in my mind at least, by showing strong evidence for or against it. When I encountered the real
people have a problem with that, you shouldn't. What I said was that I went down there with the knowledge that it would either provide strong evidence for or strong evidence against the idea of the earth being flat. Now, everybody's saying that I'm using some sort of confirming or affirming the consequent, are not understanding that we did not go down there to prove the globe. We went down there to falsify the globe or falsify flat earth. How do you falsify? Well, it's the modus tollens version of affirming the consequent. It's when you say, if the earth is this and it does this, then it will do this. So basically what you're saying is that if the earth is flat with a circling sun going around in 24 hours, then at no time can somebody on the outskirts of that map see a sun going backwards and circling their head for 24 hours. Doesn't work. It has to get to the other side of the world. If you go down there and you observe and the sun does circle your head, then the earth cannot be flat. That's called modus tollens. It is not, it is a denying the antecedent. It's not affirming the consequent. These guys are too dumb to pay attention.
World observations that flat earth can't explain. I didn't ignore it. I tested it. I went down, took action. I went to Antarctica, watched a 24-hour sun with my own eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA. It wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun that he got from a Microsoft whistleblower. It's not hearsay. It's a real observation, 100% above board, despite what you hear from all the great flat earth researchers. And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and explains and matches reality exactly. And it sure as hell isn't the flat.
Did you guys get that? We have a model that matches observations and is predicted identically. This is how dumb the flat earth is. We need to get this through people's heads. Flat earthers, if you're listening to this, please. I'm not lying to you. I'm not joking. I'm not making it up. I'm telling you that they have the earth mapped on a sphere. If you live on a sphere has certain requirements or predictions that must be met. If those conditions, if those predictions are met, then we live on the sphere. Knock it off.
Model. I thought people would be adults and we would say we were wrong when the evidence was dropped in our lap. And thanks to Robbie, Paul, Patricia, Austin Thompson, Alex Stein, and the others. And there's still some more people who want to remain unnamed, and still others that maybe nobody knows their names. So I'm happy at least that people can admit when they're wrong. But yes, for nearly a decade, I was one of the most vocal proponents of this theory about flat earth, and it's sad to be here. I know there's a lot of people that I respect very much who are speaking it.
Look at SS. I mean, how are you this dumb? It's so bad. He says, lights in the sky to prove the shape of the floor he's standing on. I mean, do you realize how stupid that sounds? Do you realize how dumb you sound? You are repeating something that is retarded. Do you understand? Do we check a thermometer to check your body temperature? Oh, that's weird. We're looking at something to see something else. Can you check a woman's piss to see if she's pregnant? You can. You can. But we can't look at the lights in the sky to determine the ground. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It is you guys listening to retarded liars. Retarded liars. Do you understand that the sun does the same thing every day? It goes around the continents. It brings light and heat to all the continents every single day. We know this. It's called a fact. Cannot be argued. Therefore, if somebody hands you a map and says you live here, the very first thing you should do is check and verify if it matches the known orbit of that big fucking thing in the sky. And if it doesn't, hand the map back to the person who gave it to him and tell him, fuck you, I don't live here. That's what you do. Now you guys are just, oh, you can't look at the lights. But then you want to tell me, look at this guy saying all that stuff, right? SS, do you realize that Austin Witsit, your hero, the entire debate has one proof of the globe Earth, and it's looking at lights in the sky to determine the ground. This is how retarded you become.
This event, who have been friends of mine for a long time, haven't talked to them in 6 months because they abandoned me just like everybody else, because I went down to Antarctica and came back and told you the truth. Can you imagine? You're all truthers, and you turned your back on me for going on a trip and telling you the truth. So that, what do you think that does to my opinion of the truthers of the flat Earth? But what separates me from the community is exactly that I will follow the evidence even if it leads me somewhere uncomfortable. I'm not here representing NASA. I'm not here on behalf of any government. I'm just here on my own telling you my observations and what they mean to me. What is this debate not about, I guess, is, let me get to this part. So my opponent, obviously Austin, I think Austin's sharp. I think he's articulate. I think he's smart. I think he's undeniably passionate. I used to admire that passion, and I do, but I think that the passion without precision is just noise. Austin's approach is a philosophical approach, I believe, more than it is scientific.
I mean, I'll give it a little bit longer. I do not, at this point, find Austin smart as I thought, because he's either purposely not understanding my positions, he's either not listening to what I'm saying, and he's just making up the biggest nonsense excuses for everything. And the whole fallacy thing is just so gay, just really, really gay. Because you can still, just let's say this, just because something's fallacious in its argument doesn't make it false. It doesn't. I mean, you could be fallacious in an argument about the sky being blue, but it doesn't make the sky a different color. It's still true that the sky is blue, even if you fallaciously argued it. But to just take everything and just be like, oh, I'm just going to call everything a fallacy when you guys are doing the exact same thing constantly. Flat Earth is an entire fallacy in and of itself. You have no evidence. None. Continue.
And here's what we can expect Austin to do tonight, at least.
Now, pay attention to this, because we'll write some of these down and see if I was right.
In my opinion, he's not going to answer my questions.
So he's not going to answer questions. Okay. I'm writing these down so we can see what was my predictions like. Not going to answer questions. Okay. Let's hear more.
Because he's going to leave us with no picture of how the world works.
So no picture of how the world works. Remember, these guys say they have the truth. They know the truth. They already have the truth. But they have no picture of how the world works or how it looks. They can't even draw it for you, because that would require an AE map.
How it looks or how it operates.
They don't know how it operates.
No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue about how anything works. He won't offer any explanation since Flat Earth doesn't have any. It will instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. I agree with that. However, it is true. So he also won't at any time offer a working map or model. Won't provide a model that matches all known observations. Won't explain how you can have circumpolar stars in the south, seen from the continents, the 3 continents. Explain why the north at 80 degrees are seeing an inverse but identical observation today that we made 6 months ago to the day. Predict sunrise and sunset times for every location on Earth with a flat Earth geometry, or tell us how the sun stays visible for 24 hours at a time in Antarctica, unless he invokes refraction or reflection.
Jaran, real quick, Jaran, I paused the time for you before we started.
Don't interrupt my intro.
Minimize yourself. Are you thinking you're showing something right now?
No, I'm not showing anything yet.
Okay.
All
right. Good.
Yeah.
I'll resume the time.
Okay. Thanks. So one of the biggest problems is that I've seen is that the flat Earth has become somewhat of a cult. So why did I leave it? Well, I left it not because I was debunked, not because I lost a debate or because I was paid off or because I was got tired of fighting. I left because I did something that very few in this community are willing to do. That's testing our conception of the Earth. Think of what the flat Earth has brought in 10 years. It's been 10 years. We have brought nothing to the world. We have invented nothing. We have increased the knowledge of nothing. We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel and then got off and been like really proud of ourselves. But when you look back, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't do anything. We didn't bring anything to the world. And there's a certain point where you need to say, hey, shouldn't we have something by now? Shouldn't we have something? So I tested my conception of the Earth. I went to Antarctica. I witnessed the 24-hour sun. I saw it with my own eyes. It means that the South is not a lie. We'll get into that. But let's talk about the so-called research that was done around the response to the final experiment. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any. No investigation, no travel, no counter experiments, just knee-jerk denial, memes, name-calling, lazy live streams from basements with the globe in the trash and Dave Weiss's app back on a digital Ouija board. Instead of being met with genuine curiosity, my trip to Antarctica, something this community has claimed that they wanted for years. This was something that people pushed for, wanted, said was impossible. We went and did it, but instead it was treated like betrayal. Why? Because I didn't come back with a blurry GoPro clip of an ice wall. Instead, I came back with something far more dangerous to flat Earth, and that's the truth. I watched the sun circle my head for 4 straight days. I recorded it. We live streamed it. We showed angles, timestamp, shadows, sunspots, you name it, all things that wouldn't exist as we saw them on a flat Earth. And so what do I get for that? Shill, actor, Freemason, CGI. The usual default settings of belief systems that can't survive contact with reality. This has opened my eyes to what the truth community really is. If this is the kind of research that they do about the Antarctic trip, then think of all the things that I thought they were researching correctly before. And it becomes a little bit like a cult when you can't question the doctrine, you can't update the model, you can't accept conflicting evidence, and you sure as hell can't leave, if you notice that. It's Scientology with memes, basically. So here's my evidence focus area. Number 1, I want to remind everybody that today's date is 6 months to the day that we filmed the 24-hour sun. Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time lapse of the sun circling us right to left in the south. If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees north, we would see the exact opposite observation in the sky. Everything identical, 35 degrees at its high, 15 degrees at its low, moving left to right this time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical and upside down from each other? There's only one shape that could possibly be, and it's not flat. If the Earth is flat, the South has to be a lie, period. There's no getting around that. You can't have an opposite of the North like we're taught, and then say that the Earth is flat, but it still works that way. No, it wouldn't work that way. So if we went down there and we saw that the South was not a lie, then that's pretty good evidence that the Earth is what we were taught. So if you're unaware of it, it's time you figured it out. If the Earth is flat, then the South cannot be what we were taught. Therefore, if it is exactly what we were taught, then guess what the shape of the Earth is? So in December 2024, I knew the following. The South is either a lie or we were wrong. So I decided to take a free trip to check. And throughout this debate, I will be focusing on a few main points. Each of them is a dagger in the heart of the flat Earth model. It's the reason that I switched. It sucks. It's the last thing anybody wants to do. It's the worst thing I've ever had to do. However, I'm a truther. So despite the people yelling and screaming and the people lying about me, so-called truthers, Steve Falconer blocking me, or you name it, Dave Weiss blocking me, no contact, these people are not truthers. If they were truthers, wouldn't you want to know what Jeran has to say? This guy was a flat earther for 10 years and now he's flipped. Let's listen to him. Nope. Instead, you all blocked me. You all refuse to listen because you're in an echo chamber. That's what you've built for yourself. It's the only way flat Earth survives is if you sit in that echo chamber and repeat each other and pretend that Steve Falconer's video did anything other than prove the globe. The South Celestial Pole is visible from the South continents. It rotates just like the North Celestial Pole, but clockwise instead. The South Pole itself is a geographic location. It's verified by directional convergence and solar angles. The reverse sun and moon motion, easily explained by simply saying the word sphere. Tropic of Capricorn behavior, curving to the left, not to the right, easily explained by saying the word sphere. Southern star trails, matching observations that only make sense with a spherical rotating Earth. Circumpolar stars in the south that would never work on a flat Earth, impossible, but they work perfectly when you say the word sphere. Sunrise and sunset, left to right, setting and rising, predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox on flat Earth. The apparent fake second refracted something cop-out sun is basically the only out that the flat Earth has, is to introduce apparent suns, second suns, third suns, reflected suns, even though that's not how the world works. So my final thoughts is, thank you, Austin, I know you too want the truth. So being that we saw the same thing, I think it's time that we figure out how you can see differently than I do now. If the globe accounts for every single observation that we saw on the trip, and the flat Earth didn't account for any, it failed, it was disproven, it was falsified, then I have to ask you, Austin, why you would remain in the camp that has nothing, and is that still you being a truther? But at the end of the day, I have something that he does not really. It's an explanation that actually works. So to the audience, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just ask you to think, to test, to observe, to not just discount me outright. Listen, learn, and take it in, and then go and do your own observations. I've got evidence tonight that you can do on your own. You don't need NASA, you don't need authority. You can figure out by the end of today what the shape of the Earth is. And we were wrong. It's okay. Guess what? I'm a truth seeker. I told you guys that we were looking for the shape of the Earth. We found it. Let's move on. Let's get over it. Let's get past it. Thank
you. So,
all right, you are.
I think that the most important thing was at the end there that the globe accounts for every single observation we made on the trip. From every single spot, it accounted perfectly for what we saw. Now, Austin says later, I don't think it was perfect, but he doesn't have any numbers. He didn't even measure anything, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just claiming that. The truth of the matter is that the sun did exactly what it's called to do at 80 degrees south. All the people who said, maybe they took you somewhere else, maybe they took you over here. No, listen, the globe Earth that they've mapped the Earth on, no matter where you go on that globe, it has a requirement of what the sky must do at that position. There is no taking you somewhere else. If you tell me we're going to 80 degrees south at a place called Union Glacier, the sun has to do what it does at Union Glacier. There is no going anywhere else. So knock it off.
Yep, muted.
Yep.
So I'm trying to make sure we're right here. So it's rebuttals right now. Do I do my opening right now or my rebuttal?
Not sure.
You do your opening now, and then you guys will do your rebuttals, starting with Jeran.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so remember, let's just look at what I said Austin would provide. He was not going to answer my questions. He was not going to give us a picture of how the world looks or operates. He's going to give us no layout. He's going to give us no observations, no map or model. He won't explain circumpolar stars. He won't explain the southern star trails. He can't predict sunset or sunrise, and he won't talk about the 6-month difference between 80 degrees south and 80 degrees north, and won't talk about the sun, 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Replace. Okay, cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer here.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when I'm getting close or whatever, and it's cool.
Yeah, I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this anyway. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So yes, Jeran and I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and so I'm just going to have to do what we do in debates. So I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal period. But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And
it's an illogical premise. So isn't that Austin because he doesn't understand it? I guess I don't understand. How is it an illogical premise?
And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity, meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true. And this is...
So isn't that true of everything that Flat Earth believes about the globe? It's because they don't understand it. Read Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs. Everything about that is he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand how the globe works. He doesn't understand how it operates.
A very dangerous fallacy, right? This, if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression.
Wrong. Here's what you need to pay attention to. That if it's just me, if I'm the one who says, I don't understand how this works, then his job is to tell me how it works. Not just to point out, well, if you don't know how it works, then it doesn't matter. Okay, if that were the case, then what he's saying is, let's say there's two ideas. We're trying to figure out what's the best, I don't know, way to operate a car. Do we want to use gas or whatever? And if you have two different options, but one of them keeps not working, one of them won't work. We've tried it. We keep going back. Austin just doesn't think that's a reason to get rid of it. What if everybody in the world can't get it to work? That's the case with the flat Earth. This is what you guys don't understand. Everybody that exists in the world, 8 billion people, not one of them can tell us how the flat Earth works. That's the difference. It's not just me. I'm just not the only one who says, oh, I don't get it. And you're like, oh, that's an appeal to incredulity because you don't, just because you don't understand doesn't. Yeah, but the whole world doesn't understand. Nobody can do it. At what point do we call a spade a spade? At what point do we say, since this model works and this model, no one's ever been able to make it work, we should probably use the one that works? It's not that difficult.
So that's like my core issue with it is the people I have seen flip and ask them, they're just articulating to me that they don't understand how it can work on a flat Earth.
Right, because nobody can. So you need to tell us how. So notice that notice how disingenuous this is. So right now he's saying that, well, because you don't know how it works doesn't mean it's not true. Okay, great. But when we ask them how it works, what do they say? Oh, now falsification is independent of replacement. So they're putting themselves in a position where they don't have to explain anything, but they expect people to think it's the way the world works. Austin, how can we believe your way the world works when you won't tell us how it works? Nobody knows how it works. How are we going to believe that?
And that kind of leads into the next part, right? Which is that they shift the burden that I would say that the globe holds over to me or a flat Earth.
The globe has already explained how it works. They've already done that. If you're going to take over the globe, you have to better explain reality than the globe. That's that simple. It's that simple. Flat Earth has to better explain reality than the globe, and then Flat Earth will become the de facto belief. The problem is it can't explain a single thing except for it looks flat around us and we don't feel like we're spinning.
Earther, right? Shifting the burden of proof, which is the person that challenges
Or do you think the Earth is flat, Austin? Do you think the Earth is flat? If it is, you just made a positive claim. You need to explain it. It's not shifting the burden of proof. You are the one saying that the Earth is flat. If you weren't, we wouldn't be having this debate.
Denies your positive assertion, you're asking them to prove that it isn't true.
No, I'm not asking you to prove anything isn't true. The globe is the truth. If you're going to come up and say, no, I think it's flat, then you need to explain it.
Yes, that is correct. I will say that the flat Earth is the default position because it is. I think Jeran is going to be more honest than most people, right? So when we typically debate this conversation, so I would imagine he would acknowledge that.
Sure. If you're talking about for cavemen, yes, cavemen would have thought that the Earth was flat. They would have had no reason to believe at all that the Earth was a sphere.
The default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. He said that we figured it out over time, that we've been able to.
Right, we figured it out over time. Because like you travel and things happen, you look at the sunrise and sunset, it doesn't work on a flat plane. You keep trying to map it on a flat plane, it doesn't work. You watch the stars, you watch everything. And some smart people in the past started to think maybe it's a curved ball.
To replace it, like we can discuss that, right? But the default position is that the Earth is stationary. The default position is that the Earth is a topographical plane.
Right, but there's no way to map that. So that's why we went back to the drawing board. That's why people say, well, it doesn't, I mean, it's not working flat. We can't even map it.
Utilize it as such, like for almost everything that we do. For
Right. Because that's a great thing about the spheres. It's so big that we can treat it as flat.
transportation, for civil engineering, we actually build that way. We fly planes that way.
Yep.
Like we have to utilize it as a plane. We actually measure elevation vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal base.
You know, you measure it to a tangent, which is off of a sphere, but you can call it a horizontal datum if you want, but that's not what the truth is.
Baseline is the sea level, the horizontal datum, and it goes on and on. There are many evidences that we live on a plane, but it is the default position. Therefore, just logically speaking, to claim that the antithesis of that is true, right? The opposite of that, it has the burden of proof.
Okay, so we've given you the burden of proof. We've shown you that every single sunrise and sunset is predicted and follows through from the globe model. That the sun that we saw going backwards and above our heads for 4 days matches the sphere model, doesn't match a flat earth at all. The sun going backwards, being upside down, matches the sphere, not the flat earth. The south celestial pole matches the sphere, not the flat earth. The sunrise going right to left in the south matches the sphere, not the flat earth. How many of these do I need to go through?
I don't really think that Jeran is denying that. I think he's saying that he thinks it's been satisfied.
Right. It's clearly been satisfied in the fact that you can't find one place on Google Earth that doesn't match observations, Austin. Find me one location on the globe that doesn't match the globe predictions, and that's step one at proving the globe wrong. You haven't done that.
But the only issue is that if you didn't go to satisfy that burden, it cannot be an articulation of an appeal to incredulity because you don't understand how it can work on a flat earth.
Satisfying that burden is that they've predicted and shown you how every single observation works on a globe. You've just made up that we have an appeal to we don't understand how it works. No, that's not part of the proof of the globe. Proof of the globe is not we don't understand how the flat earth would do it. It's that when you come and say the earth is flat and we say, well, how does that work? It doesn't work. And then you say, well, you're reversing the burden of proof. Then don't come up in here saying it's a fucking flat earth.
It can't be, well, if I assume the Earth's a globe, this makes perfect sense. It makes more sense to me than whatever I would think of a flat Earth.
No, it matches all observations. It matches all predictions. Yours matches zero.
I had reified a model prior to this, and therefore, since it doesn't work with the reification of my prior model, it can't be flat. It must be globe. These are just fallacious. And
There's nothing fallacious about it.
Is the very issue that's got us into this free falling through an infinite vacuum infinitely at 66,600 miles per hour.
No, evidence has done that.
Nonsense that we currently were told is true. This is the very line of reasoning that got us into the ever expanding Copernican model that people believe to be true. Now, I don't know Jeran's specific position now. I don't know.
I don't worry about the Copernican model. It doesn't
geocentrist or not, et cetera, but we're talking specifically more about the shape. Is it a globe is the question. So I'm going to list off some evidences. I just want to make that very clear that like on its face, a stationary topographical plane is the default position based on empirical evidence. The antithesis of that would be that it's actually a globe, that it's a sphere, that the Earth is spinning convexly at a certain rate, and therefore it has the burden of proof.
Yep. And they provided the burden of proof by predicting every single sunset and sunrise and every single 6 month rotation of the sun, full days of sun at the south or the north, and full days of night or full 24 hours of night. Everything about what we observe and experience every day is explained by a sphere Earth. It's been done before us. It's time to stop being rude and disrespectful to the people that have already figured this out. We don't need to figure it out. We don't need to.
If you point to the sky and say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere because
No, that's a prediction. If you say, hey, this stuff over here looks upside down from when I was over there, and you say, well, let's think of what could be the answer for that. Could it be that we're on a sphere? That'd be really weird. Let's test it. Oh, wow, look at it. Matches all observations. That's called science, Austin.
I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth that isn't.
It's not that we can't understand. It's that you are saying it's flat and you are providing no information. That's what the problem is. We are not just running around saying, hey, we don't understand how the flat Earth works. I don't think the Earth's flat anymore. So I don't need to explain how the Earth is flat. You are coming at me saying that the Earth is flat. So then you need to explain it. How would you think that you get to run around and tell us how the Earth works, but you don't have to explain it or show it? Would you just go by your words? Oh, well, Austin, guys, everybody in the chat, Austin said that the Earth is flat, so we should just go with that. Because he did say if we don't understand how it works, that's our fault. We're the problem. You can't just say it's an appeal to incredulity by saying it doesn't work. And to ask somebody how it works is reversing the burden of proof. Do you understand what's going on here?
Sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent, shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question. And
I mean, this is just a disgusting word semantics game to where he's basically saying we're allowed to say that the Earth is flat. You can't ask us how it works because that's you admitting you don't know how it works, and that doesn't make it false. And you can't reverse the burden of proof and ask us to prove how it works. So therefore, we just get to sit here and say, I just want to make money off these Christians, Jeran. I don't want you to actually bring up things that are wrong with my belief. Well, Jeran, didn't you say the Earth was round now? Yes? What the fuck are you talking about? Of course I did. So what are you talking about? When I say the earth is round, it's then my burden of proof. We've already provided the evidence of that. What are you talking about? How can you guys be this dense? Oh, anyways, I'm out. It's sad how Jeran is a liar now. Can you, okay, Mr. SS, tell me one thing I've lied about. Go ahead, I'm waiting. Watch his videos. That's not lying, dipshit. I learned I was wrong. What the fuck's wrong with you? He was destroying his own claims. Yeah, because my mind changed. Are you this fucking thick? Am I not allowed to change my mind? Are you kidding me? So your rule is once you've made a claim on YouTube, you cannot change your mind. This is the problem with the world. You are the problem. You are the problem. People like you who think there's something wrong with changing, you're not allowed to change your mind. You made a claim back then? No, you got to stick to it. SS, we're waiting for you to tell me how I lied. Waiting. Haven't seen it yet. SS match. Being the key word, Jeran. No, you just said that I've lied. You're leaving. So I would like to know what I lied about. Since I'm not the liar, I would like to know what you think I'm lying about. So I'll wait. You said, anyways, I'm out. It's sad how Jeran is a liar now. Watch his videos from 2 years ago. He was destroying his own claims, LOL. I mean, I feel bad for you. I really do. Because it just must be bothering you. It must be just digging the inside, just hurting you. I'm waiting for you. Oh, here we go. Just because something matches doesn't mean it is. Oh, wow. Okay, so show us how the flat earth matches. Oh, wait, it doesn't. So if we're looking for the model of the earth and one matches and one doesn't, which one do you think is right? We're waiting for you to figure out, because you're the liar. Do you realize that? You just lied to my entire audience by telling them that I'm lying, but you can't name one lie. It's weird. Waiting. Mosifer, we have to measure the earth to prove its shape. We already have. Wake up. That's the only way. Oh, we gotta reach inside of a woman to see if she's pregnant too. That's the only way. See, we can't just take what enzymes are in her piss. We don't do that in the world. We only look directly at things. You're so retarded. Everything else is all guesswork. I mean, Jeran himself uses the word match. What are you talking about? Yes. If you're trying to figure out whether or not the earth is something or the other, then you want to find the one that matches. This is a really weird one. Well, that's okay. He's Jeranism. I think he's a fan, at least an old fan. Yeah, none of these guys are fans if they're calling me liars. They're not a fan. They don't know how to listen. It's on them. Matching something isn't proof that something is something. Oh. Okay, but let's think about it. If you find an animal, you don't know what it is. You're like, this is just some animal. And then somebody gives you 20 pictures of animals. If you find the one that matches the animal that you have, do you think it's that animal? What do you think the chances are that it's one of the animals that doesn't match? I'm pretty sure it would be the one that matches. You are retarded, sir. How did you let this happen to you? How did you let this happen? You need to look at it and measure it both, but you people aren't doing that. You keep talking about the sun. You're wrong. I saw a rocket launch the other day that happened. It's right here. This rocket launch, I didn't see the rocket for 1 minute and 6 seconds. Oops. Sorry. Not that one. I want the infrared. Okay, see this rocket right here? Flying in the sky? It took off 1 minute and 6 seconds before we see it. Think about what I'm saying. We have two models. We went out and we checked. I heard there was going to be a rocket launch from 185 miles from where I was. I went out there, set up my camera. I looked off in the distance and turned on the camera. When we see the rocket start to appear here, we went and figured it out. It was 36,000 feet high when it hit this horizon. That's weird. Why is that? Where was it for the first 1 minute and 6 seconds? Because it couldn't have moved from here. Guess where it was? It was way the fuck over here. How did it get up there? It's because it's on the other side of the Earth. It's on the other side of the curve. It's what the globe Earth predicts. It's what observations show us. End of story. End of nonsense. There it is. See it? It just appeared. Here it goes. Remember, that's 1 minute and 6 seconds after it took off. Look how fast it's moving. Look how fast it moved from the horizon to that line, but we're supposed to believe for 1 minute and 6 seconds. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? You tell me. For 1 minute and 6 seconds, it's just hiding like here. And that's, oh, now I'll appear. I'll come up on it. Nope. It's because it matches perfectly what the globe Earth calls for. There's no way that every time we go out and observe rocket launches, every time you go out and observe sunsets and sunrises, and every time you go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, and every time you go to the north and see a 24-hour sun, and you go to 50 degrees south and you see a sunset, and then you go 6 months later to 50 degrees north and see a sunset, and it's the complete opposite. That's impossible, dude. Wake up. How many things need to match until you wake up and say, all right, maybe, just maybe, I need to rethink my position, that this isn't kindergarten anymore. I can't just say, well, it seems flat, looks flat, there's flat. Think about it. That there's no, think of how the lie would have to be. How big of the lie? Do you think you're smarter than every single astrophysicist and every single teacher and every single professor and every single scientist there ever was? Is that what we think? I thought we were being lied to about the South. We're not. End of story. Pack it up. Time to go.
So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat.
Okay, he's going to list off some of the evidences that we know it's flat. But so far, I just want to just check bases real quick. Has he done any of the following? Has he? He's not going to answer my questions. I haven't heard one of my questions answered. He's not going to give us a picture of how the world looks. Not so far. Or how it operates. Not yet. He's not going to give us a layout. Nope. He's not going to tell us about observations. Nope. He's got no map, no model. Correct. He won't explain circumpolar stars. He won't predict the sunrise or sunset. He won't talk about the 6-month difference between the 80 degrees north. He won't talk about the 24-hour sun. So far, I've been dead on.
It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter. And they throw their hands up, and I can understand even Jeran's
That's he's talking to you.
Because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate. Right? So we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to say,
okay, but we can't just call things a celestial phenomenon when it's the fucking sun. Name something more important in the world than the sun. Name something. You can't. Because there is nothing.
Logically consistent, and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says, and then we go and test it, and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers.
So he just said, but he wants to throw away the globe because he thinks that he found outliers. So he just said, we don't throw away 95% of the positive things just because there's some outliers. But that's exactly what he wants to do with the globe. In fact, he wants to throw it away because it doesn't match by like percents, like a tiny little smidgen. Like, oh, it was off by a degree. Austin, flat Earth has nothing
that we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars.
By the way, Austin's never done this before. He's never done this specific thing he's talking about. And from everything I can tell, it is an incorrect assessment. Those guys were asked to do other locations and they refused. And when Jesse went out there and did it himself by moving closer or further away from the spot that they wanted him to, he was able to get globe results sometimes, flat Earth results sometimes, concave Earth results sometimes, and the flat Earth never matched exactly. Yet these guys keep saying it matched exactly. They're lying to you.
Say from a ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect.
Matches perfectly, he says. That's a lie. Blatant lie. Go watch any of Heffron's presentations with Alan and with Shame, and you'll see that that's a lie. It's not perfect. In fact, it's quite a bit off.
As the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement.
What difference does that make? So because the star's occulted, you don't have to account for refraction? Everybody right now, I want you to do me a favor. Close your eyes. You got your eyes closed? Okay. Do you think that things in the world are still being refracted? Or do you think you don't have to talk about refraction anymore because your eyes are closed? No, things are still being refracted, Austin. Well, we don't see the star anymore, so we don't have to take a refraction into account. What are you talking about? because you closed your eyes?
So refraction can't even be applicable.
What do you mean? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jeran experienced.
Yeah, but he also has like just one location that he does it from, or that it's very strict. And when asked to go do other locations, because here's the thing, here's the logically consistent thing. If you guys found something, then you should be able to go out to many locations and show that it always works. If it doesn't always work, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Experience only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field.
Who says it's horizontal? You say it's horizontal.
This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center. But that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue.
What do you mean? I mean, this guy doesn't get, if you're on a flat Earth and it's linear and it's horizontal going up above you, if it's a sphere, just wrap that around. What are you talking about? It's still level and horizontal and flat as for your local location.
It's an impossibility on a sphere, right?
Impossibility on a sphere.
So what typically happens? I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got 2 more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jeran's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking it, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jeran's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots and attacks to do it. So that aside, because it doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun, and it circled around us, and it didn't go down. So then to claim that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere, in the winter, when I go to...
We weren't actually going to prove the Earth's a globe. You are claiming that. We falsified the flat Earth. And once you falsified the flat Earth, which is the only flat Earth map that there'll ever be, I don't know how many times I have to say this, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, then draw a flat Earth map that's not an AE map, and you can't. Wake up.
Antarctica, the sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky.
No, you made that up. You are making that up.
The circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe. It's a textbook affirming the consequence.
Well, you just made it up.
Textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch is real. To apply that type of logic, it is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical evidence, and we could list them off, and it's endless, right? Just the basic.
We could list them off, and they could be endless, but we won't do that.
Empirical position, the default position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea that's thousands of miles away?
What? That's not how it works. You do not know how, so does Austin not understand the sphere Earth? Austin, the horizontal baseline is just something you made up. You just made that up. It is a tangent at the place that you're at. If you're at the shore in Monterey, California, then there's a tangent from there. That's fine. But to then say that there's a horizontal datum that goes, no, there's not.
We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure vertical distance above that.
What? Let's hear that again. That's not what we do.
Textbook affirm the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch is real. To apply that type of logic, it is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical evidence, and we could list them off, and it's endless, right? Just
we could list them off, and they're endless. That's always good to throw into debate. I have so many facts; they're endless.
Base empirical position, the default.
Let's go with yes, I do, Tim. I'm sorry. I didn't want to say that originally. I wanted to wait and see, but I feel personally responsible for that because my thought process was that I needed somebody honest with me in case we saw the sun circle that would be honest and not be able to come back and lie. And I thought Austin was the one to do that. And I thought Austin won't lie. I've never seen him lie. He's going to be honest. But it says here, do you regret having Austin Witsit go with you? Would you have picked someone else to go in retrospect? Sorry, you have to repeat yourself for the last 6 months. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, at this point, I wish it was somebody else. But it is what it is. I mean, that's my own decision, or that was my own agreement to go with him. Yeah, but I mean, sadly, yes. I thought that it would be, if we did see it one way or the other, that it would be cut and dry. And I think even this is why I went, is because even Duffy said, if you remember, he was on that interview and he says, yes, if we see the sun set, then the globe Earth is falsified. And that was the key to me. I said, okay, this guy gets it. That is what I wanted to hear from the globe, is that would falsify the globe. And it would falsify flat Earth if we saw it circling. This is called a mutually exclusive observation. It only fits in one model. You always hear Dave, oh, we got 3 baskets, fits in one, fits in the other, fits in both. But it's very difficult to find that one that only fits in one basket or the other. Will Duffy found it. He found it in the south. He found it that one group says the sun sets, one group says it does not, and they're both model dependent, and they both destroy the model if they don't happen. It's called denying the antecedent.
Position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea?
Horizontal datum that starts at the sea. It's level, not horizontal. I mean, are you? I don't. I think he knows this.
It's thousands of miles away. We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is it that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle to that star once it's occulted by the mountain? It matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain. You can draw a straight line from observer to top.
Billy J says, Jeran, you've seen him lie. You just didn't detect it. Yeah, that might be true. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I don't know. I thought that he was honest, so I expected that. And again, am I saying he's not honest now? So the options are either he's not as smart as I thought he was, or he's lying. It's one or the other. If he really has come to this conclusion and he's really speaking like this and thinking that this is proof of anything, because here's the thing. Imagine being in my position now. I know that the Earth will never, ever be flat. Okay? So it's and it's not like a question. It's not like once you've seen it, it's obvious. Once you realize how the sun works, you're like, oh, the sun tells us. We don't need any information. We don't need anything else. The Earth is mapped on a sphere. If it's not a sphere, then show me where on the sphere is incorrect. If you can't, then you don't understand how things work. You don't understand how things work. And nobody's ever debunked Google Earth. Nobody's ever debunked SunCalc. They're all globe dependent. Therefore, we live on a globe. It's time to cash it in. And sad thing is that I don't think it'll happen in my days here. So I'm ready to move on because I can't keep doing this. It's actually embarrassing and extremely disheartening to see people stuck in this line of thinking and then they all repeat each other. I mean, just think of what we just saw with Flatzoid, and those people are dumb as fuck. I refuse to be anywhere near any of the people like that.
The mountain to star, and it perfectly matches an angle down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry where it's significantly different on a globe, but yet the star's not where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is occulted.
1 minute.
So I will say, basically, what always happens is people say, well, then how would this work, this work, this work, this?
Okay, no, people always say that. It's because you are coming and saying the Earth is flat. Right? So you can't come to a scientific discussion and say the Earth is flat, and then when somebody says, how does that work? You say, you're not allowed to ask us that. We are just allowed to show up and say the Earth's flat, and we're allowed to call people assholes and losers and all these things and globetards. And we can do that. And we just don't, you can't ever ask us how it works.
And if I don't get my answers, then you lose Earth's a globe.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Why would you think you can come up to somebody who says, I think the Earth's a globe because it matches all these observations. Then you come along and say, I think it's flat. Oh, you do? The next question out of that person's mouth is always going to be, how does it work? You're saying we can't say that. So what are we supposed to say? Just, okay, everybody, from now on, the Earth is flat. Austin says so. Alan, Shame says so. What are we going to do? What you can't do is ask them how that works.
If we are to grant them the presupposition of a model that they have reified, that is not how it works logically. So yes, in conclusion, the Earth default position is as a stationary topographical plane. The burden of
right, but it doesn't match observations, and therefore it's not right.
Proof is on the other side. It needs to prove it.
They have already done that.
And when there's direct geometric refutations to that claim, they cannot be hand waved because there's another celestial observation that you think is better explained by that model that was just refuted.
Yeah, you can.
Right, we can't actually skip over to that part. So
you can't refute a model with one observation anyway. You just said earlier that we can't throw away 95% of the evidence because 5% of the evidence is wrong.
That is very simply my position, and I think that is based on the logical parameters of how we actually examine the discussion.
If you want to know how bad Flat Earth has become, it's that people actually think that he won this debate. That's how bad Flat Earth is. They have no clue. They think Scamartica is a great video. They think Dave Weiss is telling the truth. They think, I mean, it's just disgusting.
In the first place. So
that was bad. Did he do any of the things I said that he was going to not do? No, he did. He didn't provide us the way the Earth looks. He didn't say the way it operates. He didn't say how it appears. He didn't say anything about it. We're just not allowed to ask him. We're not allowed to say we don't understand it, and we're not allowed to say how does it work. We have to accept when people step forward and said, I think the Earth's on a triangle. We have to all say, okay, the Earth's on a triangle. Because don't you dare say it doesn't work, and don't you dare ask that person for how it works. You're not allowed to do that.
All right, thank you, Austin. All right, gentlemen, the next part of the debate is the rebuttals. And so we're going to afford Jeran 7 minutes to rebut to what he just heard.
So this is just me presenting myself. Okay, gotcha. It's not asking questions. That'll be okay. Gotcha.
You're just going to respond to what Austin said.
Okay, thanks.
Let me add you to the full screen. All right, you're good.
Okay, so the issue I have there is that the way Austin's describing it, he's saying that if nobody can explain how something works, well, it doesn't mean it's not true. But we would never get to the truth if that were the case. If the case were that anything could be true, even if it doesn't have any explanation, doesn't explain anything. But
right. So basically, we can come to the table with any evidence that we want, with any idea that we want. I could say I actually don't think that blood is running through our body. I think that it's hay. I think hay is running through our body. It's providing my heart with what it needs. It's giving my membranes and my cells what they need, and that's what I think. Okay, so that's my claim, right? So what now? So people aren't allowed to ask me how it works or what my evidence is for it. They're not allowed to do that. And they can't say, well, I don't know how that would work, because as soon as you do that, that's an appeal to incredulity. Just because you don't know how hay goes through your body and supplies everything that we need doesn't mean it's not true. This is the most disgusting group of people I've ever seen.
somebody just says, well, I think it's true, because that's basically what he's saying, is that if we have different ideas on the shape of the Earth, he's saying it doesn't make a difference if one of them makes all the predictions and the other one makes none, because simply because you don't know how it works doesn't mean it's false. Oh, then that would be true for anything. So I think we live on a dog, and then you might say, well, that wouldn't work. How could we live on a dog? And I'd say, well, just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true. So I mean, we could do that forever. We could live on anything. And I mean, you have a group of things that you look at, and then you find out which one better matches the observations. Now, for me, the flat Earth better matches observations when you're talking about the Earth looks flat. It operates and appears flat. And everything we do is with the flat Earth. That's because no matter where you're at, it's flat. So you can treat the Earth completely and totally like it's a flat plane, and that's how you best do it when you're flying a plane, when you're building a bridge, when you're building a canal. If you took the curvature of the Earth into account, it wouldn't make any sense, because where we build is level. So we use a spirit level where we're at, and that is a level plane where it is. And yes, down the road that way or that way are not quite still level with where you're at, but that's not needed in any walk of life. We don't ever look down the way and say, oh, how do we line up with that? We just build a canal, we just build a bridge, we just build where we're at, we use a spirit level, and that's how it works on a sphere. You said that, I guess where I was confused, if all observations match predictions, then that's where you live. So I don't know how to better explain this, is that if you're given a map of your apartment complex and you're asking, hey, where's the laundry room? And they say, here's a map. And outside of your door, they show a pool, but there's no pool in front of you. You can then at that point take the map back to the office and say, this map is...
I actually drew that because I was like, I think it's a pretty good analogy. It kind of helps a little bit. Let me see if I have it here or not, if I saved it or not. Do I save my map page? Let me see here. Details. No. View. Large icons. Sort by date modified. Let's see if we have it here. Yeah. All right, let me give you an example. So this is a, can I bring this up over here? Oh, actually, I don't know if you'll be able to see that. Shit. Move it over here. That's pop player. Won't do that. We'll go this way and do this one. Oh, come on, left screen. All right. So let's look here first and just show you. This is the new apartment that we just got. Not for real, I'm just saying, pretending. Okay, and you'll notice that we are in apartment 102, A102. It's right here, this little door. A103 is next to us, A101 is on the left of us. Outside of our door is a pool, and then we got another building over here, B apartments. Okay, so if we went to that apartment and we then said, hey, where's the laundry room, to the person at the desk, and they said, let me get you a map. Okay, thanks. And this is the map they give us. Okay, and so we look at this map and we're like, all right, sweet. And they're like, the laundry's over here in the blue. And we're like, great. And here's A101, this is your room, or A102, great. If we walk out of our apartment and we see this purple building, we're like, what is this? Building C? What? But when we walk out of the real world, there's a pool here. But on this map, it's showing that there's a building here and then the pool's on the other side. So does that tell you that the map is wrong? Yes, because the map doesn't match the observations of the real world. Therefore, you can take this map and you can take it back to the office and say, your map is wrong. It doesn't match reality. It's that simple. The Earth works the same way. We can walk outside and we can observe the sun doing what the sun does. On an AE map, the sun does not jive. The sun is going the wrong direction for every single person in the south. It's going left, not right. It goes around people's head in Antarctica, which is impossible on the map that we've been given. You can turn it back into the office, turn it into Dave Weiss, and tell him to go shove it up his fucking ass. It doesn't match observations, therefore it's wrong. Could you at this point say for sure you know that this map down here is wrong? Is this 100% wrong because it doesn't match observations? The answer is yes. There's no way this map is right. You can take it back to the office and tell them to shove it. And that's what people don't understand. That's the point that we're at now with the flat earth. The flat earth map is done. It's falsified. Wake up. Go try and draw a new map. And when you draw one, guess what? It will be the AE map again. And the AE map has been falsified again. Do that every day. Eventually you'll realize, oh shit, the Earth's a globe. It sure is. It sure is. 100%, no doubt about it. It's the only shape that matches observations.
Incorrect, because it doesn't match observations. So we have a map like that. It's called the AE map, and it no longer matches the observations. Therefore, you can take it back to the office and say, hey, this map doesn't work anymore. And then you can take the globe and you can say, well, how about this one? And Austin mentioned going down to 80 degrees and seeing Punta Arenas and blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, what it points out is that every single location that you or I have ever been to, and I dare say every single location that anybody watching this debate has been to, matches the observations given to us by mapping the Earth on a sphere. It does not match any flat plane, doesn't match any cylinder or pyramid. It matches a sphere. The Earth is mapped on a sphere. You can call any of your friends, no matter where they live, and ask them, hey, can you go check and see if the sunrise sunset comport to this model and this prediction? And their answer every single time will be yes. We have Google Earth, which has never been disproven by one person. It doesn't get the angles of the sunrise and sunset wrong. It gets them right, and it's based on a sphere model. You talked about the celestial theodolite, but you need stellarium to even talk about it. So again, now you're using a globe Earth spherical system in order to tell me that the Earth is flat by using the numbers that the sphere system gives you. I'm not even going to go down that road. That seems to be preposterous on its face. Electrical field on the Earth. I don't know what you mean by linear distribution. You mean that it's, I guess I don't know what you mean. It goes up in a linear fashion, I guess is what you mean. So I don't know why that wouldn't work on a sphere. As I said, wherever you're at is level. So therefore, above my head would be a linear progression of electrical field. It doesn't make a difference if the Earth's a sphere because it doesn't matter for where I'm at. You said we went south.
I think you're right. And we got Mike Hatch here says, word salad Witsit doesn't get it. Doesn't seem like it. I thought he would. Witsit, I thought he's smart. And let me just say, and he'll admit to this, I don't think he would deny it, that several times on this trip, we both looked at each other and we're like, this is matching the sphere. This is matching the globe Earth. Everything we're seeing is matching the globe. Now, we would try and postulate other ideas, but we recognized that, well, it could be it could be the coffee cup caustic, which is embarrassing now that I ever said that. Because once you see the real world, you're like, how could the coffee cup caustic is not going to cause light to be down in the south because the sun's going around the opposite end of the Earth 30,000 miles away?
We had a giant sheet of ice. Yeah, we did. But you have to remember, we saw the sun south of us, and that refutes any flat Earth that's ever existed and will ever exist. That's the thing that people don't realize about this flat Earth. There'll never be another map.
Never.
Not for the rest of your life, not for the rest of your children's lives. There is no other way to map the Earth on a flat plane other than the AE map. That's it. And once the AE map has been...
I'll take a time out real quick just to see if anybody's got questions. Make sure right now you put at Jeranism. Not at Jeran, at Jeranism. I'll answer your questions right now. I don't want to get too far and people be asking me things and I'm not paying attention to the chat. I usually don't like to look at the chat when I'm doing stuff like this because I'll get distracted. But right now I'm looking for any at Jeranism in the next 10 minutes or so, or next 5 minutes, just so I can see if anybody's got questions or if everybody's good, and we'll keep moving on. He did get pissed when I said he was talking. I didn't say word salad. I said you're just saying words, but he understood what I was getting at, I guess. Jeranism, shh. Hey, come here. I know, you know. Don't think I got that part. Don't think I got that part. All right, doesn't look like there's anything so far. We'll give it a couple seconds, see if there's anybody. If you assume I don't know what the heliocentric model is, then I assume you are vaccinated. Honest flat earthers who care about evidence are called ex-flat earthers. That's a good point. You and a couple other people in here have to look up to see the bottom of the barrel. I don't know what that means. Ether says tubular. Thank you. Don't know what that means, but whatever. I know a few things that are tubular. I got a Louisville Slugger on the garage that's definitely tubular. But that's another subject. He's the one who brought up word solid, not you. Yes, I know. I said you're just saying words, which he was. But okay, we've got, maybe nobody's got any questions, which is good. It means people are happy with you at least understand the material, you understand what's going on. Probably all the flat earthers already left because they can't stand, I get it, I was one of them. You don't sit and listen to your own theory get smashed. You run away because it just is too much to handle, and it's easier to dismiss the person if you don't have to hear them. If you have to sit and listen to me, you have a problem. But that's what I'm saying, is that you would think all these flat earthers, this whole place should be filled with flat earthers who are intent on listening to why would Jeran flip. He was a flat earther for 10 years. I really want that, because they're not truth seekers. Do you understand? They are seeking their own truth, seeking the truth they want to be true. And I'm not speaking that truth, so why would they listen to me? Get it? Brian Staton says, Jeran, do you know he is ignorant but hesitant to admit because you are friends? Wait, do you know he is ignorant but hesitant to admit because you are friends? No, I don't know. I thought that Witsit was smart. What do you mean? Do I know he's ignorant? No, no. I mean, I have to decide whether or not he's really missing this or just, I mean, because here's the sad part. He flat out said he doesn't listen to my show. So he hasn't heard any of my evidence. So I don't know that answer. I don't. No questions so far. We've got Swallow says, who is going to win the NBA title this year? I don't know. Not the Warriors. Yeah, they listen to conspiracy stuff. Correct. They just sit in echo chambers and listen to people repeat the same things, and then guess what that repetition does? It puts in your mind that you are right. When you hear people saying, "Oh, these guys they didn't go to Antarctica, or they're using the lights in the sky," and you just keep hearing it every day, it just becomes part of your mantra. Mad respect to what you've had to go through. I don't envy you. I love your videos. Thank you, Tim. I don't envy me either. I want it to be done. New Moon says you're accepting deception and fighting AE model, not flat Earth. Okay, New Moon, listen very carefully. You cannot provide another Earth that is flat unless it's the AE model. Do you understand? So I'm not accepting deception. That's retarded. You are accepting deception to believe in a flat Earth that's been falsified. If I'm wrong, provide one other flat Earth map that's not the AE map. You can't do that because it's impossible. Therefore, your flat Earth in total has been debunked, has been falsified. It's gone. Why not just force Witsit to wear a truth detector? That'd be great. I don't know if that such thing exists. When was this dome constructed for it to live under and not be able to detect it? It's a crazy dome. So we don't even have a dome that covers a city, right? But we have a glass dome that covers the world. So they've never been able to figure out how to cover a city, but they've figured out how to do the whole world. It's a pretty big dome, and it moves, by the way. It spins. Spins about 3,000 miles per hour. Pretty crazy. All right, we're ready to move on. The black dudes will win. Horizon. I don't know what that means. Exposing Maz tricks and House. Good guy. The irony of iron being FE. Meaningless? It's funny. It's pretty good. Maybe not meaningless. Maybe not meaningless. I think that exposing Maz tricks, I think he's somebody who will come around. He's going to fight. He's going to fight hard. But eventually he will reach the conclusion that there's no possible way for the Earth to be flat. Might not be now, might not be a week, might not be a month. But he's somebody who's got at least the intelligence, because he'll keep attacking things. He'll keep trying to throw things out. But he's doing it because he's trying to find something that sticks. When he finds that nothing sticks, he'll revert back to what we were all taught as kids and accept the fact that we just should have. I still can't say we should have just listened to teachers and just believed them. But we should have gone and tested right away and found out if we were right or wrong. Not just assume, like I did, the South is a lie and therefore the Earth is flat. Because then you look for everything to fit what you want it to be. That's not research.
Falsified. We're done. It's time to get out. So you can go back to the drawing board if you want and play around. I did.
Sorry, Infinite Loop. Where did you say? Let me see. If I did skip your question, if I didn't, then you're going to have to owe me an apologies. You did. Sorry, my bad. You said, why did you take it easy on him? You called, he wouldn't answer any questions. You let him go meta versus pushing for answers. If you notice, you're wrong about that. That every time I was trying to get him to answer, that Sean would step in for him. Pay attention. Watch. I didn't try to go easy on him. I mean, I didn't go harsh on him, but every opportunity I had, I would be trying to get him to answer something. He just wouldn't answer. How am I supposed to make him answer? I mean, that's what I was trying to show, that he wouldn't answer. So he was actually doing exactly what I wanted.
That for 6 months and realized that's it. There's no more. If the sun circles in Antarctica, then it matches all observations of the sphere, and that's what it did. And the you said about the consequent. Where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified, that the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say if the Earth is a sphere, a blankety blankety blank, right, and then its distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of, right, then the Earth's so then they're doing the same thing. So now the number one evidence of the flat Earth that you guys use, the black swan, is an affirming the consequent. You just said that. If it's not, then why can't somebody say, if the Earth is a sphere and the sun does this, then we would see this in the south and we see that, therefore the Earth's a sphere. If that's not allowed, then neither is saying that the horizon.
If you guys aren't following my Jerans, what the hell's wrong with you? It's on Telegram. I'm going to show you yesterday's just so we can see what I did here. It's where I rant and tell people that life sucks and all that. Come on. Jeran, do you think it might be protect his financial gain? It could be. I'm not going to say that that can't be the case. I mean, he might have just been testing about what happened to me. You know, what happened. All right, so this is my post from yesterday, and it just says here, usually this works. I don't know why this is not working. Oh, that's basically it. So I made that little GIF of the sun going around, and I said, but this is what actually is happening. Okay, so see that sun going around over there? How could that work if this is what we know the sun does, but this is what we saw it do? Again, we know what the sun does. It does this, but we saw it do this. Okay, there's a pretty big problem there. Notice the days up top. So day 1, it goes around. Day 2, it goes around. Then it starts going there for 3, 4, 5. Now, how do we know that's not true? Because how did this get sunlight on day 3, 4, and 5? Look at day 3, sunlight. Day 4, sunlight. Day 5, sunlight. Do you understand? There's a problem. Flat Earth can't even admit that that's a problem. They can't even admit that. Let's read it. So we're going to read here. It says, now it's going on the screen there. It's weird. So we say here, so the flat earthers have a go-to proof for falsification of the globe. It is not an affirming the consequent fallacy because it is structured in a way that's called modus tollens. And it is a valid argument in the form of logic where a given conditional statement, if P then Q, then the negation of the consequent, not Q, you can conclude that the negation of the antecedent, not P, it's essentially a way to deny the antecedent based on the denial of the consequent. The problem for flat earth is that their falsification reads, here's the flat earth one, you've all heard this 1,000 times. If the earth is a sphere with radius 3959, P, then the distance to the horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q. We went and checked and the horizon is further, not Q, so the earth is not a sphere, not P. Now, if that were how the earth worked, this would be correct and we'd be falsifying the globe earth. However, the globe earth has something called refraction, and they say that you can see further sometimes, and that things behind the curve refract up. Now, this has been shown to be the case. So I said, the reason that it is a straw man, this is a straw man argument because they've left out part of it, right? Is that we live in an atmosphere and not in the world of geometry. Refraction causes light to bend, and on some days, the horizon may be seen further than the statement claims. This is, of course, dishonest to repeat every day, thinking you are falsifying the radius value. However, modus tollens is a valid form of argument and has a logically sound way to draw a conclusion. It also is called denying the consequent because you are negating the then part of the conditional statement. If it is related to as well to contrapositives, modus tollens validates the contrapositive of a conditional statement. For example, if it is a cat, P, then it has whiskers, Q. It does not have whiskers, not Q, therefore it is not a cat, not P. Okay? So I said, now we can just word our falsification test in Antarctica in the following way, structured just like the black swan. I want you to watch this right here. Oops, can I see them both? Damn, I'm not going to be able to see them both. Maybe there. Yeah, that's good. So look at here. This is the flat earth one. And I'm going to remember, it just doesn't include refraction, so it's actually fallacious. But now let's look at mine. If the earth is flat with a clockwise sun that goes around the continents in 24 hours, that's the if. Everybody who's a flat earther agrees with that. They'll pretend that they don't, but that's what has to be the case. We know that the sun goes around the continents in 24 hours. So if you're a flat earther, you believe that the earth is flat with a clockwise sun that goes around the continents in 24 hours. Stop being retards. Let's move on. Then no person standing outside of that sun's orbit on the outskirts of the map can see a sun moving backwards and circling the head of the observer for 24 hours. Again, looking at this map, if we know that the sun goes around the flat earth in 24 hours and brings light and heat to all these places, at no time can somebody on the outskirts of that orbit be standing and watch the sun go backwards around their head for 24 hours. Period. Wake up. Period. So then we go, if P, well, okay, P's right. Then we go Q. Then no person standing outside the sun orbit on the outskirts of that map can see a sun moving backwards and circling their head for 24 hours. We went and checked, and the sun did circle backwards and above our heads for way more than 24 hours. Therefore, not Q. So the earth is not flat. And that one works because I didn't use any That's not a straw man. Theirs is a straw man. They refuse to include refraction. This is not a straw man because this includes everything that the flat earth is. You can't say it's not unless you can come up with a different... well, Jeran, there is such thing as a flat earth that the sun doesn't go around 24 hours. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, there is one that it doesn't bring light and heat to the continents. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Jeran, would you have done anything different in retrospect in the way you came out? No, I can't, because anything else would have required me lying to my audience. So as soon as I knew, and that Christmas Eve show, I knew I had to come out and say I'm not a flat earther anymore. I don't think I said in that show that I was a globe earther. I think it took me, I kind of felt that way, but I just didn't want to say it yet. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of waiting. But I just knew I wasn't a flat earther and needed to think about it further. But, I mean, really, here's the case. When you come back and you realize that the entire community was filled with this Stephen Alonso saying, oh, all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun. No, they don't, liar. Go get pregnant. Then you've got Shane St. Pierre who says, oh, but the my stolen Walter Bislin model explains it all. No, it doesn't, you fallacious liar. Shane Pierre. You are wrong. You're lying to people. You are disgusting, by the way. Disgusting, fucking filthy liars. All these people, they were Dave Weiss. Oh no, it's fake. It's a plasma sun. What? Everybody had their little nonsense excuse. We have people thinking the earth is rising up. There's people in this community, the flat earth community, that think the earth is rising up. But when you ask them whether it's accelerating or not, they say, no, it's not accelerating. You're like, what are you talking about? They said, there's no proof of acceleration. You're like, what? Go drop a brick from 100 feet and watch what happens to your fucking head. That is the proof of acceleration. So if things are accelerating towards the ground, then you're moving up. Earth is accelerating, which means we're already going way faster than the speed of light. We're zooming around at trillions and billions of miles per hour. And yet they don't see that. So now now the globe has a position, making the black swan a straw man because flat earthers do not include refraction. So if flat earth has an explanation for why the sun is seen to do the impossible, then they should tell us. Otherwise, flat earth has been falsified and may now see its way to the door. There is one sun that brings light and heat to the continents in a 24-hour clockwise circle path. That cannot be denied. The continents are laid out correctly, and the real world proves it. Which order does the sun prove the continents go in? Does it go South America, Africa, Australia, then New Zealand? Nope. Does it go Australia, New Zealand, Africa, then South America? Nope. Does it go South America, New Zealand, Australia, Africa? Yes, it does. So the continents under the sun are correctly laid out. So someone outside the orbit of the circling sun cannot see that sun move backwards and circle their head because it has to get to the other side of the world to bring light and heat. You can see in the GIF image of the sun, it must bring light and heat to Australia and New Zealand every day with no exception in the history of the world, as shown on day 1 and day 2. On day 3, the sun makes a weird shift and starts doing a 360-degree turn around a person outside the outskirts of the sun's path. Notice the problem. Can I go further? Well, let me go further. Notice the problem on day 3. Sorry, I got to read from over here. It says, notice the problem on day 3, 4, and 5. How did New Zealand and Australia get the sun, but it was at Union Glacier at the same time, which I can confirm because I was there, saw it circling my head. So it seems impossible. How can both those places get the sun at the same time? It circled me. And then I put a little globe emoji. It's probing time 666. Nathan Oakley's daddy says, Jeran, I saw you on one of these early streams after TFE saying you aren't a globe earther. Actually, I think you said you'll never be one, but I knew others had come out with lots of baggage to sort. Yeah, I said I would never be a glober as in like the type of globers that globers are. And I know you might say, well, now that you are. Well, the problem with it is that I didn't know I would feel so responsible for the people in there. I thought I would just be, okay, it's me, I'm out, thank God. But I do feel responsible. I see people in there that I thought of as friends that I think are good people, and they are stuck. And I learned over time, as Conspiracy Music Guru proved himself to be a dipshit, as Steve Falconer proved himself to be a piece of shit, as Dave Weiss proved himself to be a piece of shit. After all these people proved, Dustin Nemos proved himself to be everybody did. They all became pieces of shit liars, and they don't care about you. They'll just slack off on you they'll just put anything on you. They don't care. None of these people are like friends. They're not friends in real life. They're just internet friends, and they'll be friends with you until you run out of use. So I did kind of change my speed, and I said, okay, I've got to convince people. And then also I was coming up with ideas or proofs or explanations that I've never heard Globers come up with. So then I started thinking, am I in a different position than them because I've been a flat earther? I understand the mindset of these people. I was one. So I do think that I kind of said, okay, let me get some of these proofs out. Let me do the Unplugged series, but it's almost over. I know I've said that before, but it is almost over. I wanted to get this debate with Austin out of the way. I don't want to do it again. There's no reason. I don't know why anybody would debate any flat earther at this point. They don't have a model. I would require, before you debate any flat earther, they must have a model or map or something that they're telling us is the way the world works. You can't just show up at scientific discussions and say, the earth is a polyhedron, and then people say, what? That wouldn't work. And go, oh yeah, no. You reverse the burden. No, the default position is the polyhedron. And so therefore you're not allowed to ask us how it works. Yeah, but can you draw it out? No. We don't have to have a model. That's affirming the model consequence fallacy. Can't do that. Okay, well, you just make up shit like that all day. Oh, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. The Infinite Loop says, Jeran, idea, series of you selecting random conspiracy and dig through the feasibility. I think that's good. I think that'd be good. ZH Kane, Jeran, idea, I don't mind what, just don't. Really? Not right now? You don't want me to? All right, I won't. God damn it, I was going to do it too. I was going to do it, but I didn't. All right, let's continue. That was my post. And 63 comments, and I've read 0 of them. Where are we at? I keep forgetting what the hell screen we're on. We're over here. We're looking at the pot player. Go, Jeran, go.
Is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months, and then he saw that observation. So now,
think about that. So Austin said we don't throw out the 5% or the 95%, but the black swan observation, the guy who made it said he went out for 6 months until he saw that. Then he took a picture of it. Then that's what they used. Can you imagine? They're falsifying the globe with a 1 out of 180 day picture. One time. That's called an anomaly. If you're going to disprove something or prove something wrong, then it has to be consistent. So go out the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. And when you show that we see those platforms every day, now we've got a problem. But if you see them one day, doesn't that match what the globe says about refraction? Does in my book.
How the flat earth is using a 1 day out of 6 month observation and going around telling people that that's proof that the earth has been falsified. That's a joke. It's a literal joke that we would ever think an anomaly, meaning that 1 day out of, what would that be, 180, has an observation that makes the earth flat. And so we're going to go around telling people that the globe earth has been falsified because of an anomaly. That's crazy. So I think if you have different ideas about the shape of the earth, which we did, again, I thought that the south was a lie. I thought that they were lying about the southern 24-hour sun. I thought they were lying about what happens south of the 60. That's why I thought they had the Antarctic Treaty. And guess what? I was wrong. When we go down there, we saw that the angles match perfectly in Punta Arenas. They had the sun going right to left. Again, people need to consider this. If you're on a flat earth and you're at the south of South America, how is the sun going left? How is the sun going to the south? Guess what? There's a model that says the sun will go left, the sun goes south, it goes around the bottom of the earth, comes back south of east. And that's exactly what we saw. So the globe earth provides and again, I'll fully admit 100%. The globe is counterintuitive, but so is bugs in your tummy. So are a lot of things that we realize now are true. Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach and you're going to see little swimming creatures. Now, you don't feel like they're in there, but they are. So the globe earth is the same. You may feel like the earth's flat. We may feel like there is no curvature. However, we just don't understand large spheres. A sphere can be so big, 24,901 miles in circumference, that you can't tell that it's curved because we're too small.
By the way, flat earthers do not understand this. Okay, so if you're a flat earther, you do not understand that spheres can be so large that they are flat. They just don't understand it. And I get it. It's a difficult thing to think about because every sphere that you've ever seen in your freaking life is smaller than you. Every sphere basketball, every sphere volleyball, every beach ball, and even when you look at the planets portrayed in some sort of universe software, the planets are small spheres. We only see small balls. We don't see giant balls. Well, I do. You guys don't see giant balls. If you did, you would understand that you can be so small that at every location on that sphere, it is essentially flat. Does it mean it's flat? No, but it's beyond our measurement capabilities. Think about it. In 660 feet, the Earth curves 1/8 of an inch. I mean, think about the ocean. Think about you're in the ocean, you're swimming around, and you're looking forward 660 feet. That's 2 football fields in length, including the end zones. In that entire stretch, the Earth curves the height of a dime, laying flat. A dime, a nickel. Do you think you'd ever be able to determine that? No, you won't. You'll never see it. The Earth is too big. Wake up.
That's how the Earth is a sphere and how it is kind of beautifully created because you don't have to treat it like it's a sphere. It actually doesn't matter to your life. If you want to be a flat earther, that's fine, but get out of scientific studies, get out of scientific debates because you don't have the kind of evidence to go up against a globe. You have to better present the world than the globe does. And the flat earth can't explain anything. So that's basically it. Kill my time.
And time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jeran, for your rebuttal. And next is Austin. You have 7 minutes as your rebuttal. I'll start the timer when you begin talking.
All right, let's see how he does here.
All right, cool. All right, so to rebut your opener and kind of some of the stuff you said right there, I'm just going to list off kind of what's wrong with these arguments. Okay, so we have, again, like I described actually earlier, we have shifting the burden of proof. That's when you make a positive claim. If someone challenges or denies your positive claim, you then tell them they have to prove it. Meaning, if we challenge or deny your claim that the reason that we see that the sun's up in the sky doing a circle for 24 hours is actually because we're tilted antipodal to someone on the other side of this presupposed globe. That actually the sun is 93 million miles away and there's an empty vacuum between us, and therefore, because all of the
But all that stuff is proven by observations. It's proven by predictive nature. Every sunset, every sunrise, every eclipse, every season, every 24-hour sun, every 24-hour night, every moonrise, every moonset, every moon phase, every celestial south pole, every celestial north pole, every south pole, every north pole. Every single sunrise and sunset across the world has already proven to you the shape of the Earth. You just choose to deny it.
stars are at such immense distances that we don't ever see them, and that perspective doesn't actually affect where we see them, even though it moves just as if it would be because of perspective like everywhere else. And then about 5 more presuppositions. And you actually require these presuppositions to claim that geometric position of you on the globe is why you see the sun do that. So you list all of those off and then say, if that's not the case, which most of the people defending the globe, they just expect this to be granted. They very conveniently omit that it requires that many presuppositions.
What? I don't know what you mean by presuppositions. For the Earth to be a ball, you don't need any presuppositions. Just because you choose to take what they say as a requirement, I don't take it as a requirement. I just know the Earth's a sphere. What else do I need to know? You're saying, you have to accept that the stars are an infinite distance and that you have to accept that there's dark matter and dark energy and you have to accept that Einstein wasn't gay and whatever you say. I don't have to accept any of that.
To even then affirm the consequent that viewing the sun is that way, right? You have to view all of those, you have to claim all of those presuppositions and reify them, presuppose them, and then affirm the consequent to address the idea that we're doing the same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the geometric physical horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the...
Right, and if the Earth is flat with a circling sun going around in 24 hours, it's the same thing, Austin. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't be this dense. Why are you allowed to say it? But when I just change the words to the flat Earth side, now it's fallacious.
Observer's height in feet. It is not. So there.
Right. So there, and if you lived on a flat Earth with the sun going around 24 hours a day, and then you were on the outskirts of that sun's orbit and you saw the sun going backwards around your head, then what? It doesn't work on the flat map anymore. It's falsified.
Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore, the Earth is not flat.
That is a falsification of a positive claim.
The falsification of the positive claim about the flat Earth. The flat Earth must believe in a 24-hour sun because it's reality. Reality. The sun goes around in 24 hours. This is not an option. This is not an option, ladies and gentlemen. Blue light special on aisle 6. This is not an option. You must accept that the sun goes around in 24 hours because the motherfucker does.
As opposed to affirming the consequent, which is if the Earth is a sphere, we'll see the sun be in the sky for 24 hours.
Nobody said that. You have made up. You have made up that claim.
See the sun in the sky for 24 hours, therefore Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent.
Nobody did that except for you.
In a positive claim, presupposing the actual thing in question, and then just affirm it because of the outcome, like the actual observation itself.
No, we did the opposite. We were falsifying the flat Earth or falsifying the globe. We weren't proving the globe or the flat Earth.
Right. So as if to exclude any alternative possibility. This is why it's logically fallacious, right?
There is no other options. You said the Earth is flat. You say that it's flat, so therefore it must adhere to reality, which means the sun must go around and pass those continents every day. Period.
And then, of course, like the straw man of like, it could be a dog. No, the position specifically is that we physically, empirically measure the surface. We utilize the surface to actually be a topographical plane. And then
no, you don't do that. They've measured the Earth before. They've actually done it.
And I listed off specific reasons why we have to utilize it to be a plane in the first place. And we can talk more about the positive evidence. I want to just specifically
keep always wanting to talk about more. Well, I'll get back to that.
About these things. So we have shifting the burden of proof, affirming the consequent. Your whole opening really was like poisoning the well as well, right? Kind of like a hasty generalization, because there certainly are some people that act that way within the idea of flat Earth. Hasty generalization fallacy to put them all together, and then kind of a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, all those are fine.
Fallacy, right, to describe what we all are, right? And then a genetic fallacy because those people are like that.
And I never said you all are. I said specific people's names. I said Dave Weiss is a piece of shit and Steve Falconer it blocked me. Those were facts.
Thing coming from them must not be true. And then, and these fallacies are packed into one. And then you use that to poison the well the entire time, right? Which is
Poison the well the entire time. I said at the end.
Incredibly fallacious. And there were lots of ad homs in there, and then a lot of people
What ad homs?
that are not here, and I'm not going to answer for what they did or didn't say. I do also know, like, in good faith, I'll acknowledge that there's obviously a lot of context and history kind of leading up to this debate and what decided when Jeran. You did say that you tested it and tried to explain it for 6 months, and then you decided, well, really right when we got back, you started saying the Earth was a globe. It wasn't that you tested it and looked for alternative explanations.
6 months before, Austin. For 6 months before, I was the only one doing it. I was the only one getting hate. I was the only one getting shit on. Is because for 6 months before the trip, I was telling people, hey, if we go down there and see the sun circle, that disproves the flat Earth, and they lost their minds. And they said, "What? That's when you just saw them all lose." I should have known right then how everybody reacted that this was not a good idea for me to go, because I should have seen that everybody was melting down before we even had the observation, that they were making up shit. Well, it's an apparent sun. We don't even really know where the sun is. Nobody knows where the sun. We know where the sun is every fucking second of every fucking day of every fucking year. Do you understand? And I had people telling me, we don't know what the sun does.
Okay. There you go. 6 months before. So, okay. And then begging the question, it's kind of the same thing as from the consequence, just an informal, right?
But you're saying I did that. I didn't do that. Stop saying that I said that if we go down there and see the sun circle, that it means that it's a globe. We were falsifying something, not
and then it was a lot of kind of an
something.
appeal to an emotion, right? That's where it's really kind of irrelevant how these people acted. They all turned on me as well, arguably more. And this is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a
Arguably more, they turn on you than me. That makes a lot of sense.
false dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives.
Okay, here's the problem. You guys all want to say it's a false dichotomy. But in order for it to be a false dichotomy, it means there has to be more than two options. Ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is either a sphere or it's flat. That's not a false dichotomy. There's only two options. Now, Austin, if you'd like to introduce a third, then I will listen to what you said and call it then it is a problem. You're right. That is not how you should do it. I didn't know that there was another option, but you don't have another option. This is the same problem with you saying that, but you can't, just because it doesn't work in your mind. No, but your mind doesn't work. In nobody's mind does it work, yet you want us to still champion it and announce it around that it's the truth, even though nobody in the history of the world, not you, not Daniel Shenton, not Lady Blount, not Robotham, not Eric Dubé, not Dave Weiss, nobody can explain how it works. And you want us to still believe in it, even though not one person in the history of the world.
And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe.
No, it's not that I don't think it works on the AE map. It's that nobody has ever shown it to work. What you want is science to allow things into the scientific sphere that have nobody who can explain it. Well, let's let that in. What does that guy believe? Oh, he believes that it's actually raining sugar. Sugar? How the hell would that work? No, you can't answer that. I'm sorry. No, we don't want to shift the burden. We don't want to affirm the okay, it's raining sugar. That's how Austin's world would work. Because just because I can't explain it doesn't mean it's false. Can anybody in the world explain how sugar is falling from the sky? No, but it can't. Who cares? So you can't say that. It's an appeal to incredulity.
False dichotomy fallacy.
And it's false dichotomy,
And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually said
Yeah. So if you have no map or no model, go the fuck home, Austin. Go home. It's over. We cannot sit here and listen to you tell us that you have nothing and we're supposed to be impressed. Oh, look at this guy. He's got nothing. No map, no model, no idea, no conception, no observation, no general description or anything of how the world works. What are you bringing to the table? What are you bringing? Looks like nothing.
the opposite for a very long time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So
Here we go again. So you're not allowed to say that I don't understand something, so it doesn't work. Now, if it was just me and there was a whole world of people who understood it, and I was saying, I don't understand how that works. Like somebody who says, well, I don't think gravity is real because I don't think gravity exists. Okay, but there's a whole bunch of people who do understand it. So you can then say it's an appeal to incredulity. Just because you don't understand gravity, Jeran, doesn't mean it's not real. Other people can explain it. Okay, this is not that case. Nobody, Austin, not anybody, not Shane St. Pierre, not Alan, not Run Boston Bear. Nobody can explain how the flat earth works. You cannot just keep showing up to debates and saying, that's an appeal to incredulity. No, it's not. It's a destruction of your idea. Go the fuck home.
I will say all of these claimed evidences, they require, I wish I knew the time. All these claimed evidences, time?
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very
What is presupposing so many things?
perplexed about. Because we have all sat here and we've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're
Okay, you can suspend belief, but you cannot have debates. What are you debating? Suspend belief all you want. Suspend it. Say, you know what? I don't believe in the sphere, so I'm just not going to believe in it. Great. But if you're going to come out and say the earth is flat, that is a claim.
This as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all. I am suspending
So what is your belief then?
belief, wiping the board clean, and be like, okay, what can be empirically validated? I'm not going to presuppose things. Again,
Then what are you doing debating? Why are you debating that the earth is flat? You said you wiped the slate clean and you're going to start looking at it from fresh eyes. Well, that's not fresh eyes if you think the earth's flat again.
let's just stick with the 24-hour sun. To say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener. You stated the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just
No, I didn't. Say, now you're lying. I didn't even say anything about the 24-hour sun. What are you talking about? Whoops. Damn it, I hit stop.
saying that we saw it,
Oh, there
therefore
it
we
goes.
proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not really how it wasn't or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly.
That's not the case. So if you've got two options and one of them explains everything and the other one can't explain anything, you think it's wrong to choose the one that explains everything? That's retarded.
Work on the alternative, it matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere. We're
Right.
30 minutes of open
Oops,
cross-exam.
sorry.
22 and a lot.
let me make you
I
bigger.
don't know where I was here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want.
So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So I will say, all of these exactly what perspective would do. It's like they drop. That's the part that I'm very perplexed about. Kind of same things from the consequence, just an informal, right? And then there was a lot of kind of an appeal to an emotion, right? That's where it's really kind of irrelevant how these people act. They all turned on me as well, arguably more.
Sorry. We'll get
And
to
this
that.
is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives.
Okay, so tell me the other alternative. You can't just call it a false dichotomy, name the two options, and then leave it there. Then it's a dichotomy.
And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe.
It's not that I don't think it works, it's that nobody does.
It's a false dichotomy fallacy. And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually said the opposite for a very long
So you've never had, you believe in the flat earth, but you have no idea what it looks like. You can't even explain it. You can't draw it. You can't do anything.
time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So I will say, all of these claimed evidences, they require, I wish I knew the time. All these claimed evidences, time?
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very perplexed about, because we have all sat here and we've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're approaching this as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all. I am suspending belief, wiping the board clean.
If you're suspending belief, then do that on your own time. You don't have to believe anything. You don't have to believe in the sphere earth. Why would you? Just go home and don't believe in it. There's no problem with that. The problem becomes we all stepped forward and started making videos saying the earth was flat. Do you understand that? Now you're acting like you've never done that. I've never done that. I've just always just hung back and said, I don't believe in the globe. That's it. Then why are you debating people? I've seen you debate from the position that the earth is flat.
Like, okay, what can be empirically validated? I'm not going to presuppose things. Again, let's just stick with the 24-hour sun. To say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener. You stated the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just saying that we saw it, therefore we proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not
No, it falsified the flat earth.
really how it wasn't or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly work on the alternative. It matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere, we're going to claim that all the stars in the sky are infinite distances away. So far away that when we move across the surface of the earth and it looks like they drop down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world. And when we see a plane fly away from us and it goes down, right, and it comes close to us and it goes up, perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle, which is no, actually the sky is the one exception, the star is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but it isn't because of perspective. And then to make that, so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. That's why they've changed this so many times and kept pushing it back. Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume that there is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum, so you could even see
1
them.
minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically changing direction. It makes the perspective look as if it would if we were on a horizontal plane, but it's not perspective. And therefore, we see the sun where it is. And you have to assume the distance, pretty much assume the 93 million miles as well. So that's my main issue with this, is that before we even get to affirming the consequent, we have to presuppose like 7 or 8 things. And that's kind of my rebuttal. I listed off all the fallacies. I won't listen back. I don't think I have a full enough time, but the big ones: argument from incredulity, an appeal to ignorance. You have shifting the burden of proof. You have begging the question, appeal to pity or emotion, false dilemma, slippery slope, strawman fallacy, affirming the consequent, ad homs, hasty generalizations, replication fallacies. And that's the issue, is that every single one of the arguments I've heard so.
I'm sorry, but that is without a doubt. I don't know what you would call it. It's just You're just going to list a bunch of fallacies, and that's your way out of having to explain anything. Again, it doesn't matter how fallacious my arguments were. Doesn't make the arguments false. Just doesn't. So you can call them fallacious all you want, but it's the way it works. It is the world that we live in. I was trying to find a good picture of like telephone poles, just to explain that whereas Austin's very wrong about perspective working like the stars work. The stars move 1 degree every 69 miles. Period. Okay, 1 degree every 69 miles. But perspective doesn't work that way. You cannot find an item off in the distance and say, oh, that will grow by this much every 5 steps. Because as you get closer to a bigger item, like a building, it gets faster much, much, much quicker. And when you are far away from it, it gets bigger very, 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 very slow. So that's not like the stars. The stars don't, when you're far away from them, they move very, very, very slow. And then as you get closer to them, they move faster and faster. Nope, they're 1 degree, 69 miles every time. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay? Let me see some here. I want to see the appearance of it. Telephone poles are lined up far into the distance. Each pole will appear to be 1/3, 1/4, etc. And the first pole and the 9th pole will appear the size of the first pole. Weird. Okay, let's go on. Go.
Or have literally been a textbook fallacy. So we can get into specifics.
We can.
I think we can.
And time. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for your rebuttals. And I think this is, I want to announce to the audience right now, go ahead and start submitting your questions to the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Click that box. The Q&A should open as a pop-up. Be sure to submit your questions. And for the next 30 minutes, we're going to engage in an open cross-exam between Austin and Jeran.
I think it'd be good if we kind of go through and, maybe I'll ask a question of you, you can answer it, then you do one of me, just so that we can kind of stay on these topics. I think you've hit some good points that I want to kind of iron through. So the first one is that the stars do not act as perspective acts. Perspective does not adjust equally, meaning that if I move a certain distance, it lowers a certain distance, and if I move a certain more distance, it lowers the exact same distance. If anybody wants to go outside tonight, find a northbound longitude line and measure wherever 69 miles from you will be. When you get there, the North Star will change its position by 1 degree. Well, guess what? 360 times 69 miles is 24,901. Why is that? Because that's the shape of the Earth. That's the circumference of the Earth. You can go prove it.
I saw somebody yesterday tell me, oh, Jeran keeps saying that it's the circumference of the Earth. It's not. Oh, boy. You get my point. Let me get the exact math for you so I don't get it wrong in the future and you guys think that has anything to do with anything. 360 times 69 miles is actually 24,840. Okay? So when I say 24,901, that's usually the number people think of when they think of the Earth. So 24,840 if you go 69, because it's probably not 69 miles exactly. It's probably 69.3 or something like that. Let's see what happens if we go 69.3 times 360. And we get 24,948. So it's right. It's less than that. So if we go 69.2 times 24, I'm sorry, 69.2. Come on, point, I said. 69.2 times 360 equals 24,912. So there you go. You happy now? It's not 69 miles per degree. It's 69.19. You feel better? Jeran doesn't even know how to do multiplication.
Yourself. You don't need anybody. But flat earthers are going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole, walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes it. If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars, he was false in that. He said that the stars operate as perspective would. That's not true. They don't. Which are, I guess you're...
Let's stop right there. So you agree, like if a plane flies over your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down.
So if you're talking about perspective is just items going down to the horizon, and then that's different. I thought you were saying it works like the stars move consistently 69 miles per degree.
Okay, so perspective does in fact cause things in the distance to appear to go down towards the horizon and converge into that place. Okay, so that's what I'm not talking about the exact ratio. The sky is for sure a very interesting phenomenon, right? I mean,
so here it goes. The sky is a very interesting phenomenon. Yeah, but there's some model out there that's already explained it
beautifully. In the paradigm of the globe, it's like wildly crazy.
Things are wild. The things are pretty crazy. But I think that the flat Earth model that calls for stars circling your head would have parallax issues. They would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see anything of. Right? We don't see the constellations change their orientation. So it does do exactly what the sphere calls for with these stars at a very, very far distance.
Well, let's just talk about it. So like, okay, so perspective does cause things to look like it goes down when it goes away from you, and the stars do that. So like I said,
but at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with perspective, you wouldn't get the same. We move 69 miles north, the star drops 1 degree. 69 more miles, 1 degree. 69. That's not how anything perspective works. If you did
that actually isn't even entirely true, right? So there is, yeah. So it's claimed to have like a linear 1-to-1 ratio. This actually isn't true though. Like if you actually look at like celestial navigation, like manuals, right? You cannot take any of the angles like all the way up.
I mean, it's not true. It's so ridiculous to say that. That is true. Anybody who has their latitude, that is your angle to Polaris. Get on a north-south longitude line, drive 69 miles north, get out and measure your degree to Polaris again, and it will reduce by 1 degree. In fact, if you're at 37 degrees right now north, and you're like, I wonder how far it is to 38 degrees north. Well, it's 69 miles. What about 39 degrees? Another 69. What about 40 degrees? Another 69. About 41, another, and another, and another, and another. It's always 69 degrees. That's not perspective. Wake up.
To something like 15 degrees, and then a few degrees away from 90, you can't even take them. And so actually it's like logarithmic. It actually starts to compress almost like a hyperbolic like a geometry. But everyone just says it's 69 miles, oh, it just works, and everyone acts like it works. It doesn't. It like factually doesn't. You can't actually use the angles to the stars lower down. Meaning as things get closer and closer to the
people have their latitude. So are you saying that like there's no such thing as 10 latitude? Nobody's at 10? Nobody's at 10 degrees, nobody's at 20 degrees, nobody's at 30 degrees? Because you're saying we can't use that sight line, but that's the people's latitude.
Horizon, right? That plain linear ratio doesn't happen at all. And I'll just make the bigger claim though, because I don't want to get lost. What I'm saying is, it is special pleading in that we're claiming the exception to a universal principle, which is everywhere else. When we look, we know that because of perspective, that things get further away, they appear to go down, right? And we see the sky appear to go down, but the globe is claiming, so yeah, it has the same effect as perspective, but it isn't.
No, you're missing the point. Everything that's perspective follows perspective laws and formulas. The sky, the stars, do not follow perspective. Do you understand? So we're not looking for special pleading. It's different for a reason.
It's because we're physically changing our orientation, right? We agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want to know if you're talking about if perspective is a mathematical equation, is there a formula for perspective?
Well, that's a good question, right?
Well, that's a good question.
People do use a formula for perspective.
Right.
But I don't agree with it.
Oh, he doesn't agree with the formula perspective. All right.
And so if you actually look into it, it's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use, assuming
rudimentary trigonometry. Okay.
That there's linear visual space, and this has been tested and written about at some of the highest levels.
Do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and then we kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees, are you saying that the star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees based on if we go 69 miles north, 69 again, say we do it 10 times, it's 690 degrees, 10 steps so that way, so the North Star would be 10 degrees different. You agree with that?
It will be, yeah, it'll be very close. It will not be exact. And
oh boy.
If you're 25 and 45 degrees, it should be close, right? Because you're not in the refraction zones.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. Let's make sure everyone understands this. Conveniently, we call the refraction zones all the way up to like 15 degrees or more above the horizon, because what actually happens is the stars start to act way different, right? I mean, that's 15 degrees is super high above the horizon, right? So the stars start acting.
Yeah, but you have to remember this. Austin's making it sound like, but if the world was the way that they say, if there was refraction, if the Earth was a globe, then you would not want to measure stars in that 10 to 15 degree or below 15 degrees, because we know what atmospheric effects do. They move the stars all over. So you wouldn't do that. You would calculate from where the refraction kind of stops, right about 20 degrees high, and you could go all the way to 90. So that's 70 degrees. So you could just do that 3 times, and guess what? You then got there.
Different. Well, this is what like hyperbolic visual space would predict. It would be a logarithmic relationship. So like on the globe, it's very simple. We're standing on a globe. There's basically nothing between us and the stars. They're super far away. So the only reason the stars look like they change positions is because we're tipping over. But that's actually not what we observe in reality. All the way 15 degrees or more, we start to see them start to compress and get logarithmic, meaning that the way that they change is exponentially different. And
yeah, but they mathematically perfectly set up with the 360 degree full day of the Earth. Do you understand? So you're just making up a story about saying, well, at the last 15 degrees, they compress and do all this weird stuff. Then they wouldn't account for a complete turn every 24 hours, Austin. That's how we know that that's what they're doing. And we don't want to take the angles that we get them at in the 15 degrees close to the horizon, because that's fucked up.
Even all the way up towards 90. So you're told specifically not to utilize those. So we can say it's refraction. That's not even like a realistic.
And you keep saying 90. The reason you don't use 90 is because if you're at 90 degrees of a star, you know where you are.
Or viable explanation like 15 degrees. So conveniently, the difference in the linear perspective and a hyperbolic perspective, it's a wash, right? According to the globe, it just conveniently, we're going to change that range and not use it. We're not going to use the range that would be different between a linear and a hyperbolic visual space.
But that's also the place where refraction would cause issues with the observations of stars.
Right.
15 degrees above the horizon?
Sure. I mean, like, looking out in the direction, that's not very high, and that's where all the atmosphere is, right? So you're going to be looking through the most amount of atmosphere at about 10 to 15 degrees from the ground. that's where you're going to have, if again, I'm saying if refraction is true, which I believe that it is, and then you just have to say, well, that's what the globe is saying, is that the reason that the stars get mushed together is because they are being refracted, or they kind of disappear, they kind of get faded in that area. So again, I don't know if that's really, because I'm saying we could still take the distance away from 15 and away from 90, and then we could, if that's working perfectly as a sphere, that'd be really weird that that works as a sphere, but not the 15 degrees that we have left to go. So I mean, you could just keep doing that one section that you have, and you would be able to figure out that the Earth is 24,901 miles around, simply because you can keep going north, and you would always get 1 degree every 69 miles. So I see what you're saying. I mean, again, you're just going to claim that that's, I'll have to look into what exactly the formula is, because I do know that refraction does break down as well. Not refraction, sorry. The perspective breaks down close to you and far away from you.
It does because of the way that everyone tries to use like linear geometry for perspective. So like, and this is just an assumption, but this has actually been written about for decades, and it's just people don't even want to go touch it. And like, I've done a stream on this, right? It's a very basic way to disprove this idea, because when we look at railroads, we know that they're physically parallel in reality, but they look like they converge. Okay, but according to planar geometry, they don't ever converge. They're just.
And I really don't think there's a lot of good conversation here in this back and forth. We can kind of skip forward. I'm trying to remember if there's anything specifically that was really important, but we could listen. I don't want to skip any people who say, oh, you skipped that on purpose.
Parallel. So if we were seeing in planar geometry, we would see them just remain parallel. So obviously there's a difference between how we see in actual plane geometry, right? Because it's converging. They appear to converge. And what they end up saying is, oh, well, we have a formula for that. Yeah, you made a corrective adjustment to the trigonometry because planar geometry doesn't work. And this has been like a well-known problem. It's just like the elephant in the room in any discussion about visual space. And I'll say they actually recently had to address it because they were utilizing planar geometry for perspective with robotics, which required extreme precision. And the robots were off. They couldn't accurately position things even in small rooms because it was such a precise need of visual alignment. So they actually had to start to integrate like hyperbolic visual space. So now we have a huge situation where we're assuming that we see in straight lines on a globe, and we map the whole globe out that way. And if we're actually not, if we actually see with curved visual space, right there, if perspective is not perfectly linear, the globe can't be true.
I mean, that's just so dumb. So we can't see, and you see how he just throws it away like that? Like he's saying you can't just throw away the flat Earth because it doesn't work with one thing. But if the globe Earth doesn't have this, it's untrue.
Like on space, because that's like
on space. If it doesn't do that, it's just that one thing. It's garbage. But on the flat Earth, it's got to be 7,000 things, because if it's 6,999, why would you throw it away?
Single measurement, the way the entire globe model is set up, is based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So we actually don't even see it that way. And
so you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like towards the bottom. What happens is the extremity. So like towards this far.
So now again, Austin wants to go to the anomaly and talk about that. This is why they have the black swan. Well, yeah, but one day out of the 180, we saw the too far. We saw the horizon back there. Who gives a fuck? That's one day out of 180. Let's not use that as our example or sample size. Let's find what's consistent. Now you're saying the same thing.
You can see when you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
But we don't see that with the stars, right?
We do see that with the stars. And
we do see that with the stars. We see them converge. When? Where? What?
And that's why even in the manuals, they say don't even take the measurements like up to like 15 degrees.
That's not converging.
You were talking about like railroad tracks converging in the distance. So things as they go away from us converge, but stars don't do that. That's what I'm saying. The stars.
Oh, no, yeah. They definitely don't do like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all for sure. But that's why I did immediately concede that yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're in like a different realm almost, right? We don't, regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different, right? Like we don't know. Like according to the globe.
Yeah, but the globe says that too.
It's pretty crazy as well. It's actually, I would say, much crazier. I'm not claiming to know exactly how the sky works, and I'm also acknowledging that perspective is not exactly like this 1-to-1. I don't even believe that it is linear. The evidence shows on the Earth that.
Jeran, if you look at to the west, the star trail will show you your pitch, the way you don't need to look for a star north or south. What? If you look, what? Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to make it easy for people. They can go out and do the North Star easily themselves. So I'm just trying to get them to see that if you don't think the Earth is curved, well, then you have to explain or try to explain why when you go north 69 miles, that the North Star drops by 1 degree or raises by 1 degree, depending on which direction you're going. Because once you do that, call a friend in Bangladesh, have them do it, call a friend in China, and then call a friend in Australia. And when everybody gets the same result, there is no other way that the Earth can be any other shape. That's it.
Perspective is not that way. So now if we're going to add way more distances to the stars, right, we have to account for curved visual space.
Let me just say for you so you understand my position too, is I'm not buying into any of the other stuff yet. That all takes being convinced like I was of the sphere. So everything else is on the table, but the sphere is not something at this point that I think can be changed. Nothing's going to come out that now the sphere doesn't work anymore. It's the Earth is mapped as a sphere. It operates as a sphere. Again, yeah, is it flat locally? Yes. So do we treat the Earth like it's flat? So it doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did anything else, you would crash, because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough that are in the entire world. I want to show this real quick just so I'll get your answer on this one, Austin. So this is, you can see my screen now that I'm sharing these little things here?
Yeah, actually, I did find out that I can help you share your screen if you want.
Okay, I'm all right. I think as long as people see that. So this was on Twitter.
Let me make you bigger then. It's like super small, right? So
But it is kind of a serendipitous, or whatever you want to call it, that this is the 6 month to the day.
Isn't that crazy though? The debate was 6 months to the day that we did this observation. December 14th to June 14th. So I thought this was serendipitous that somebody posted this on Twitter. And you'll see my post here says a beautiful and a very real cosmic feature of living on a globe. Not faked plasma balls or CGI. That was on 12/14/24. If you go to 80 degrees north, 6/14/25 tomorrow, you'll see this exact dance backwards. Identically. Flipped in every aspect. Any guesses as to the shape that would allow such a phenomenon? I got one.
Anniversary of this particular observation. So this is the 24-hour sun on December 14th in Union Glacier. So this is what Austin and I both saw. We both know that we were both there. We both know there was no trickery. There was no funny business. That's the freaking sun, and it does circle your head in Antarctica. So once we see that, something interesting is if we go now to the Google Earth here, you can see that. Yeah. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, and you'll see up here that I've got the date as 6/14. You can't see that, or we were 6 months ago. And if we play the time lapse, you'll notice that the sun does the exact same thing that we saw it do, only the opposite. It's the opposite direction. And there'll never be a flat model ever in your life or your children's lives that will ever explain this. And it doesn't matter if you say it's personal incredulity, that I don't know how something works. No, because there's been flat earthers forever, and they've never, not one person, not one entity, not one Daniel Shenton, not one Lady Blount, not one St. Pierre, not one Allen, not one Witsit has ever been able to explain it. So if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work? Eventually we have to get to the conclusion that something will never work, and we move on from there. And we just
not in Austin's world. In Austin's world, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true. So just bring whatever theories you have. I think that Kool-Aid is in our blood. I'm pretty sure it's Kool-Aid pumping everything to my body. And somebody can say, well, what? How would that work? I'll be like, no, you're not allowed to say that. That's your personal incredulity. That's incorrect. Just because you don't know how it would work doesn't mean it's not true. Do you understand what a retard society would be?
Leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the Earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work. There is a model that very simply says, of course, you would see 80 degrees north, the opposite of what you'd see 80 degrees south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it predicts. It's what it calls for. So, and again, it's the exact same, meaning that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there, the lowest spot in the sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees. If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay. What I figured out in the south, what I figured out in the south was by watching the sun. I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles. And we were, remember, it was like 15 miles or 10 degrees low or 15 degrees, wherever it was in the south, and I realized, I bet you we're 790 miles from the pole, because you could just figure that out by how many times do I need to go towards the sun till it, it was at 15 degrees, but by going towards it, it's going to lift. And every time it lifts 69 miles, you would do it 10 times, it would lift 690 times, or 690 miles you'd travel, and that's where the South Pole is. Because what that would do is raise that sun to 25 degrees, and then what would that move the 35 degrees behind me to? 25 degrees. There's only one place on the Earth that would allow the sun to go around you and stay at the same height the whole time.
That was a mistake. I said there's one place on the Earth. There's two places on the Earth. You have to be at the pole.
That is the North and South Pole. And that is what we saw, 15 degrees and 35, but now I can infer from that there's a South Pole. We know the South Pole's there. Flat Earth wants to keep pretending that it might not be, which is them creating a paradoxical world where we have a North Pole, and underneath it, we have a North Celestial Pole, underneath it we have a North Pole. We have a South Celestial Pole, which is exactly 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. What's below it? Flat Earthers will never answer that, because it completely destroys the model. You can't say there's a South Pole, because on a flat map, everywhere is the South Pole. South Pole is in all directions everywhere. So my question to you, Austin, is with this, I get what you're saying, where you're saying, well, no, you're just claiming that we don't know how a flat model works. So at what point do we throw the flat model away if we've now falsified it, technically, in the way that at least the map that you don't ascribe to? But do you understand that there's no other map ever coming, that there's no other, the AE map is the continents laid out correctly, with the tropics laid out correctly, with the equator laid out correctly. Those are not movable because they're not man-made. They are features of the place that we live. The sun furthest south, tropic Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map, and the flat Earth map has been falsified, then what is your hope by staying a flat earther? Where do you think, what's going to happen? How could that ever be answered? It would have to be, number one, we create a new map, which is impossible because the continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Or we figure out there's a magic formula of repeating suns and duplicating suns. So is that really what you're hoping for, is some sort of miracle? Or do you understand that you'll never explain it? Because it hasn't been explained in hundreds of years, if not thousands.
Okay. You said a lot, right? So
okay, we can take it slow. I just want to know, what is do you acknowledge that in the north right now, today at 80 degrees north, they would be seeing the inverse and complete opposite of what we saw?
Yes, it certainly seems that way. I mean,
okay, so that right there is a problem. You just now said that there's places in the north that are identical to places in the south. And if it's identical at 80 degrees, it means it's identical all the way around 80 degrees, not just one spot. So now we've proven that 80 degrees south is the flip side of 80 degrees north. So guess what 70 degrees south is? You got it. Flip side of 70 degrees north. What about 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10? Guess what? That's a sphere.
You know, we had one trip and we saw one location, but it was pretty close to matching.
Okay, but we saw one location, but you can then so the same thing happens when I observed the ISS. I saw the ISS cross the sun and moon, and somebody says, "Well, how do you know that somebody else saw it?" And I said, "Because I saw it. If I'm able to look on the computer and say, oh, Thursday at 2 o'clock in the evening, I'm going to be able to see the ISS. And nobody knows I saw that. And if I go outside and I film the ISS crossing the sun at 2 o'clock, I can then understand that everybody else on that path can see it as well. There's no way just I can see it and they somehow randomly knew that I was looking at my computer on that day. No, you're confused.
Like, I don't even think it actually matched perfectly.
It didn't match perfectly? What didn't?
The elevation angles, but pretty close. Sure. But here's
pretty close within like what, a half a degree?
the thing, right? For one, it's like, how are we even determining what is the opposite? Like, what are we talking about right now, right?
What do you mean? We're determining the opposite because there's an observation that you can make in the south. Then you go to the north and it does the opposite.
We're talking about a model. And
yeah, we're talking about a model. That's what we're deciding. What is the model?
So you're bringing up the AE map. The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center.
I mean, this is just big words.
That the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this.
Yeah, of course we're using a fictitious observer. We don't live on the map. We don't live in the model. So you have to use a fictitious observer.
Projection. If you're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same position.
Yeah, but then nothing matches observations, dude. You can't just say that. That's not a good argument. What if I say, oh, well, the flat Earth doesn't work. What if I just moved Africa over here? Then everything changes. Yeah, but then it doesn't match the world. You just broke the world. How is that an argument?
To observe the sun at all as a map because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. It isn't just some way to get out of it.
What's a projection? The A map is a projection. Yes, the globe is not a projection.
It's very important. It's very important to understand that these are just maps and projections and models that use
not the model of the Earth on a globe. That's where you live. That's where you live.
Fictitious observers and assumptions for convenience sake. We then did this over the course of time, and now we have generally what we observe matches our map or our model.
How would that be possible if we don't live there?
Keep saying you keep bringing up the AE map as if I'm supposed to answer for that, and you say, well, what do you expect?
I know. I expect you to answer for the fact that there is no other map. Let's make something clear. Everybody listening at home, let's make something very clear. The AE map is the only map of the Earth on a flat world that can exist. If I'm wrong, draw me another map of the Earth that's flat, that's not an AE map. You cannot. You can't do that. So when you keep saying, oh, but you're ascribing to me the AE map, because you are a flat earther. Austin, if you're a flat earther, you have to believe in the AE map. You may say you don't, but that's fine. Okay, don't believe in the AE map, but we all know that whatever your conception of the Earth is has to be the AE map. Do you understand? How are you not getting this? How is nobody getting this? I mean, am I really I don't know. It's like when my sister said, like, Jeran, do you realize you're the smartest in the flat Earth? I'm like, yeah, thanks. She goes, it wasn't a compliment. I'm like, what? Didn't even understand what she was talking about. Now I do.
To have some other, for one, if you wanted to play the projection game, you can move stuff around.
There's no projection game. There's no moving stuff around.
And get a bipolar. If you take that away from the south, and
the bipolar does not match any observations.
Then you get like a bipolar projection, and you would say, well, then how would this work on the bipolar? And you try to critique it. Well, they're all just projections. I don't reify and treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just
okay, but you can say that you know that they're not. But if there is one that matches observations, then it is real. It is a representation of the larger world. If the globe fits perfectly our observations and the globe maps the Earth everywhere on the sphere and it matches, then we live there, not on the model, on the real version.
projections, and they all have issues, and you make consistent refractive
Yeah, all projections have issues. Guess what doesn't? The globe.
corrections. And this is very important because this kind of got lost with the first one. We're talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation for CellNav. You have to use planar corrections, actual empirical measurements, then correct to even try to get the refraction. And you don't just use like Snell's law. We use planar measurements, then correct, and we can't even actually use this 1 degree per 69 miles, which is such a slam dunk for the globe. It's the complete opposite. That doesn't actually happen in reality. And then to try
Well, it depends. Are you going north or south? Or are you staying on a longitude? If you go northwest, if you're standing on 37 degrees north and you go northwest for 69 miles, you're not going to be at 38 because you didn't go on the line of longitude.
make the corrections for refraction. We don't use like typical refraction. We then actually have to account for planar geometry to even do it, right? So, and then that kind of spills right over to, well, then we definitely can't have a situation where when we look at the star and we see the position of it in relation to a mountaintop, we take a planar geometry measurement to that. As soon as the stars are occulted by the mountain, we're like, okay, because this is what it's all about. You're talking about this proves there's a globe because the sun's right here, right? And it's based on the position on the globe. It's the same thing, celestial observation. I see the star go behind the mountain, it gets occulted, I immediately take the time, right? And then if I go into Solarium, you brought that up, well, that's just like a globe. Why are you using that? That's the whole point. We're using the globe to see what the actual prediction should be, right? To falsify it. And it uses the same fictitious central observer again. But like when we're on top of that mountaintop, we look at the time, it matches the perfect planar geometry measurement. Meaning if I'm on a flat Earth and I stand right here, I look at a mountain, the star gets
He's lying. It doesn't match perfectly. He must have been told this or he's just a liar, one or the other.
occulted by the mountain, and I take an angle to the top of that mountain. If I go stay on top of that mountain,
Next time you talk to Austin, tell him to show you how it matches perfectly. say, can I see that Heffron celestial theodolite and show us how it matches the flat Earth perfectly? And they won't be able to. They'll only show you one observation. There's many others that are so far off that they're either closer to the globe. And like, it's weird because if a mountain is 10 million feet high, it'll be closer to the globe. I mean, closer to flat Earth. Do you understand that? So it's not a matter of just being closer to one or the other. It's can you consistently predict the location of things? You cannot.
And then take another measurement to that star. It'll actually make a straight line all the way down from star to mountain to observer, right? It'll come down basically complete part of a triangle. And there's a specific angle that the flat Earth would predict. The globe Earth predicts something completely different.
Okay, so they found one anomaly. This is what they did. They found one cherry picking area. So then you ask them, well, can you move backwards or forwards and then test it? And they say no, because of course, if you move backwards, you get more of a flat Earth result. You move forward. So their idea of this celestial theodolite is just wrong. And St. Pierre can't admit it because he's a liar.
Be much lower. It's on a globe. And it matches the flat Earth prediction
But
every
stellarium
time
matches,
consistently.
right? Does not match the flat Earth prediction every time perfectly. Doesn't.
What?
Stellarium is right when it tells you what the angle would be from the mountain.
Yes, the thing is that we're talking about that was the issue. We didn't have reliable access to it. That's how we felt. So that we went and verified it. How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, well, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just nullifies the whole other list. Because what you're saying, right? You're saying you're bringing up the impelled incredulity. And if we just do that, what are we just going to sit here forever? Because what I'm saying is you're saying it can't be true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an impelled incredulity. And you're saying
I'm saying it can't be true because nobody can. Austin, this is the dumbest argument I've ever heard you make. You're saying, well, you can't just say that it doesn't work. You don't know how it works. So therefore if nobody in the entire world can say how something works, we should still entertain that idea. I don't understand what you're saying. If somebody says, you know what, I'm going to start driving around in my body. I'm going to use my body as my car and my head is the wheel. The very first thing somebody's going to say is, what the fuck are you talking about? How would that work? According to you, that your personal incredulity isn't allowed to debunk things. And if I say, but nobody in the world, Austin, knows how to drive yourself as a car with your head as the wheel, according to you, you'd be like, well, you know, it's a personal incredulity. You can't do that. What are you talking about? I can absolutely say that you cannot drive your body around on the road with your head as a wheel. I can say that. Because why? Because nobody in the history of the world has ever been able to do that. Do you understand? So if we're having a competition between what's better, a car driving around on the road or a person's body and their head as the wheel, I can decide that the car is better because it matches. We've seen it happen. It works. And the other one, nobody can explain how it works. It's not okay for you to tell me I can't say that. Oh, it's your personal incredulity. No, if I'm saying I don't understand how the car works, you can say that's your personal incredulity. There's thousands and millions of people who know how the car works. Do you understand? You can't just bring bullshit up that nobody can explain, including you, and then expect us not to question that. What a horseshit position to take.
Well, then we're just going to sit here and not know how stuff works forever. Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about the star, it's going to be, we don't know how it works. It's going to be, think about the long list of refutations of the globe. Currently, your response to all of
What long list?
It's going to be like, I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know any. So you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work that we do 69 miles. But let me just say this. So if you know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking about the difference between 42 degrees and 32 degrees, we know that that's 10 degrees. And so we know that is the distance between those two locations would be 690 miles. So are you saying that if we measured it, it wouldn't work out? I don't understand how you can say it doesn't work, yet it's how the world is mapped.
No, I'm saying that generally speaking, that relationship is somewhat accurate. We're actually using planar geometry to even do it. And if you were to go into the real world and try to, let's assume there's a globe and it's 1 degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh, look, it's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. If I actually start...
Don't look there. That's where refraction is hurting the stars, is changing their position. Look from 15 degrees to 90. You're making this sound like this is so impossible. Oh, because there's refraction of the stars at the ground, then it means the Earth's flat. What a fucking horseshit position.
Navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume the Earth's globe won't work. And
why are you navigating using those stars? There's stars above you.
That's a major problem because...
It's not a major problem. It's refraction. They're telling you don't use those stars because the stars are not in the correct locations.
This side would predict that. My prediction would be that.
That's how they sail boats. That's how they found the South Pole. That's how they found the North Pole. Everything that they've done is through the stars. And you're just throwing it away and saying, oh, we wouldn't get anywhere. We wouldn't actually be accurate.
How did they travel before? It's probably because they didn't look at the stars 15 degrees or lower.
But that's no. I'm saying, yes, there's no doubt that we have a well-established relationship between the sky and how we navigate. Like, no one can dispute that. But the point is, like, why? Why is it the way that it is? Why do we see it the way it is? Why are we able to use it reliably? You're saying it's because it's a globe. We're physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different. Right? That's the claim. But in reality, that doesn't match the evidence. What
do you mean it doesn't match the evidence? What are you talking about?
I'm saying, well, we're on a plane, and the way that we see is not in these perfect infinite straight lines. That's actually not true. We can even disprove it with railroad tracks. So we would expect there to be a pretty solid relationship right in the middle, the little sweet spot, until we get to the extremities where it's going to converge and become logarithmic. That's literally what we see. With curved visual space is what we see. But we mapped it out. We mapped it out, is what I'm saying. It's reliable because we mapped it out.
Yeah, we mapped it on what? Austin, what did we map it on? If you can tell me what we mapped it on, you might start getting the point. Did we map it on a flat Earth, or did we map it on a sphere?
There's no doubt that's how we see the sky.
So we see the sky as if it's a sphere, and we place everybody on a sphere, and then it works.
Debate is about why do we see the sky that way?
Yeah, I guess because I just measured from 20 degrees to 30 degrees, and it's exactly 687 miles, which is what you'd expect, 69 times 10. And then what I'm saying is, so those two are not within the refraction zone, being at 20 and 30 degrees. So what you could do is then just move here and do it again for another 10 degrees, do it again for another 10 degrees, and you would keep going until you've done 24,901. That's the whole sphere. You're saying at some point that would break down. That's a paradox. Where does it break down? Where does it fall apart? Where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere? Because it does.
Yeah, if what you're saying is true, Austin, that it's actually perspective that's happening, then as we start doing that, 10 degrees, 10 degrees, 10, we're going to get to a point where it's going to be 5 degrees. Then it's going to get to be 2 degrees. Then it's going. You see what I'm saying? That if it's not a sphere, it has to break down from the sphere math.
Where else? Just like so the next thing I want to get into, and that's just
well, wait up though. Like I want to.
It's just like if you measured the curvature on a small ball, and if you measure any curvature, and then you said, okay, and if we move another inch, there's more of the exact same curvature, and then there's another inch, and it's the exact same curvature. If somebody comes along and says that isn't a ball, you can say, what are you talking about? We are measuring portions of the ball, and every time we do, it equals one whatever of the total sphere, just like 69 miles per degree. It's the same thing. So in order for it not to be a sphere, you have to show us, where does that break down? Where is it not matching the sphere? There's no place on Earth that doesn't match the sphere. That's what you fail to realize.
Bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Okay.
Because like realistically, the star being occulted by the mountain is not answered, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that's a kind of a new thing that I think that
it is answered. It's that you cherry picked one observation. You didn't make the observation. You've never looked at it. You've never done it. You believe other people, and whatever they say, as long as it's a flat Earth, you'll believe.
We're working through right now. I don't fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving you the curved Earth angles. Correct? It's not giving you flat Earth angles. It's giving you curved Earth angles. But you're saying you're taking a location from where stellarium is not even talking about. You're further back than that, right? Stellarium is just telling you where the mountain top to the star is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And
yes.
You're drawing your location back here and saying, oh, now if we draw an angle to that mountain top. So you're kind of adding something that stellarium is not accounting for.
Well, that's the whole point. Is like the one measurement you're taking is you're standing there, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the mountain. Once the star's occulted by the mountain, boom, write the time down. Okay.
So why wouldn't refraction come into play? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Because, okay, well now the star's occulted. We're accounting for the position of the star once we're not even seeing it. It's occulted. So how are we going to say the position of the star is because it's being refracted? It's not.
What? Everybody, close your eyes. Are the stars being refracted at 10 to 15 degrees right now? The answer is yes. Just because you can't see something because you closed your eyes doesn't mean it's not still refracted. Just because a star went behind a mountain doesn't mean it's not refracted. This is the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
It's about
going to be somewhere. So when we see the sun set, they say that it's actually still above the horizon, right? It's gone, but it's still there. It's always somewhere about a half a degree off of where we think. So that would be the same with stars, meaning that if you're counting when a star gets occulted by a mountain, it would make a difference as to where it's refracted to. Is it a refracted?
Yeah, what he's saying is that when the sun sets, we don't need to worry about refraction anymore because it's gone. What are you talking about? What do you mean? It's still included. That's where it's gone. That's why it's gone, or that's why we don't see it, but it's still there.
Above the mountain, below the mountain, is it? I would think that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information from the location that you're at. You're just measuring. Stellarium is not taking that into account at all. Correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't know that you're taking an observation of the. No. It's just telling you from a mountaintop to the star. This is the angle. Correct? That's correct. That's what Stellarium's telling you. And then you're saying, well, if we step back further and measure to that mountain, then it matches a planar angle. And does that? I guess where I'm confused is that then matches Stellarium or doesn't?
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
Who's saying that a planar angle? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not Stellarium.
No, this is the issue. It doesn't match the globe, right? The globe claims that the 69 mile per degree is a physical, like a real physical effect. We're physically tipping away. It's not an optical effect. It's not an apparent effect. It's a physical effect. We're physically moving, right? Sure. So, okay, well, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and then if the fact that we can connect that observation with a perfect straight line, right, shows that there isn't a physical effect.
Wrong. That's because your angles come from the tangent. The tangent is a straight line. You're not finding flat Earth evidence. You're finding that we use a tangent.
9 miles per degree because of globe geometry. It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exactly what it's supposed to be.
Wrong. It's another lie. This is lies. This is lies. If I'm wrong, then Austin will show us on one of his shows all these observations. They better all match perfectly the flat Earth prediction, but they don't because he's lying.
But the globe is significantly different. The default, everyone just always says refraction to everything, so that's all that they say. And he says it's kind of a new thing. Well, it's been months, right? And the globes just keep on trying to find different ways to say somehow it is refraction, but it's not actually optical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's not actually optical.
It was funny at me to the beginning because this is when I was answering everybody about we don't look at lights in the sky to figure out.
By the way, did you notice that all they're talking about, all Austin's best proof is lights in the sky dictating the shape of the ground,
the shape of the Earth, and then 2 weeks later, the celestial theodolite comes out, which is looking at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the ground. So I just kind of dismissed it on its face, and I guess I'll look into it a little bit more. But I guess I still want to go back to what you said because it still doesn't make sense to me. Why couldn't we just measure in 10-degree segments on the Earth to stay away from this?
Oh, you can. But
Oh, great. So the Earth's a sphere.
So we would calculate, and that would come out to 24,901.
Doesn't, but you're saying why can't we just avoid the part that falsifies the presupposition that we're on a globe?
No, it's not falsifies the presupposition. It's that it doesn't operate as perspective would. You're just claiming, well, it breaks down at 15 degrees. Yeah, that's what it breaks down because of refraction. But you're saying that that is actually evidence of it being perspective?
Because I don't want to, because I'm bringing up that it falsifies.
If that were true, then why can we not see the North Star from anywhere in the southern hemisphere? Why can we not see Sigma Octantis, or the empty spot that is that, from anywhere in the north?
The globe, you know, like,
right, but if there's refraction, that's why we're not taking those angles, because they'll be off. So if we just take the angles that we can see, this, you know, say from 15 to 80 or 90, well, that is sufficient to get us to the shape of the Earth.
But they use empirically derived formulas to correct the stars. So that they use.
What do you mean they're using? They don't use anything to correct the stars when we're talking about our latitude, which is what I'm talking about. Stop bringing up bullshit.
Actual observations of planar geometry to actually make the corrections with CELNAV, which is not the same as like Snell's law, like refraction. They actually have to use planar geometry to try to make these corrections. And you're just
Because of the tangent?
it's somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to
no, not even
default so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself, but here's what I want to go back to. If people understand that the latitude that you're at is your angle 2 Polaris, there's no getting around that. If you measure your angle 2 Polaris tonight from wherever you're at, it will be your latitude. So if we know then that somebody at 45 is going to see Polaris at 45 degrees and somebody at 35 is going to see it at 35 degrees, then we just need to measure the distance between a person at 35 and 45, and guess what you'll get? 690 miles every single time, because the Earth is a sphere and it works as in a linear fashion like that, or I don't know what you call it, in a very equal action like that, every 69 miles, 1 degree, and that's how we have the whole Earth is mapped. Now, I want to ask...
it's calculated. It's a calculated presupposition based on the actual astronomical...
It's not calculated. It is actually measured. You can go measure it, Austin. You can go do it tonight. Stop saying it's calculated. You can go do it.
It's not a measurement.
It's not a measurement. It's not a measurement. Our latitude? Dipshit. Come on. Our latitude is absolutely a measurement. Go outside and check.
Measure one. Okay.
I'm saying I just think if we measured...
That's the time of like open?
That's the open cross exam time.
Yeah. That's what short.
30 minutes has been completed.
Yeah, schedule number 2. I guess schedule number 2 we'll get some other stuff. Because I had some other things I wanted to show people, but I do think, Austin, one thing that, and maybe I'll find something specific for you, but I think that you need to watch my show. I get it. I do too many live streams. You don't want to watch it. I get it. But it's also the same thing that every other flat earther's done. So all I see is people running around saying, we don't understand what Jeran's doing. We don't understand. But I've literally done an entire series, an unplugged series of 12 episodes, where I went through every single evidence and every single piece and explained it thoroughly. So if people don't understand my position, or why do I just accept refraction? Well, it's because once I saw that the South operates as the globe calls for, and then we saw the sun setting right to left in the South. So that immediately, let me give one example, because I think it's my best proof that nobody's been able to, come up with an answer for.
Pay attention, Flatzoid and your retard crew.
And I didn't even know this. I never heard a glober say it. But everybody who's in the north, when you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only, not north, not south. We're looking at sunrise or sunset. The sun will rise left to right, and it will set left to right in the north for every single person every day of the year, no matter what. End of story. In the south, they see the opposite thing. Okay, so every single sunrise for every single person in the south for every day of the year goes right to left, and every single sunset goes right to left. When we were in Punta Arenas, we saw the sunset severely right to left, way different than we've ever seen before. The sun's never done that to any of us in our lives, because the south is the inverse of the north. Now, get this. This is the paradox of flat Earth. Can an item that's going in one direction be seen by two people looking in the same direction to be going in opposite directions? I know it sounds convoluted, but if you have two people in the north and the south both looking west at the same sunset.
I do want to draw this because I think it is important. Real quick, let me bring this up. Oh, good map. Good map. All right, so look at this, and you tell me if this makes any sense. This is the flat Earth paradox that everybody needs to see and everybody needs to accept and realize what's going on here. Here is your flat Earth layout. Let's pretend there's no ice wall. We're just looking at the continents. Do they have to look like this? The answer is yes. Okay. There's no choice. Now we can draw, if we want, the, let me go circle. Oops, hold on. Get my mouse over here. Circle and get rid of the inside. Okay, so we can draw the Tropic of Capricorn, which kind of runs through the middle of Australia, about like that. And I'd say it's pretty accurate. That's the, it's actually above New Zealand. And it's about right. Okay, so there's your Tropic of Capricorn. Then we've got the, let's do it in a different color. How about white? We're going to do the inner Tropic of Cancer, which is going to be about Mexico. And maybe about there. Mexico, I think it goes through a little bit further of Africa, but we'll just leave it there. It's good enough. Close enough. You get the point. These are not man-made, just so you know. Pay attention. These are features of living where we live. We can prove this. This is not arguable. This is not debatable. Okay, I say that and people are, oh, I bet it is debatable. No, it's not. Knock it off. Okay, there's your equator. Okay, so there is your 3 lines that have to be there because they are actually provable. They are where the sun goes. December 21st, the sun is above the orange line. June 21st, the sun is above the white line. March 17th, September 17th, the line is above the equator. Okay, that's where the sun travels. Now here's what you need to realize. This is a paradox. Can two people looking the same direction see a single sun go in two opposite directions? Let's make this simple. So if we found one line of, and this is what I said, that we need to find this and we can have two people film it because it can be the same sunset, but I don't know. It's kind of, come on, mouse. It's kind of hard to figure out where this would be. Let's see. So a good place might be, see, there's like really not a lot of places where north and south are equal. Okay, right here. So if we go, where's New York? Like here? Okay, so this would be a line of longitude this way, right? So if we had two people, one in the north and one in the south. So let's put two dots, make them green dots, like a green dot card. If you guys send a green dot card to me, by the way, you've won $25 million. I'll give it back to you real quick. All right, so we have somebody in the north here. Let's say they're here at New York. There's our green dot. And we have this person here in South America. Okay, so these two people have this about the same sunset time, right? Now, the sun, which is going to be going this direction, as we know. Let me make a sun. And we'll put a little color inside of it. There we go. Okay, so this sun moving this direction, okay, can two people, notice again, standing looking the same direction. So both these people are looking west. Which direction is west? Oh, there's a good line. Yeah. Okay, we know it's actually perpendicular to this. So we got this person going this way looking west, this person looking this way looking west. Okay, so we've got two people looking the same direction at the same sun. Here's the sun going around. Now, which way do both these people see the sun setting? Well, they're both looking west, so the sun moves to the right. This person on the bottom would see the sun go to the right. This person in the north sees the sun go to the right. What actually happens in reality? This person in the north sees the sun go to the right, and this person down here sees the sun go to the left. If you can't understand that, I'm sorry, you're not smart enough. Get out of this line of thinking. This sun to this person goes right to left. It sets this way. Austin and I saw it. It goes underneath the earth and pops right back up here and does this. How can that be possible? Guess what? There's a model that says, oh, that's because your tropic here, Jeran, that you drew is incorrect. Your tropic that you have going to the right actually goes to the left, Jeran. This tropic goes this way. Oops, I need a circle, not a... Okay. This sun, get me out. Not, yeah, that's good enough. So the tropic, excuse me, the Tropic of Capricorn goes this way. So we know the sun is above the tropic. We have it crossed the right spot, which is going to be here. Okay, so you have, oops, it would be the red line. So again, that is the Tropic of Capricorn. It goes over here. The sun goes this way around the southern pole, and then it pops right back up here, rises and sets. So how the hell is it doing that? It's because it's bringing light to Australia and to Africa and the rest of the world on the other side of the globe. End of story. Theodore Paul says, Witsit will never concede. He has a specific faith he has convinced himself of. He is confirmation bias personified. He's also extremely arrogant. Yes, that's true. That's true. Jeran, Allen, and Shane just showed the sun going in both directions. What? Jeran, Allen, and Shane just showed the sun going in both directions. I don't know what you mean. The fuck does that mean? How do you show that? Try Thinking is here. He says, the counter-rotating sun circles problem is impossible to explain. Well done, Jeran. Yes, it is. But nobody wants to listen. Every flat earther wants to close their eyes and go la 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 to this. Even though Austin and I saw the sun, it goes this direction. Do you understand? It goes this way. When you're standing here, watching the sun go to your left, we know what the flat earth says. The flat earth says Australia is over here to your right. How could it be to the right, but I saw it go to the left? This is very simple. The flat earth should be done. It's over. It's over. Good night. Put it to bed. What are we doing? You look like idiots. This sun has to go here. It's got to get here. But you know where it is at midnight? It's over here. How is it over there? It's got to be lighting Australia. We called Australia, said, Australia, where's the sun? They said, it's above our heads. Above your heads? Oh shit, the Earth's a globe then. You're on the other side of the ball. End of story. Hang up the phone. Good night. It's over. Nope, people want to keep arguing, but water lies flat. Okay, that's not going to make the Earth flat. It's not going to make the Earth flat. Water lies level, as is the case with the Earth. The Earth is level all the way around. The Earth is level all the way around. So there is no other explanation. This map has been debunked, disqualified, falsified. Observations do not match. So therefore, here's your options, flat earthers. 1, come up with a new map. 2, admit that you were wrong and go back to looking into something else. Here's the problem with those 2 options. Number 1 isn't possible. There is no other map. There'll never be another map. Period. So there is no number 1. So what's the only option? What did I say number 2 was? Admit you were wrong, go back home, get the fuck off of these debates. It's okay to say we were wrong. It's okay. We were looking for the shape of the Earth. We goddamn found it. Do you understand? We found it. It's over. That's what we wanted. At least what I wanted. I wanted the truth. I didn't know that we were in this so that we could only get to the truth that we wanted it to be. I didn't know that. If I would have known, I wouldn't have gotten involved.
Talking about the same sunset. Can they see it going in opposite directions if the Earth is flat? How would that be possible, right? So you'd have a sun going around, and you'd have people south and north looking west, the sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat Earth that they'll ever be,
always go to the right.
But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing. Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sun set right to left in Punta, if you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right. So imagine that. We're in the south, watching the sun go left.
And look at Austin's, he doesn't even understand. If we were here in Punta Arenas, we saw the sun go here. Somebody standing here saw the sun do this. Oh, but flat Earth is true. No, it's one sun. One sun going one direction. It never splits. It never goes in another direction. It doesn't curve off and go a different way. It goes one direction. So how can 2 people see the sun go opposite directions? I'll tell you. There's one shape in the whole fucking world that if we lived on it, we would see exactly that. What is that shape? It is a sphere. End of story. Game over. It's over. We could ask the NBA Jam guy, like, what's going on? What do you think? Do you think that we've finally figured this out? Do we have the answer? Or what?
Yes, and it's good.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And the flat Earth, what do you think?
No good.
Right, I was thinking the same thing. All right, just making sure. But the globe?
Yes, and it's good.
All right. Yeah, but water lies flat.
Who cares?
All right, well, just making sure. Just making sure. And what about the AE map? I mean, it does kind of work a little bit. It's
rejected.
Like, no? All right. But, I mean, it kind of is flat, right? The water lies flat.
Not even close.
Oh. That's it? But I had a lot of fallacies in my arguments, so what does that mean?
That was embarrassing.
Oh, all right. All right, so what do we do about the flat Earth? We got to get it. We just got to take it.
Get that out of here.
Right, get it out of here. Be done with it. Move on. It's over. Pack it up, jackasses, as the song says. Let's continue.
They're in the north, watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat Earth. How could you have 2 people looking the same direction, have a sun going in 2 opposite directions? Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that
Jeran,
says...
do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on. I want to make like a meta point, though, that I feel like everyone wants to say, since you kind of got
I said he wouldn't answer questions, as we see.
that off. Give me like a 30-second thing, and then we'll move on. Whatever. This is the issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this.
And I thought that Sean just said, Jeran, do you want me to ask Austin this question? I said yes. And he's allowing Austin to not answer the question. He's just moving on.
Again, okay? It's like, we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires us firming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified AE model. I get all that.
No, you just put that into me.
It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric reputations of why flat Earth is a thing in the first place. That is my point.
Flat Earth is not a thing in the first place. It has no more model. It was a thing when we had a model. It was a thing when we had a map. It was a thing if the sun set in Antarctica. The sun didn't set in Antarctica. It went around our fucking heads for 4 days, which falsified the map, which falsified the model. Austin, it has nothing left. You are wasting your life if you're going to stay in flat Earth.
Well, that is my point, though. You would have to then diligently, logically, go provide sufficient rebuttals to all of those geometric...
You do not have to do that. You said that we don't have to do that. Now you have to do it. We have to answer all questions. How does it work? But before you say the flat Earth doesn't have to do that. Falsification is independent of replacement. Now you're saying I have to replace all those things. You are a talking contradiction.
Reputations where it doesn't matter what you're still stuck
What
with.
happened if falsification is independent of replacement?
That's my point. That's my point.
What do
right?
you mean it's your point? You just said that we have to answer all the things, the problems. We have to answer all the problems before we say the Earth's a globe. But you don't have to answer any problems. How do you get away with this? It's disgusting.
Didn't you say I have to replace those things? I thought you're saying I have to do
No, so you actually have to address the geometric reputations. Not
Wait, what do you mean address them? Why do you have to address things? I thought you said that falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to address shit then.
replace anything. You're asking us to replace the globe explanation. Wait, you're asking us to replace the globe explanation, or it must be a globe. That's what you're doing. I'm saying we falsified the globe explanation over here with like 100 things, and then you're just selectively, you have selective amnesia.
No, you're telling us we have to then answer those things. That's what you just said.
No, I want
to before I want to jump
See
in.
how he just steps, and then Sean steps in again. So he knows when Austin's in trouble, and he just steps in and saves him.
Real quick, because we could go on, I'm sure. And some of these things you're talking about are in some of the questions that have been submitted, so you get a chance to readdress some of these things.
Okay.
So for the next segment, we'll go 30 minutes here. We'll take questions from the audience. We got quite a few questions coming in, and the questions do seem to be meaty. I think you guys are going to, have a chance to really dig in with each of these. The majority, I just got to warn you, the majority of the questions are for Jeran. So what I would like to do is I would like to give each person 2 minutes to address the question.
No,
you should do is see if it jives with the known measuring. Okay, cool.
Does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And they say, does an observation of the sky change what the floor is? No, nothing changes what the floor is. Don't stop saying stupid shit. Nothing changes what the floor is. The floor is the floor. But an observation of the sky can tell you whether a map is correct or not.
Okay, because it's something called a measuring stick, right? So just like you can use a ruler, why can we use a ruler to go measure things? Because it's a standard. Every ruler is the same, and so we can use it as a measuring stick. The sun is the biggest and most accurate measuring stick that the world has ever known. It's the most important thing that there ever was, and it is a measuring stick because it moves in very predictable 24-hour fashions. We know exactly where it will be in 400 years, 4,000 years, 40,000 years. We know exactly where it was 2,000 years ago. So that's because the sun works as a measuring stick. So once somebody gives you a map and tells you you live here, the very first thing you should do is see if it jives with the known measuring stick. Because if it doesn't, then guess what? The map is wrong. Period. There's no instance of ever a measuring stick being wrong when it's actually the measuring stick, right? So you can never have, this measuring is wrong because this ruler is wrong. Well, then the ruler's not a measuring stick if it's wrong. Just like the sun, it wouldn't be a measuring device if it was wrong. It's perfect. That's why we use it for calendars, for dates, for time, everything, time, you name it. The sun is used for that. So if you can observe something that is not possible on the map somebody gives you, then you can immediately hand them the map back and say, you're wrong, I don't live here. Well, guess what? That's what the A map has had happen. Now I get Austin's point. He's saying he doesn't believe in an A map. But then then you don't believe in anything. Then the Earth doesn't have a shape or a...
Right. So this is what I think Austin's his get out of jail free card is, I never subscribed to that map. Okay. Then do you realize that there is no other flat Earth map? You cannot be a flat Earther and not believe in the AE map. I used to think it was possible. It's not. If you are a flat Earther, you believe in the AE map. Period. There is no other map. There cannot be. If you're a flat Earther, Austin, you believe in the AE map, you're just trying to hide that it doesn't work. So you're like, well, I don't really have to believe in that. Well, then you'll never believe in any map that works because there isn't another one.
A look? Can you give me any idea what the world looks like? Because if you're going to tell me it's a flat Earth, then it has to be flat. And I know that the only flat map that can exist is the AE map. Now you can disagree with that all you want. I spent 6 months trying to figure it out, and then I got to the point where I said, oh, because the AE map because a flat map has to have the continents laid out correctly, has to have the tropics and the equator. Therefore, the only map that will ever be flat is the AE map. Now you could say I think Austin said there's a bipolar model that completely destroys all observations. Again, if you have a bipolar model, the sun would be coming up the other side, so it would be rising in the west to people in Russia and Africa. It doesn't make any sense. That's why you've never heard it pushed, because this is why there's no other map pushed. Have you ever wondered why there's no other flat Earth map?
Thank you, Jeran.
Let me know in 2 minutes.
See, it just moves me past it again. There's a reason why there's no other map that's ever come about from 1985 or whenever Robotham was around. All those people, they've never had a map. Why? Because there isn't another map. The Earth is not flat. It's easy now. We figured it out. Let's move on. Let's celebrate. Let's have a parade. God bless it. I hit the stop button again. Oh, it does. It's fine. I can hit play.
I'll try to
again.
give a little bit of grace period after so that we're not too strict. Austin, you have 2 minutes. The question is, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Yeah. So it's independent of physical measurements of the surface. It is. But my approach is...
Nobody said it's not independent of physical measurements of the surface. You guys refuse to take into account the physical measurements of the surface.
Is that you don't just turn your head to things. Right. So I do.
Wait, you what?
I'm all for trying to understand it, right? Because again, actually seeing the occultation of that star, well, that's actually technically in the sky.
But you didn't see that. So you're now bringing up something you haven't seen, but you're not going to talk about the thing we went down and saw, the thing that Duffy paid $35,000 for you to do. You're not going to talk about that?
All right. Now differences. We're using a physical measurement of the surface there, right? So we have a linear baseline, a specific angle that creates a straight line from observer.
That's a linear measurement of the surface? I didn't even hear him say this. That's disgusting. You're telling me, oh my God, the one cherry-picked example is a physical measurement of the surface?
To mountain peak to star, and there's an occultation. It's physical. And then hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here where I can...
But it's physical, not optical, right? You said it's not optical earlier.
Correct. Hopefully explain and correct exactly the issue.
Wait, now I want to see something right here. So in my mind, Austin had people in place to ask the questions that he wanted asked in this debate. How do I know that? Watch here as he says, there's something about cell nav, and then he looks to the side and says, I hope somebody asks that later. Now, somebody does come and ask that later, but they ask it wrong and they ask for nav cell. So they obviously were told to do it and they got it wrong. Watch him look to the side here when he says that.
Measurements of the surface.
Watch.
It is. But my approach is that you don't just like turn your head to things. Like, right. So I'm all for like trying to understand.
Watch
things, right?
him,
Because,
watch him.
Again, actually seeing the occultation of that star. Well, that's actually technically in the sky. Now differences. We're using a physical measurement of the surface there. Right. So we have a linear baseline, a specific angle that creates a straight line from observer to mountain peak to star. And there's an occultation. It's physical. And then hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here where I can correct.
Hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here so that I can, I mean, give me a break. I didn't even notice this till now. Clearly he had people, by the way, I'm like so honest with myself that I don't have anything on my screen. I don't have anybody's chat up. I don't have Telegram up. I don't have Facebook Messenger up. I don't have Tune on my show. Nothing. I'm not like that. That's not how you actually have a conversation, a real conversation with somebody. I also didn't tell people to call in fake questions to make me look better.
Hopefully explain and correct exactly the issue with the globe there. But
So hopefully there's a question about cell nav that comes in to explain, and then the person calls in and says, "Hey, can you tell us about nav cell?"
But I will just say to answer the question more directly, it's like actually it doesn't. You don't prove the surface of the Earth strictly by making a singular celestial observation. Or anything.
Nobody said anything proves anything. Nobody has said, I don't believe in proof, but I do believe you can falsify. We have falsified the flat Earth.
Special observation for that matter requires a lot of presuppositions, and just frankly may not be the answer people want to hear. It is just affirming the consequence. To say the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe requires.
Nobody says the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe. You just keep repeating that, but I've never said that. Where did I say that during this debate?
A logical fallacy. It like literally requires it, and then shifting the
That's a straw man.
burden, appeal to incredulity, et cetera. So that's the issue with it. The reason that it doesn't prove what the ground is because it requires affirming the consequence and presupposing what you're seeing the sky from in the first place.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So another question, it's a nice follow-up to what you guys were just discussing here. Anonymous is asking, is cartography real? Why does every map of a large area require distortion?
No,
This is for both of you. So Jeran, you can go first.
Well, obviously, because the Earth is a sphere, and so no matter what map you ever make, will always have issues. Because a sphere has a certain amount of surface area, and a flat piece of paper will always have more, and so you're always going to have distortions.
Easy.
Okay, Austin?
I'm trying to get it to where we're both on the big screen we answer, but yeah, because it's simply a projection. You're trying to fit a projection. You're trying to fit measure.
Right. So what map doesn't need distortion? What map isn't distorted at all, Austin? What layout doesn't need to be adjusted?
You're typically using the sky and then put it on a projection, so it's always going to have distortion, and just depending on how you move it around. The bipolar model.
Right. It's always going to have distortion because we live on a sphere.
Ironically, it's like exactly the same as the globe. You can move it around 5-10 degrees whatever direction. It is literally just distribution.
That's wrong. You cannot just move it around.
With a projection, right? It's just a projection, and you use a fictitious observer for a central point.
Right, because people don't live on an AE map, so we use a fictitious observer. Good one.
So the answer is like, yeah, there's always distortion because they are just projections. They're inherently flawed, right? Like none of them are actual realities.
Correct, except for the globe.
When you say fictitious observer, do you mean that they take the person to be at the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right, okay, but that is the same angle you'd be on the surface. It's the same angle.
Yeah, but you're just like admitting that, yeah, you just have to presuppose the idea of something.
You don't have to presuppose anything. It's just easier, but it's still the same angle from the surface.
Observer in the center of a globe.
You don't have to. It could be on the surface. It'd be the same angle. You're just taking that and saying that it means something, but it doesn't mean anything because it's the same angle.
Well, if you actually utilize that method and then take the distances, then everything's 3,959 miles away from you in the sky.
Right. No, I'm saying that if you're talking about the angle from the fictitious observer to the celestial sphere is the same regardless of if you're at the middle or on the surface. Because the line would go through that person on the surface, right?
Yeah, but to know where you allegedly would be on the surface to get that angle, you have to actually have the sphere, thus the center of it, to go get that angle in the first place.
But you could take it from the sphere.
You would say, yeah, if you do have the sphere, you assume the fictitious observer in the center, then you're on the surface, it's the same. Yeah, because the angle has to still come out from the center to actually claim that that's what the angle is in relation to.
Right.
It requires a fictitious observer in the center. Right.
So I guess where I'm getting...
No, it doesn't require a fictitious observer in the center. It just requires you drawing a line to the center. The observer lives on the sphere.
Confused. I just want to go back to where when we keep talking about you're saying it's affirming the consequent. Where I get confused, isn't that just a wording thing? So if we say if the Earth is a sphere 3959 in circumference, then the horizon can be no more than blah 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 blah. When we just leave out refraction from that equation, but let's just leave the equation alone. So can't I word then my supposition the same way? So can I say if the Earth is flat and the sun goes around in a circle, in a clockwise circle, then there can be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so the Earth is not flat.
Right.
What's wrong with? I just worded it exactly like your black swan. Why is that not okay?
I didn't hear exactly how you said it.
Okay, so the black swan is if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles. So that's the presupposition. You have to make that assumption. Okay, if the Earth is a sphere and if it's 3959, then the horizon can only be this distance based on this math. We go out and observe and it's actually not that. Therefore, we've now falsified the globe. Okay, so if we change that to now, if the Earth is flat and it has a sun that goes around in 24 hours in a clockwise motion, then the south cannot have a sun that circles the opposite direction. And if it does, we go out and observe. Guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat Earth has been falsified.
Right.
What's different about my
You said no.
than the flat Earth?
Because for one, you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun and strawmanning putting the argument.
I'm claiming there's no apparent sun. So again, yes, we are looking at the globe Earth, and they're saying that there's refraction. So your answer then to my claim is that, oh, but you're not claiming there's this, but refraction has been shown. It's shown to exist, but you don't have an apparent sun. So, and how can an apparent sun cause the sun to go around somebody's head in the south, which is identical to what happens in the north 6 months earlier? What you're saying is just ridiculous. It's not even a paradox. It's like insanity.
Are
You're doing the same thing with refraction.
No,
nothing here says
the
nothing here
globe
says
model
refraction.
is just claimed. There's just a
Yeah, but there's refraction on the globe model. You're not using it in your supposition.
definitive geometric claim. There's a physical geometric horizon.
Yeah, we don't live in a geometric world. We live in an optical world where geometry can help us, but it's not geometrical. Geometry can help us, but we are always going to see further than geometry says.
So, like,
What do you think? So what's not claimed in a flat Earth? Do we claim that the sun goes around? Yes.
well,
we've had an additional 2 minutes back and forth.
So you stopped me on that one.
Let's finish that one. I want to finish that because this has bothered me the whole time. Is that I don't understand how Nathan Oakley goes around telling
Hang
people.
on. Let me give you guys 3 minutes, and I'm going to pause the timer. Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to know why it's not the same. So in that sentence, if the Earth is a sphere, 3959, then the horizon can be no further. Okay, great. But what they're not mentioning there is that there's refraction that causes things to be higher up. So when we do go observe, if we do see it a little higher up, that doesn't falsify the globe. It means refraction is there. Now I'm just saying it doesn't mean that that's a fact. It means if that's the claim by the globe, then we have to at least look into it, not just dismiss it. But when I try and put that into a flat Earth saying, now all of a sudden it's not allowed. I can't say if the Earth is flat then and has a sun circling 24 hours in a clockwise formation. Those two things are part of the flat Earth model. So it's the same thing as saying if the Earth is a sphere 3959. Then they say, then the horizon can be no more than, well, then the sun cannot do backward circles in the south. It doesn't go along with our premise at the beginning of this. We went and observed it does do backward circles in the south, so therefore the Earth cannot be flat. So I agree. I would actually agree that that is not a correct statement, but I'm actually trying to point out more that the flat Earth statement is incorrect. You can't just, because they didn't even take refraction into account. I don't understand how you go around telling other people that they are using an affirming the consequent when that's what the flat Earth is doing. They're saying, oh, well, we don't see curvature, therefore there's a flat. Hey, we don't see water bend, therefore the Earth's flat. You are the ones doing that. That's, so I don't understand where there's this, oh, globe Earth is doing that, but the flat Earth, we just say that the Earth's not a globe. And no, you're going around making claims, and those claims are not holding up when you actually, like, water doesn't bend. Water does bend. It's probably the most bendable substance that there is. Go pour it on your body, does it bend around you? Okay,
Austin, what's your response here?
Okay, yeah, this is an argument from ignorance. So it's like X is true because you cannot prove that X is false. Right? The assumption of a conclusion, like because of the lack of evidence to the contrary, right?
What?
And this argument from ignorance, but it's very specific. For one, I want to say this: you're saying like you didn't even.
It's not an argument from ignorance because nobody can explain it. Argument of ignorance is the stupidest thing I've ever heard if you're able to use it when nobody in the world knows. Because guess what? I'll just go to medical conventions tomorrow and be like, my shoulder is actually made of rubber bands and potatoes. And they're all going to look at me and laugh, and they're going to be like, what are you talking about? How would that work? You're not allowed to say that. Argument from incredulity. Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean I don't. No, somebody better speak up and tell me how it works, or else we can dismiss it. We can piss on it. Okay? Claims presented without sufficient evidence can be dismissed the same way. You have nothing and want us to all dance around and listen to your nothing theory.
Number of you keep saying that. Like, okay, no, just because someone said a word because they needed to say that something is not where it's supposed to be doesn't mean that it's real. What type of
Right. So just because you say refracted sun or apparent sun doesn't make it real. You are just a walking contradiction.
refraction, terrestrial refraction? How does that work? All of a sudden, they change what refraction is and apply to something that isn't even analogous and take the actual physical horizon and say something's looming whenever the horizon's looming when looming is in relation to the horizon, right? They just said the word refraction because the horizon wasn't where it's supposed to be. So
No, but things are refracted. Do you not think things are refracted? You can go shine a laser through a goddamn tank of water and watch it refract. You can go see this yourself. You can send a laser beam through a piece of plastic and watch the light refract. Now show me apparent suns.
when we say, yo, here's a physical geometric limitation based on the assumption that the Earth's a globe, the evidence is
Yeah, it's not a physical, it's a geometric. We don't live in geometry. Okay? Geometry is very useful. However, if you're saying this is the exact distance of, well, we live in an optical world.
match that. That's like a very rigid, specific geometric physical claim that comes from the globe. We tested it. It's falsified. And just
It's
saying
not falsified.
the word refraction doesn't work, right?
Just saying the word false.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Jeran. Not saying the word falsified doesn't work just because you say so.
Falsified when you haven't taken into account what their explanation is.
That's what we did take it into account, and we actually have to ask them to even specify. And we actually get into the quote unquote expert that they cite. He actually uses planar geometry, and then he doesn't actually apply Snell's law to singular medium
Yeah, this is words out.
differential. And then he actually, people on the internet totally exclude that part and they just act like, oh, we know this works because of refraction, and they claim it's looming when looming is in relation to the actual horizon. So and it's a category error, and they just reify the R value, right? And then they just expand it.
It's a category error. They reified nobody reified shit. What are you talking about?
Reading the question.
I just think that when you're talking about that particular issue, it's funny that Bo says he went out there and that was one observation of 6 months. So what Flat Earth seems to have done is gone out and waited until there was enough refraction that the back water was way up higher and it looks like the horizon is super far away. And so then we took that observation and said we refuted the globe, which is insane because you just got done saying that we don't take one observation and we don't say from that we destroyed something. We don't take the one observation of the sun and say that we proved the globe, but you will take the one observation of the 1 out of 180 days of a higher horizon and then say that that falsifies the globe.
This is super important that you're not understanding the difference here. The globe.
What's the difference?
Model makes a very specific claim that if the Earth, this is what the black swan is. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is a physical geometric edge.
Right. But if 1 day out of 180, it does something weird, you are now claiming that falsifies the globe, even though the globe says, no, we have something called refraction, which causes that. Do you understand? You don't have the same answer when I change it to the flat Earth. If the Earth is flat with a circling sun, guess what? If you're a flat Earther, you have to believe that. And it goes around in 24 hours. Guess what? If you live on Earth, you have to believe that. That's your problem. Then there cannot be a sun that goes backwards around an observer in the south, and we went and checked, and there is, and therefore the Earth is not flat. That's correct. Now, if you've got an answer for why the sun goes around people backwards, then it has to include how it does that and also brings light to Australia. Do you understand? You'll never come up with it because it's retarded. It doesn't work. Earth is a globe, and that's why there's sun in Antarctica and in Australia at the same time. It's because it's shining on the other side of the globe.
Physical geometric horizon is at 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. That is the globe's claim. They made a positive definitive specific claim.
It's not the globe's claim. The globe's claim is that is the case, but refraction can change that. Why do you keep leaving that out? That's being disingenuous.
Specific. Well, it's a mathematical claim about a very real physical thing. It's a physical location.
Don't ever work that way.
This is the point. This is the point. The globe makes that very specific claim. You're over here, then you say, well,
you're saying the globe has a very specific claim, but you're leaving out part of it. You are leaving out part of it, and it's pissing me off. Because it's showing me that you're being disingenuous. You're being a liar. You're not telling the truth. So I'm willing to tell the truth about the flat Earth. I'm willing to tell the truth that there is a problem with the flat Earth and that there's a person in the south that the sun is going around the opposite direction. So I'm all for coming up with the reason why that's happening. But there isn't one. Because there's only one sun and it needs to go off to the right to get to Australia. If it's not doing that, then Australia is not getting light, which causes a problem because every day, for all times, of all history, of all worlds, ever, Australia gets light every day. So we cannot then have our answer for the flat Earth be that Australia doesn't get light for some days. No. So how are you going to explain it? The answer is you cannot. So the flat Earth has been falsified. They do not have an explanation. They never will. Time to put it to bed. Get on with our lives. This is ridiculous.
It can't be true because if we assume that the sun's in a natural position and then I tell you what the map should be, then the sun shouldn't do that.
I'm not telling you what the map should be. That is what the map has to be. How can you not see this? If it's not true, if I'm telling you how the map should be and you disagree, show me another map. You cannot, but you also can admit how wrong you are. It's embarrassing at this point. I'm embarrassed I was ever a part of it.
That's not the same thing at all. There's a geometric refutation.
You've said this 7,000 times.
Because of a positive claim. It's physical, and refraction doesn't
Their positive claim includes refraction, Austin, that you are conveniently leaving out.
work for the black swan, by the way. But you're just saying the word. I explained why. Because you actually have to assume the R value, and then it's a category error. You just extend it out infinitely because they say that it's looming. Looming's an effect in relation to the horizon.
That's just bullshit. It's word.
Using words. Is refraction?
There you go.
Did you just hit me with I'm just using words, bro?
Oh, you just use words.
Yeah. Was that word salad?
Because we've heard it 3 or 4 times, but you're just saying the same thing over and over again, and it's not correct. Oh, but the globe makes a positive claim, and we can just claim what we want the positive claim to be. Do you understand the difference? When I'm telling you what the flat Earth is, it's because it must be. Do you understand that? There is no other option. If I'm wrong, then you just simply need to say, well, Jeran, what about this map? Why don't you take this into account? Oh, shit, I never thought about that. What about this version of the flat Earth map? What about when the flat Earth is laid out like this? You can't do that. Nobody's ever done that. Why? Because for the Earth to be flat, based on what we know today, the continents must be laid out correctly. The tropics must be laid out correctly. Once that happens, we know the path of the sun. We can then verify with observations whether that map matches observations or not. The AE map fails, the globe comes through.
I didn't want to say what's out. I didn't bring the little hidden value.
Come on, man.
No, I mean,
all right, guys. All right, we spent a lot of time on this one.
Okay,
We got quite a few questions here. The audience are thoroughly enjoying this. The questions are really rolling in here. This is Mr. Austin. Austin, what is NavCell and how does it apply?
What is NavCell?
Oh, so like this.
Look at his face. I got to rewind it. He had somebody ask this question and they totally fucked it up. That is hilarious.
Physical thing. It's a physical location.
Don't ever work that way.
NavCell.
The point is the point. The globe makes a very specific claim. You're over here, then you say, well, flat Earth can't be true because if we assume that the sun's in a natural position and then I tell you what the map should be, then the sun shouldn't do this. That's not the same thing at all. There's a geometric refutation on the table because of a positive.
Yeah, the globe makes a position. They make a claim. Flat Earth is afraid to make a claim, even though one is forced upon it by the very nature of that claim. If you're claiming the Earth is flat, then the map is the AE map. End of story.
Claim it's physical, and refraction doesn't work for the spline, by the way. But you're just saying the word. I explained why, because you actually have to assume the R value, and then it's a category error. You just extend it out infinitely because they say that it's looming. Looming is an effect in relation to the horizon.
It's a category error, and it's what do you mean by category error? What is a category error? Because of saying that it's refraction, that light bends to our eye. So if you see the horizon further than you should, could it be caused by light bending to your eye, Austin? Because that would be refraction. And it's not a category error just because you say words.
Words. Is refraction?
Oh, did you just hit me with I'm just using words, bro?
Oh, you just use words.
Yeah. Word salad.
I didn't want to say word salad. I didn't bring the little hidden value.
Come on, man.
No, I mean,
all right, guys. All right, we spent a lot of
Watch
time.
this. Watch this.
Got quite a few questions here.
Here's the question that gets wrong. It's so wrong. I'm wondering if he had, if Sean's the one who was supposed to ask this. That might be, right? So Sean's faking an answer, faking a question here, and he gets it wrong because Austin's like, I hope somebody asks about cell nav, and then this guy's about to ask about nav cell.
They're thoroughly enjoying this. The questions are really
and watch Austin look like confused because he's like, fucking guys didn't get it right.
Rolling in here. This one is for Austin. Austin, what is nav cell and how does it apply?
Nav cell.
Wow, so like dyslexic question.
It's a dyslexic question.
Cell nav.
VCLL, nav cell.
Okay, well, I'm saying like cell nav, like celestial navigation, right? So this is like a super important part, right? When we're talking about
right, and earlier he said, "I hope somebody asks about cell nav, so I can make a point to get this clear that they." Oh man,
I was explaining how that they always say 1 degree per 69 miles. Act like it's proof the Earth's a globe. We can go up there. We know how to navigate perfectly because we can just assume we know the Earth's a globe, so it's curving at a certain rate. So as I go across the surface, I'm tipping at a specific angle at a certain rate. So the stars are going to change based on that angle. 1 mile or 1 degree per 69 miles. That actually isn't true. It doesn't work like that. It regularly needs corrections, and they tell you can't even utilize the angles like all the way up to like roughly like 15 degrees, and then around even the 9 degrees. What?
So what? That's how they navigate. They don't use the ones close to the horizon because it's been adjusted by refraction.
There should be no refraction looking straight up, right? But if there's actually curvature,
no, there's not no refraction looking straight up. If you're doing celestial navigation and there's a star above your head, you know where you are.
Space, we expect that. So then how do they correct it, right? So if you say like, do they just use like an apparent raw angle or the celestial refraction corrected angle, and they're using the corrected angle, right? You're claiming that's refraction. That's somehow what's going to fix it. So then is it a solution? Do we actually use certain variables for a refraction equation? And that's how we fix it? No, they actually use like empirically derived solution, meaning like the answer is empirically derived. They actually use different formulas for every like angle band, right? Like every segment of the angles. So the input is just height and or angles. There's no temperature, there's no pressure at all in those corrections. So it proves it has nothing to do with refraction. It's actually an empirical physical correction, right? Normal refraction has temperature and pressure. Celestial refraction does not. So that's a big problem, right? I mean, how does that work? And the way the answer is the way that it works. It's just because it needs to work. It just has to work. So this what's so frustrating about it is that is brought up as if direct evidence for the globe. That's like so it's terrible for the globe. Doesn't work at all. They claim refraction, but don't actually use refraction equations or variables. They don't even use like temperature and pressure. They're not even claiming like actual refraction, right? They're using empirically derived angle measurement corrections and they're using planar geometry.
I mean, he's like arguing against himself. I didn't even bring that up. I don't even know what he's talking about.
To do that. So, celestial navigation is not good for the globe at all.
All right, thank you, Austin. Jeran, did you want to address this one?
Yeah, just he keeps saying that the 69 miles per degree doesn't work, but if that's the case, then we wouldn't have your latitude lines, which are all over the Earth. Wherever you live right now, you have a latitude. The reason you have that latitude is it's the angle from where you're at to the pole star. So clearly, everywhere is mapped, everywhere is correct, and if we take the distances between those lines, we will figure out that it's 69 miles for every single degree, and if you times that by 360, you get 2491. So I don't know where you would ever start thinking that, oh no, it doesn't. They don't actually use it because of refraction, and when it gets, we're not talking about that. Everybody's latitude is known, and it's their angle to the pole star. That's how we map the Earth. So again, for it not to work would be that you have people where they're not actually at, but we know that anybody who's at 37 degrees, go out tonight and measure the angle to Polaris, it will be 37 degrees. That's what it will be.
And if you believe in the lines of latitude, then you believe in the AE map if you are a flat earther. So don't let people say anymore that they don't believe in the AE map. Then they're not a flat earther. Because the flat earth is based, or where we live is based off of your angle to Polaris or your angle to the southern pole star. Now, granted, in the south, who knows what the hell's going on over there, because you can't be a flat earther and live in the south. Or you have to be really dumb like Flatslide.
And the other thing is, are you trying to use the Nathan Oakley line that we can't measure angles from a curved baseline? Is that what you kind of are saying something close to that, but I can't tell if it's what you're trying to say is the same thing? When you're saying that we...
No.
Okay.
No, but the actual extension of the baseline is a problem for the globe.
Why?
The actual accurate extension of it.
Yeah, because I don't think that's what they're actually taking it for, right? Because like if I were to ask you, if I went outside my house, if the Earth was a sphere or if it was flat, would I have the same outside my house? It'd be identical, right? There'd be no way.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, guys, but it looks like it shows that the webinar is about to end in 4 minutes. Is there a way that we can extend it, or will it automatically turn off?
Oh man, I don't think it.
All right, it's getting late. I probably had enough. I don't think we need to look anymore. Let me go back to the chat. You guys let me know. You have another chance to ask questions at Jeranism, please, and I'll answer your questions. But I've seen enough. You should realize that this debate was a landslide, that we've got one side that's just simply saying, hey, something matches the world. We are given an idea that is preposterous on its face. What? I'm on a spinning ball. Give me a break. However, nobody on the entire Earth believes in the spinning ball Earth because they feel like they live on a spinning ball Earth. Nobody. Everybody who believes in the sphere believes in it because of evidence. So it's not okay to just come into the plane and say, what? But I don't feel like we live. Nobody does. Nobody does. Yeah, but we don't feel like we're spinning. Nobody does. Do you understand? Nobody does. That's not why we think that. So to come in and say, but I don't feel like I'm spinning, great for you. Good for you. It'd be like me saying, but I don't feel like I came out of a hippopotamus. Well, nobody does. Nobody does. Okay? Now, if there's evidence that I did, bring that evidence to the table. There is evidence that we live on a sphere. What is that evidence? Well, I don't know. Everything's mapped on the sphere and it matches observations. That it matches perfectly with what we see. That at 50 degrees south and 50 degrees north are the inverse of each other. That there's a north and a south pole that act exactly like a north and a south pole would. That's why we believe in it. And I do believe, kind of like what Austin Thompson said, that we have been totally disrespectful and rude to the ancestors of ours that put in all the hard work to get to where we're at today. We are taking the world backwards. Now, I get it. You don't want to always just accept what people tell you because sometimes they'll be wrong and they might be trying to push you in a certain direction. So there's enough people in the world that if you bring something up like that, people can look into it and come to a determination. People have done that. The earth is a sphere. You can go test it yourself. You can verify these things. If you choose just to not verify it and say, well, we have this and it's actually a category error and okay, whatever, then don't expect to ever get to the truth. If you don't think that we don't know how to explain it is sufficient evidence against something, then good for you. Good for you. If somebody does not explain something and the whole world doesn't know, then I feel pretty good about the fact that it probably doesn't work. And we can move past it. All right, let me check the chat and see if there's anybody. Weiss did come from a clown's ass. He did. That's true. Good point. Good point. Let's move this out of the way. Let's close this. Don't save. Close this. Close that. All right, I'm looking at this chat. Let's see if there's anybody here. Professor Phil Bell in the house. What up? Try thinking real globe. Is there any other type? 90 times 1 degree times 69 is 6210 miles. Oh, so that's what it is, right? I mean, well, 6250, I guess, is what you would say. North Pole to equator. Is that correct? Yeah, then 12.5, yeah. The Egyptians also knew. It's probing, I agree. Think ancient civilizations knew we lived on a globe. We just forgot, got distracted. Right. Well, because it would have been difficult at first, but not when they started traveling. And if you watch the sun and you move, I mean, then it would have made sense to them, right? Like if you just would have watched the sun set and then the next day move 25 miles to the west, 25 miles south or north, and would have tracked it again, you would have started to catch on. Would have taken lots of observations. I mean, it took the Babylonians thousands of years or some hundreds of years at least of just observing with no real model of the earth, just observing the sky. Witsit did all that and still didn't say anything. See you people. Have fun, Jeran. Later. Jason. I am not a flat earth believer, just doing the flat earth geometry. What is the circumference given 6210 radius? What? No, but you're talking, that's not the radius. You named the distance across the sphere. The radius is 3959. You are talking about the distance from the North Pole to the equator. Been going at it tonight 4 hours. Try thinking it's not actually a sphere, Jeran. Please don't fall into the same trap you did with flat. So what is it, try thinking? How is it not a sphere if it operates and is mapped on a sphere? You sound retarded. Witsit said one thing, that a star occults a mountain top like 0.001% off or something. Wow, globe falsified, am I right? No, and it's not that. It's not even close to that. Ask Jesse. Jesse will tell you he did a little formula, made a little chart, and showed that they're all off by a ton. And if you move too close or too far, you get flat results, then globe, then concave. The reason for that is it's not an effective method. This is why you peer review things, because somebody's going to point out that if it's a true method, then you could go anywhere and get the right result, but they have a cherry picked it so that they get the right result just in the areas they want. That's not good. Sometimes it blows my mind with the things they understand so long ago without any technology. It blows my mind too. Totally. They certainly weren't done back then. No, it seems like that they were more in touch with everything. And now, and I've said this before, by them shoving TV down our throats when we were kids, like if I asked you to name the people involved in Saved by the Bell, who was the kids in Saved by the Bell, you would know their names. If I ask you who's married to Catherine Zeta-Jones, you'll know that. That's a problem. We've had our brains filled with things that are inconsequential and not needed. Whereas back 500 years ago, that there was nothing to fill your brain with. Just information, just correct information, just learning, just math. And the problem with today is we've just been dumbed down to no end. So it's probing. Oh no, sorry. The radius is 6210. Oh, it's the radius of what? The flat. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Yes, the flat Earth radius is 6210. The whole entire thing is 60 or 70,000 miles. If you're talking about circumference. It's only a few miles more around the equator, aka near a perfect globe. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a globe, Jeran. The globe is not a sphere. Okay. It's a globe. It's a, whatever you want to call it. It's not exactly a perfect sphere. Thought Try Thinking was trying to tell me something different. Professor Bill Bell says it's a sphere. To what significant figures does it match a sphere? Right. The Earth is more a perfect sphere than it is a snooker ball. No, that's not true, Slithery. Don't let them get away from that. That's a Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're wrong about that. Think about a cue ball. A cue ball is very, very smooth. The Earth has mountains on it. What they're talking about is the little tiny, like if you look at a cue ball, they say it can be within a certain tolerance. So according to the way Neil deGrasse is thinking, if the entire cue ball was covered in sandpaper, he would still be correct. Well, that's not right. The Earth isn't bumpy like sandpaper, but sandpaper is within the tolerance of a cue ball. So that's all it is. It's just an incorrect application. Try Thinking, hey mate, how are you going? Jeran, it's spherical, not a sphere. Thank you. What is going on? Can we not nitpick? We know what I mean. It's a globe. It's where we live. We live on a sphere. There's another side of it. People are over there. Kirk Douglas, correct. Right. See, isn't that sad? Why do you know that? Thinking the Earth is an oblate ellipsoid. You mean Jesus Christ? Knock it off. J-Sauce, you're the best, Jeran. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree with that. Jeranism, the cue ball is about the smoothness, not the sphericalness. Right. So what I'm saying is that you could make a cue ball with sandpaper and it would still be within those limits. So are you telling me that sandpaper is as smooth as the Earth? No. No. So you're misapplying it. It's a mote of bowling. What? Sorry. With a radius of 6210 miles, the flat Earth would have a circumference at the equator of 39,018. Wow. That's a lot. And then what would it be? So that's the 6210 is the radius. So you do 2 pi r to get the what? The circumference of, why is that just the equator though? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, because you'd put it in the middle, draw it out. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, what you said, what right. Yeah, and it's hard to explain, but it's just, I've seen that, because I kept thinking that, and I was like, wait, so I looked up the tolerance of a cue ball, and that's when I realized, oh, I see what they're doing. It's just a mistake, because a cue ball can have like a little divot in it of a certain height, and it still be acceptable, but it can't be a sandpaper, but sandpaper is within the limits, so then therefore then the Earth is as smooth as the sandpaper, which doesn't make any sense. Apparently Witsit gets it though. It says so on the wall, so it must be true. Where? Oh fuck, he does get it. Damn it. I know that. Damn, I missed the whole stream. I'm the Craig. Where have you been, man? SOS, man. SOS. I just woke up. Sorry, guys. We've been all right without you. Don't worry. Human being in the house. Human, did you reach out to me? I don't know. I owe you a Darth ball. You have to pick one. Azor the Great says, I'm not native English speaker, but most of the media I consume is in English. I do really enjoy your content. Thank you. Holy shitballs. How are you still going? I'm not. It's time to be done. We proved the Earth was a sphere tonight. Not a sphere. I'm sorry. The Earth is a globe. It's not a sphere. Don't do that. Don't do it. Where's Wally? Says, try thinking, Bev. Are you still here? I want to ask you about Wally's rocket, and if you recall looking at my rocket and admiring it. All right. You guys can talk about that on the side. We don't talk about that here. I get in trouble for talking about my rocket. You guys are just allowed to talk rockets all the time? Bullshit. Bullshit. SOS. He told me SOS today. I'm like, what does that mean? Shit out of something? He's like, sorry, I'm SOS. I'm like, you're sorry of the sun? I don't know. What does that mean? I guess it means stuck on stupid. I didn't know. I don't know all the little codes. All right. Doesn't look like anybody's got any questions. I love you guys. It's been fun. We've got tomorrow the VIP. If you want to join Human Brain, I tried to get Telegram, but my phone won't let me. I want Darth's ball signed by you, and I will cherish it like it's my special little turd baby. All right. Do you want? How am I going to get your address? So you tried to use Telegram but couldn't. You want to just email me? Email me Jeran at Jeranism, but make it tonight so I can look at it. I'll get your address. I'll sign it, and you will have the Darth ball. Thank you, Craig, for loving my rockets. Appreciate that. Try Thinking is not interested in your rocket, Wally. It must have been a disappointing rocket. Must have been disappointing. Did you see that the SpaceX Falcon, the Star thing blew up on the pad the other day? Guys are not doing too well. Spent all our money. Okay, I'll do it right now. Yes, I'll look for it. Jeran at Jeranism, Jeran at Jeranism. Yes, yeah. So anyway, turd baby, that's funny. We've got tomorrow. If you want to be a VIP member, I know maybe you don't want to be, but we have fun because on the first and third Saturday of the month we have a hangout. We've had lots of people join us. We've got Jonathan Mariande tomorrow, so you can find out about the trip. You can find out about the documentary. And by the way, you get all the past ones. Let me show you real quick, just so you can see how cool being a VIP is. It's cool, let me tell you. It's so cool. Let me go over here. Sorry, Jeran. Hope you had some mods earlier. Oh, we were fine. We were fine. Flat Earthers don't watch my show anymore. It's okay. Let's go to this view. If I can find it. Is it this one? Left screen. Yeah. Make sure there's nothing on the screen that we don't want to show people. Kind of that. We'll move it over a little bit. Make sure there's nothing on the screen that we don't want to show. Looks like everything's okay. All right, so this is what the VIP looks like in Telegram. Let's transition. So you'll see that, like, this is video. I guess I can go all the way to the top. Why don't you see it up top? Video news. Oh, gotta move this down a little bit. All right. So you'll see this is a VIP chat where we all hang out and chat. This is the videos new. So if you go to videos new, you'll notice that every video I've done is here in backwards order, playable live from the Telegram. So if anything ever gets taken down by YouTube, copyright strikes, anything like that, you can go back and watch them all. They're all loaded here. You can also go to audio. It's every single video. There's me and McKeegan. There's all done backwards order. They are all the audio. You can actually press play and it will happen within the player on Telegram. So if you want to watch the VIP with MC Tune, hit play, give it a second.
All right, what's up, everybody? It is
there you go.
The 3rd of May, 2025. Time for another VIP special hangout. We've got MC Tune in the house. I think he's on the road or something today, but he's here nonetheless. So as soon as he gets on, I'm there.
I'm here.
Wonderful. So if anybody's got any questions, we got Roger here.
So we have a nice meeting. There's usually 10, 20 people from the VIP there. Tomorrow we've got Jonathan Mariande. You can go back and watch. So if we go to videos new and we can go back in time and you can see anything that's marked, you'll see it's red. It's got the ropes on it. There's a VIP hangout with Dave McKeegan. Keep going back to see who's the next one. Look for the red carpet and you'll know the next one. We keep going. We're going to find, this is right during the trip. So that's why you don't see any here. Let's go. There's Nick Havoc, who is the VIP for March. And we haven't missed one. So go to the beginning of, besides when I was on my trip. Here's VIP Hangout, Dan the Waterman. Keep going. VIP Hangout, Will Duffy. Keep going. We've got VIP Hangout with Austin Thompson. Keep going. We got VIP Hangout with myself. We couldn't get anybody. That's when I first got back and lost all my friends. Couldn't find anybody there. We have a VIP Hangout with Austin and Lizbeth and Mark. Jonathan didn't show up there. He's showing up tomorrow. So anyway, you can just see Austin and Lizbeth. Keep going. And all these old ones. So you can go back in time if you want to go way back and watch all the super old ones. There's Alan. We've got Conspiracy Music Guru, Karen B, Hibbler. We've got Sov. We've got Alex Stein. We've got... so anyway, you get to see all those. They're all here. They're all in the chat for you. And then we've got audio, like we said. We've got crypto chat. We've got health and fitness. We've got singles group. We've got... cryptoism back classes. So these are all the back classes for all the crypto classes we've done. So you can go back here, see the title of all those, watch any of those that you want. They're all up there for you. We've got vintage videos. So these are just old stuff that's in here. Hey, there's my how to send a letter for 2 cents. How about that? So these are old. This is my old singing. I mean, these ones are embarrassing. I actually don't recommend pressing play on any of these. You might be sad. That's a pretty good documentary. Not bad. But a lot of these are wrong. We've got Jesse Gordon against David Stanley. We've got FTFE against Truman. Anyway, keep going back here, and you can see all the fun stuff in there. And then last is links, and this is just a bunch of links to different various events, Flat Earth conferences, a bunch of links here. Anyway, so that's the VIP. You get all that, and then you get to go to all the VIP hangouts, first and third Saturdays of the month. Let's close that. All right, so that is the VIP. So just want to let you guys know that I am done. I think I don't want to watch any more of this. I think it was pretty obvious what's going on. Again, the things you can ask those guys, again, find out if you find Flat Earthers saying they're not AE mappers, say, do you realize that there's nothing else that can ever come about? And if they say that's wrong, tell them, okay, here's a piece of paper, draw the Earth. There's a reason why no flat map works in our world. It's because the Earth isn't flat. If it was flat, guess what? We'd have a flat map because that would be the easiest to map. But if we don't have one, we should start asking the question. And don't let these guys tell you, oh, well, they just looked in the sky and reverse engineered it and got the ground. Yeah, that's how you make a map. So what are you saying? So if it's that easy, if you just need to look up in the sky and reverse engineer it on whatever you want, then let's do that for the flat Earth. The problem is you do it and it doesn't match observations. There is one shape that matches the observations. Now, here's this is all I want you to take from this show. Flatzoid is fucking retarded. Probably one of the biggest retards there ever was. Feel bad. Feel bad he's that retarded. A loop. I would have turned this way and turned that way. He said looking at the sunset, the thing goes right to left. The sun goes above my head only. The sun only goes above my head. Oh, what is he, so stupid now? Fucking retard. That's all you need to know. I love you guys. You're good people. Even those that hate me, even you flat earthers, you're good people deep inside. The flat earth has consumed your soul. And I hope you don't die before you realize it. Because if you're lying about people, if you're like Banjo, or like Creality, Jesus saves, Jesus will slap you in the fucking face. He'll probably dick slap you. Hate to tell you, Jesus don't mess around. If you're going to be a liar and lie about other people and be a retard, Jesus is not welcoming you to the pearly gates. Sorry, not happening. Jesus will shut that shit down real quick. He's not letting you in. So Banjo, you're out. You're a fucking liar. You lie about me every day. You're out. You're a loser. Go pack a fucking plane, please. Flatzoid, you're out. No chance. You're not getting in. You lie about people. You've lied for 6 freaking months. What you said about Lisbeth, sorry, excluded. Not going to be allowed into heaven for that. You're a liar profusely, constantly. And you're stupid. Jesus also doesn't allow stupidity. You can have a couple errors in judgment here and there, but just being flat out stupid for the sake of it, no, sorry, not getting in. Not getting in. You know who's Jesus going to let in? Me. It's going to let in. Because no matter how bad I've been, I don't go around lying about you people. I don't make up shit that, well, you didn't go there. You didn't go there because I said so. And Sav just couldn't be dumber. Sav already has no chance of getting into heaven. That's why he's just a lying sack of shit. He didn't even try. Doesn't even try. Good for you, Sav. No one's seen the loop yet. A loop. Wally, have you seen him go off? Did you watch me cover his stupid assessment of my sunset, right or left? He's like drawing pictures of like, the sun goes right to left. You turn around, you go right to like, dipshit. I said you are watching the sunset facing west. There's no turning around. There's no looking north. There is no backwards. There is no inverted. Let's put it this way. If two people are looking in the same direction, left and right become absolute. They're not relative because I told you what direction you're looking. Everybody look west. Guess what? Left and right become absolute. And this is what these guys, this is the flat earth mantra. They have to keep saying that the idea of a right and left sun and the idea of the counterclockwise and clockwise spins are purely because of the way the direction you're looking. And that is incorrect. I stood in the south. I stood in Antarctica and the sun goes around me, my right hand to my left. There's no way to change that. Doesn't matter which way I look, Flatzoid. Doesn't matter which direction I look. The sun is moving right to left around me. If I go to the north, guess what the sun does? It moves left to right around me. And it doesn't matter which way I turn. I can't change that. Do you understand? Those are counter-rotating. Just like the stars are counter-rotating. Is there a shape that calls for a counter-rotation of the sun, the moon, and the stars? The answer is yes. There is a shape. That shape is a spheroid. Don't ever say it's a sphere or else everybody in the chat will get mad at you for some strange reason. Guys, it's been fun. I still have not completed my outro song, which has been really bad. We'll listen to, I think we're going to go Flashback Friday just because I love it and it's a good song to head out on. Let's go smoke some weed. I love you guys. I remind you, do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. Don't listen to these guys. They're lying to you and tell Darth he's a dirtball. Peace.
Flashback Friday.
Everybody, can we roll that tape? Let's dig, rewind to when I thought I had it straight. I said some wild shit, yeah, to that there's no debate. Now I'm laughing at myself, ain't growth great? Yeah, I said it, and I was wrong, I get it. Okay, that's my bad, I'm sorry if I led you all astray. But let's not waste time and dwell on yesterday. But if we must, here's a list of losers that I hate. Mark, Sargent, Pete and Peter, Dr. Zach, Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Dave, No Fanfare, Rory Cooper and P-Brain, Kyle Adams and Nathan Oakley, the mute button soulmate, QE and the crayon munching retards on Flat Earth Debate. Princess Warrior, Fiend and Seed and his bitch Nachiketa too. Haters gonna hate, talking shit is all you two can do. Grandpa solving ratsoids panel are just lame and dumb. And look how unhinged 5'6" Jake the asshole has become. His baby dick is tiny, yes. His closet home is tiny too. I think rusted soul, something rusted cause she chose to sleep with you. Q and F-E, you gross, that dude's a piece of shit. King Nico is no king, the guy sits when he takes a piss. Karen D lost the thread, so did Orphan Red. Alan and Shane have the answers, well not really, but they said Slow Sanchez is the slowest that ever did exist. Drop a 1 in the chat if you expect the stupid to persist. Egghead Anthony Riley is so smart but still says flat. I'm not saying he's big bone, saying sleeping warrior's fat. Conspiracy music guru is going down with the ship. He and Steve Falconer block me cause they both a little bitch. Retards, Russian kids and banjo say Jesus is the shit. Ronnie and Jason are so dumb they seem the perfect fit. Stipulation explains how level-headed William is rising up. So will the real Deltardians please shut up? Iron Horse, K, Podgy, fittest flat earthers on TikTok I hate. While Caleb thinks he's winning by modding his own debates. Taboo conspiracy won't get it and Marty Leeds is too weak. Brian's logic, take the shit out your mouth before you speak. Rick Hummer on Strange World now, a puppet that's his role. Joe Hanvey got the whole world in an upside down salad bowl. Who said all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun? I know who. Liar, pilot, doctor, Professor Grifter, Steven, I lie so much. Alonzo, PhD, that's who. Allegedly Dave, Sean Griffin, and Zen Garcia makes me furious. Steve from England, Phuket, Word, Matt Long and DJ Curious. Pastor Dean blames Satan while he throws little fits. Lowry agrees, Nicole and Daniel Pratt have some great hits. Nathan Thompson is lurking outside of a school. Scary. Santos Bonacci is at Lowe's cause he's a fucking tool. Harry, many more to blame for lying to the masses. Flat Earth is over, it's done, pack it up jackasses. But Flashback Fridays isn't for us to worry about the past. But Flashback Fridays, it reminds us that Jeran's great. Earth is a ball, it's a fact, and a fact there's no debate.